skin, face skin. Sit for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now
Hello everyone and welcome to the 7th and final round of this European Club Cup held in Durres, Albania. My name is still Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm still here with Grandmaster David Howell. David, this is it, the final round, and what a round we've got to look forward to.
What a round. It's going to be fantastic. We have so many potential winning teams in the open section. We have a clash between leaders in the women's section as well. Anything's possible. We've got all the big names at this tournament present, playing the final round. And Fiona, hard to predict.
Absolutely. The camera right now is on board 2. That was Magnus Carlsen's team. Offerspiel assigned board throughout the tournament. They are playing Anier. So on board 1 we'll see a big clash between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And on the top board, we'll come there in a bit, the clash between the top 2 seeds for this final round. And there we go, David, take us through the top pairings.
Yeah, it is all eyes on the top 2 boards for now, but there are plenty of teams chasing the leaders right now. Novibor, the reigning champions, they do take on Super Chess. Super Chess 1 point ahead of them, so Novibor in a must-win situation if they want to have a chance at gold. Super Chess are in joint lead with Offerspiel, who we do see on board 2 against Anier, who are also in a must-win situation if they want to leapfrog their opponents. Offerspiel right now have the best tiebreak, so a win for them would probably clinch them the title. Below that, on board 3, we see Göktürk and Turkish Air, a clash between 2 Turkish teams, a local derby, and Typhoon against Aika.
Yeah, and there we see the standings, as you mentioned, Super Chess and Offerspiel currently in the joint lead, and behind that a bunch of teams. So we'll have to see, we'll keep an eye as well on what's happening on the boards below. For now, let's go back into the playing hall as we see there. Yeah, 6 teams on 10 points, and Magnus has arrived while we were looking at the standings. All players of this match have now taken their seats. I think we'll see a ceremonial first move in Magnus' game against Maxime.
Yeah, the ceremonial first move. I guess they're really intending to magnify the magnitude of this magnificent occasion with Magnus taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Big clash.
Too much, too early, David. I think a ceremonial first move will be made by Dana Riznica Ozola. I think there were also some ECU meetings happening today in Tirana, but that's neither here nor there. Very soon this clash will be off, and Magnus, he's been playing Maxime a bunch just last weekend. That is not Dana. I overheard that in the playing hall. I'm not sure who the lady is, but she is not Dana. And we see Magnus go for D4. I was going to say just last weekend, right before this tournament started, these 2 met in the finals of the Champions Chess when Maxime had the upper hand there.
That's right. These 2, of course, really familiar with each other, 2 good friends of the same 1990 generation, and in that clash, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did eventually take it. It was really close. It always is between these 2. Magnus historically has had a significant lead in their head-to-head when he has the white pieces. So I think starting with white here will give him a bit of an advantage. But of course, Maxime in top form recently. And I think this is one that Magnus will feel a lot of pressure needing to strike because on the rest of the boards, it's going to be really close. As we saw yesterday, especially with the Offerspiel team, it was up and down, and yeah, especially when the nerves are jangling with so much at stake. Magnus will want to be the leader for his team.
For sure, he is the only player in this match who is higher rated than his opponent. And there we see the handshakes, and D4 reappears on the board. I was just going to ask you, will we see Maxime's trademark Grunfeld? The answer is no.
The answer is no, and Maxime of late has switched towards the Queen's Gambit accepted as one of his main openings against 1d4. Far less predictable. I think that maybe that's kind of coincided with this upturn in form, the fact that he's become less of a kind of sitting target. He's now switching things up regularly, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And okay, the Queen's Gambit is accepted as we see with this last move. Not a real gambit, the Queen's Gambit, but White does take a couple of moves to win the pawn back.
You talked just yesterday about how the Queen's Gambit accepted has become all the rage again lately.
Yeah, and it's because it leads to a lot of forcing lines. Black often at the very kind of worst case scenario, has to suffer a small disadvantage. Often it's kind of a symmetrical pawn structure. Here Magnus plays not the most common move. He gives a check with the white queen. He'll regain his pawn next move, no matter what. But meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here, he can block this check in three very sensible ways with a bishop, a knight, maybe even a pawn. And still well-known position, theoretical. I think he's just trying to steer the game, Magnus, here, towards more positional waters. That match that they had against each other last week online, Maxime really did thrive in the dynamic forcing lines.
Yeah, so very early doors here, Maxime just thinking about how he wants to block the check. I suggest that we come back here when he's made up his mind and that we move on for now to board 2, where Heike Martirosyan, a man who's been in great shape in this tournament, he has scored 5 out of the 6 rounds he played, winning the first 4, then making 2 draws, and he's facing Raunak Sadvani.
Yeah, and this one, a battle between 2 really young, promising players. Martirosyan, I think, will probably start kind of as a small favourite just because he has the white pieces and just because he's in such fantastic form so far. But
what do I see?
Then again, Fiona, it's the Berlin defence, your favourite opening.
Yes.
Queen's off the board already.
I'm always shocked lately. I've been hearing this interview question come over and over. If you could ban one opening, and I'm always shocked when they don't just immediately say the Berlin.
I mean, there's the Petrov as well. There's the exchange Slav, the exchange French.
We see the queens are off. Actually, we saw one of Heike's teammates, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He said his nickname is the Berlin Slayer. We saw him in this tournament take it down once very convincingly. And we'll see what Heike has prepared here.
Yeah, and I believe just, was it 2 rounds ago in the clash between Offerspiel and Novi Bor, a draw between Nils Grendelius and Raunak Sadvani. So Raunak has had this variation, the Berlin defense, already this tournament, and he managed to hold the balance there with a bit of luck along the way. He was always on the worst side as black, but he was always relatively solid. And here black just shuffles the king back to its starting square, not because he intends to castle the king. Unfortunately, that's still not legal any longer, but the king will be relatively safe here. I'm expecting now black to push the pawn to h5, just to slow down white's kingside pawn push that might happen in the near future, and still well-known waters. This one, despite the fact it's an endgame, despite the fact it's the boring Berlin, there's a bunch of theory here, and I believe he's just made this move, pawn to h5.
Yes, the Berlin, an endgame, an opening that you're a big fan of, so I'm sure you'll take us through all the ins and outs. Talking is hard. Shall we move on for now and come back to this one?
All the Berlins and outs. Okay, anyway, let's move on to the next game. Ariane Tari against Jules Moussard, a battle between 2 good friends. And okay, I'm pleasantly surprised here. I did fear, because Ariane Tari has had a rough, he had a rough day yesterday, he's had a difficult few months, that he might just try to play super safe in this game. But no, let's backtrack to the beginning, and Moussard employing the Knight off Sicilian. We see the open variation from Ariane Tari showing ambition, and h3, one of my favorite lines back in the day. And after knight to f3, bishop e7, white throws the g pawn forward. Knight to f3, I believe, combined with g4 is relatively rare. Usually this is combined with maybe the bishop coming up to c4. But Ariane going on the offensive here, really kind of signaling that he wants a full-blooded fight.
Yeah, Ariane, he's not had the best of tournaments, but I'm also, much like you, pleasantly surprised we will get something very fighting here, with Jules being the first player to go in the tank. What are the different ways as black that you can deal with this early pawn push?
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of deciding how big a threat pawn to g5 is. For example, if black were to just ignore this, now the question is, does the knight go to the edge of the board, where actually there might be some tactics, some tricks, including knight takes e5. I'm not sure it quite works here. I'm not sure you want to get greedy, but the alternative is to go back with the knight, but then the knight looks a bit sad, getting in the way of its other knight on b8. If you want to stop this, I guess the move would be pawn to h6, but there would be an argument in some variations for just breaking the pawn structure, not normally recommended for white, but you do have a quick plan of hitting the f7 pawn. So yeah, it's very sharp stuff already. I think the big decision right now for Jules Moussard is whether to, me and my arrows, just try to stop g5 with h6, or at least try to deter your opponent, or whether to continue with development, knight c6, bishop e6, kind of b5, typical Sicilian ideas. I have a feeling he might just ignore g5, knowing Jules a bit. He's quite provocative as a player. But yeah, interesting opening approach by both.
Yeah, for sure. Also interesting to see Jules. What has he been told pre-match? What is Anier's strategy? As black, do you also go for it against a player who's not been in the best of shapes? And we saw a move there actually with Jules playing on the other side of the board, b5.
Yeah, b5. Very brave move there. Just, again, allowing the g-pawn forward. Luckily for black, after, I'm guessing the knight drops back this way, there are ideas like queen to d5 trying to trap this rook, but now knight to b6 would be a way to attack and defend simultaneously. So I think he's got everything covered in terms of the immediate threats, and he's basically saying to white, you do your worst, you throw pawns forward on this side, I'm going to counter on the other flank. Quickly, bishop b7, putting some pressure on the pawn, b4. This game is really going to heat up in the near future. I think Ariane has kind of burned his bridges in terms of playing slow strategic chess. Yeah, it's going to really spring to life this game.
I'm very excited for this one. For now, let's move on to board 4, where on the black side, so on the left-hand side of your screen next to Ariane, we see one of Offerspiel's heroes. He saved them 2 days ago. He saved them again yesterday. That is Pranav, and he's black against Grigory Oparin.
Yeah, he's definitely everyone's best buddy on this team right now. Pranav, he has played a slightly risky opening setup. Let's just go back from the start. It was the Italian game, but not the kind of quiet variations here, not the slower positions we see after bishop c5, some symmetry for a while. Instead, black brings the knight out, and h6, a favorite of mine back in the day, just hinting that the pawn might be thrown forward to g5, trendy stuff. But okay, he actually goes for a slower approach instead of g5, just g6, fianchettoing the bishop.
A mouse slip, maybe?
Mouse slip. He does play a lot online, Pranav. And okay, pawn to a6, just stopping the advance of the white pawns on the queen side. Fiona, I quite like these positions for black because you're so flexible. You can, after bishop g7, you can later move your knight out the way, play for f5. You can still play for d5 in the center. But then again, it is the Italian. White traditionally has a small advantage here if it's white who can build the center instead. I don't know, who do you think this opening is going to favor?
Yeah, I haven't played these lines as black against the Italian, but you know me, my favorite move as white is to get these f4s in. So the moment f5 drops for black, I'll be probably liking what Pranav is doing. I'm very pleasantly surprised, I have to say, with how sharply this match is shaping up. In the last couple of days, I think we saw a lot of the matches start quite slowly, very safe, but here there's already a fire on certain boards, and d4 is slightly surprising because the pawn had already moved once to d3, but I imagine it's not really a loss of a tempo here.
Yeah, I mean, every tempo counts. He would love to, for example, have a rook on e1 instead of having spent 2 moves playing d4. I don't think black should get tempted to capture on e4 yet. Despite white losing a tempo, it feels like this is a bit too brave. We see the evaluation bar inch up. It feels like there might be some disaster awaiting black when the lines open towards the king. I'm expecting black to either just defend this e5 pawn, or maybe if you want to force the issue in the center to bring your bishop out, bishop g4 tends to be typical here, forcing white to decide what to do in the center. If white blocks, then we see pretty much a king's Indian setup. I'm not sure where the knight goes, but it could actually jump into d4 if you want to trade off pieces due to this pin. This is what I'm expecting from Pranav, actually, d4. Interesting that Oparin plays it immediately. He must have either prepared this. I'm not sure whether Pranav has played this himself, part of his opening repertoire. But d4 isn't the move you make unless you're pretty certain of the consequences. And yeah, this game, he's being a bit more direct than I thought he would be, Oparin.
Yeah, and we see Pranav dipping, going into the tank there, Oparin, very focused. For now, let's move on to board 5 with the white pieces. Erik Hansen taking on Sergei Movsesyan.
Okay.
And I was wrong, actually. Erik is higher rated. I said Magnus was the only one, but Erik has 3 more points, 3 more rating points than his opponent.
Yeah, Sergei Movsesyan, I still think of him as kind of nearly 2,700.
Yes.
He was lingering around the 2,700 mark for a long, long time. Eric plays a variation that he played a few days ago where I actually found out later he said he was out of book on move 3 when his opponent played queen to c7. I believe that was David Anton a few days ago. But either way, black in that game, in the Caro-Kann, played queen to c7, and Eric, by move 12, was down to 2 minutes on the clock. This time, Sergei Movsesian, who isn't a habitual Caro-Kann player, he kind of nearly without fail always plays the Sicilian defense. He switched away from that, perhaps fearing preparation. He plays knight d7, which I must admit I've never looked at before. I've played the Caro-Kann for years now. And
Eric out of book again on move 3.
Out of book again. But this time he'll be, I mean, okay, he takes this pawn now on d5. He did that last time. And okay, after a recapture.
Knight d7, maybe we can talk a bit about that move, because I think for a lot of people watching, it's slightly mysterious, right? In general, the knights, when you learn to play chess, are supposed to come out to c6, to f6, and especially not to block in their bishops before they have moved. So what do you think the idea is behind knight d7?
Knight d7, I think if we backtrack, black would love to play the move e5 just to build a nice pawn center. For example, if white just continues playing slow, which is normally connected with this d3 setup, then black would happily occupy the center, bring a bishop out, and yes, your bishop on c8 is a bit blocked, but you deal with that issue a bit later. What Eric's done is fascinating here, Fiona. He's, after d3, just 2 moves ago, he trades off a set of pawns and then goes d4. In the Caro-Kann, you can actually get this exact position. I think it goes back to the point you made. For example, here, you could take and you could, whoops, mouse it.
Interesting gambit there.
Yeah, not my, not my intention. After d4, you get the exact same position with black to move, except black in the game has actually gained the move knight d7 for free. So Eric is essentially arguing that black's knight being on d7, as you mentioned, is actually a negative. It's actually a drawback. So a free move, not necessarily what you want though. The knight sometimes might have to even reroute back where it came from, and in which case white would be the one a tempo up. So really fascinating and really surprising actually that Movsesian instantly plays e6. Maybe he's studied this before, maybe he's predicted this. I will mention that Magnus Carlsen, teammate of Erik Hansen, has, after g6, also played this variation of taking and then d4. Really mysterious. I didn't understand it at first, but arguing that g6 is also counterproductive because black's bishop doesn't really want to be on g7.
After e6, you are a Caro-Kann player. How do you feel about the black position?
Oh, I'm looking at this bishop and I'm asking it whether it's enjoying its life, and it's telling me no. But then again, you do have a rock-solid pawn structure. You will have relatively easy development with the rest of black's pieces. I think Eric should be happy here. It's not going to be about opening theory, memorization. It's just going to be about pure understanding of these structures, the kind of Carlsbad structure once white pawn sits on c3, and also about who kind of plays more energetically, which I think will suit him. Being rusty, you want to dodge opening prep.
Yeah, I think it's also good news that Eric, I'm sure knight d7 took him by surprise. We joked about him being out of book. We can't be 100% certain, but for sure it was a surprise. And he is reacting quite quickly. As you mentioned, on some days we saw him burn a lot of time in the early stages, but here bishop f4, a completely natural developing move, especially controlling that diagonal. The black bishop would have loved to make, often comes to d6 or queen to c7.
Yeah, and knight f6 is a quick reply from Movsesian. He's basically playing a London system here, Fiona. Again, just to do a short random detour, just because I'm in the mood, let's go back and show the London system, everyone's favorite opening. And if, for example, okay, black plays the move c5, we could see again the same position, takes, and black, of course, would not be wanting to play a move like e6, blocking in this bishop. Black won't be wanting to put the knight on d7 like Movsesian has done in the game. So, for example, by transposition, Eric has got a good version of a London system, just a tempo down, and it's not clear who that favors at the moment.
Very interesting stuff. Let's leave them to it for now and move on to board 6, Mathieu Cornet against Frode Orkedal.
Okay, and a position I recognize very well. Fiona, you might have grown. It's the dreaded Berlin.
But at least the queens, I always feel as long as the queens stay on the board, as we get some kind of anti-Berlin, I'm a lot happier. So let's go back and see how we got here.
Yeah, so we did start with the brilliant Berlin in this case. Black playing knight f6, aiming to capture this pawn. 3 ways that white can really deal with this. You can just play the anti-Berlin, defending the pawn and where things take a slower nature. After castling, we saw in the other game, Martirosyan against Sadwani, d4, and the queen's quickly coming off. Here we see rook e1, keeping symmetry, keeping the queens on, as you say. So this is the third, maybe less ambitious way, but also the safest way for white. Just kind of trading pawns, getting the pawn back at least. And slight advantage for white because you're the first to occupy the center. Black's knight is somewhat in the way here on d6, so there's a few moves you can play. Knight to f5, knight back to e8 to try to get black's pawn to d5. But after rook e8, trying to trade off rooks, white actually plays a pawn sacrifice. This is very ambitious from Cornet here. He's well known to be an opening specialist. The idea is after rook takes rook, that if black takes this pawn, white has various ways now to create counterplay. You can jump in with the white knight to d5. You can play bishop f4 to try and target this knight. And there are some tactics in the air here. Black has to really know what they're doing. There's actually a lot of back rank tricks. For example, if the black knight tries to move away, bishop takes pawn would already regain the material with interest due to checkmate. It's a bit worrying if you're a fan of Offerspill, of the Norwegian team, that Økedal's thinking here, because knight c3 is the most critical move in the position. And you really need to know what you're doing. There's actually several lines which go 25, 30 moves deep into theory.
If you want to avoid the theory, can you just not take the pawn?
Yes, I think there are ways to do this, if I remember. I think you probably should try and take the pawn if you can get away with it. There are ways, for example, playing the move knight to f5, I believe. You can take, for example, I think it was Kramnik who used to play like this, and just kind of give away the bishop pair and say black is very active, but white long term may be slightly better. There's various different move orders here, of course, but Økedal, deep in thought. He's been spending a few minutes here. I expect him after a while to maybe choose one of these forcing lines.
Another player who's deep in thought is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Let's maybe quickly check back in there before we move to the match between Novibor and Super Chess.
Wow, Fiona, this one's progressing at an incredible rate. We're already 12 moves in, and it's a crazy position with black having castled queenside, white on the opposite flank. Let's go back to the position we left it. We left it at a check. Vachier-Lagrave spent a bit of time. Remember, he does have a narrow opening repertoire. He switched to the Queen's Gambit accepted, but he knows everything. All the ins and outs here. Knight c6, a very forcing move. Just hoping for some pressure against the d-pawn later. White secures that pawn. Wow, knight to d7, captured by Magnus, walking into this double attack. But, whoops, this double attack even. And now after queen b3, the beautiful bishop pair is gone. And bishop e6, attacking the queen. This is so ambitious for black. Queen to d5, rather than just develop kind of like a Grunfeld player, like a normal human. Queen d5 gets ready to castle queenside. Definitely computer preparation, Fiona.
Yeah, both players playing it so fast. Magnus, as you mentioned, gave up the bishop here. What does white claim to have in return?
I guess it's just the pawn center, the flexibility, the mobility to walk forward with e4 later. You need to prepare it because d4 will be really weak. Yeah, you have two pawns here versus black's one in the center. So usually you would say some compensation for the bishop pair, but f5, a really nice move, clamping down on this square. Clearly predicted this opening by both players, and castles, and Magnus sacks a pawn. This pawn
and Amriel says, yes, thanks, I'll take that.
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup.
And he takes the pawn. Wow, he's really playing with fire here. Lines are going to open up against the black king.
Is MVL playing with fire, or are both players playing with fire?
Both. It's that type of day. Round 7, Fiona, the money round.
Wow, this is, okay, let's try and understand what's going on. Rook b1, I guess is a natural move in this position.
Maybe the most natural move. Magnus hasn't spent that much time, so clearly still within known realms here for him. Do I get greedy and take a second pawn? Feels a bit...
Feels very risky, but you take a pawn and you have a threat of a fork on c3. We see the computer does not react. This is unbelievable.
Wow. And the thing is, this knight will never really get trapped. It's protected so well on the diagonal with two pieces. As you said, it's threatening knight back to c3. At the very least, you can take this bishop. I'm not sure whether you want to really, because you only help white's rook get into the game. But
David, you'll have to help me understand this position, because I have no idea what's going on here.
I need help. Maybe one of the viewers can give us a hand here. Knight takes pawn. Unless there's a kind of useful way to stop this move. A slow one like bishop b2 feels a bit, I don't know, feels a bit slow. Feels overly kind of tentative here because you've blocked the b file, which you kind of said you wanted to use last move. c1 is actually nicely covered by this black knight.
On the other hand, do you want to give up that bishop?
Oof, you know me and bishops, Fiona.
Yeah.
But
You've already given up one.
I've already given up one.
So
The other one is a bit sad on c1 anyway. But I guess how to defend this threat. Queen d3 looks a bit awkward. Maybe it's possible trying to kind of sneak over, go for some pawns. If black is kind of careless here and allows all of the white pieces to join the army, then clearly white is going to overpower black. Just too many attackers, too few defenders. But black doesn't need to rush. I'm wondering if black's going to kind of do a mirror image and try the same as white, pushing a pawn, for example, on the other flank, just to get open files towards the white king.
it's also a very strange moment for Magnus to start thinking, huh?
Yeah, maybe expected. Maxime Vasily loves sacrificing pawns. He very rarely gets greedy and grabs pawns. Maybe expected Maxime to go for a different variation, or at least not to kind of take up the challenge here, pick up the gauntlet and capture it on b4. But a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah.
Still proof needed of the compensation.
Magnus head in hand. I think we'll leave him to it for now, but we'll come back to this one very soon, because this, I think, is going to be, if not, I think it will be the game of the day. For now, we'll move on to the top board, where the defending champions, Novibor, are playing the co-leaders, and top seeds, Super Chess.
Okay, and this one important as well. Super Chess will know that to keep their fate in their own hands, or at least to have a chance at gold, they probably need to win. Both teams probably need to win. So safety may be less relevant in this match than it is for Offerspill. And this one, we've only had 4 moves, Fiona. Really surprising. Richard Rapport spending a bit of time, Vincent Keimer spending a bit of time, guessing game here. Maybe one of the players arrived late. We do have...
No, they were both actually very early. They were both 5 minutes early. They were both sat down when I was in the playing hall. So
Okay.
I'm very curious where they've been spending the time.
Me too, because this is quite a well-known position, to say the least, and it's an invitation to the mainline King's Indian. If white wants, Vincent Keimer could occupy the centre here. I believe he's had something, he's had a King's Indian or 2 this tournament already, but maybe it's just the fact that Richard Rapport doesn't doesn't dabble even in this opening too often. But e4 would be the challenge. Knight f3, again, is inviting a switch to a Grunfeld defense, but that's not really part of Rapport's repertoire either. His repertoire. Okay, anyway, I'm expecting him to castle, and yeah, I'm expecting Vincent to go for one of the main lines, but provocative stuff from black.
Yeah, I think the time usage can only be explained by mind games. Each player thinking, what does the other want? What are they trying to avoid? How can I maybe trick them into playing a line they didn't necessarily want to play? But yeah, as we see, it is now Richard. No, sorry, we had a move from Richard.
Okay,
Or not.
looks like it's Vincent Keimer thinking there on the right of our picture. It looks like the clock's pressed in his direction as well. But I don't see Richard Rapport, and I don't see a move on our screen right
I have
now.
a feeling that I see a pawn somewhere in the center.
The centre. Your eyesight's better than mine, Fiona. My new glasses are letting me down. It's all a bit blurry these days.
Can we zoom in a bit on the camera or no?
Whoa, that is incredible.
Yeah, I think
think
D5
you're right.
is on the board.
Looks like black has castled as well, so
Yeah, I think we're a few moves behind actually.
I think we might be a few moves
Yeah,
behind.
there's a bishop on E2. There's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, we'll come back to this once we've caught up.
I'm going to predict. I'm going to test my eyesight. I think we've seen castles, E4, D6, bishop E2, knight A6, bishop E3, and in some move order, this position. Okay.
I think that
Sue me if I'm wrong later. But
that looks pretty right. We'll come back to this one when we get the moves. For now, let's move on to board 2, Vishy Anand against Niels Grandelius.
Okay, let's move on to this one where we have had a bunch of moves so far, 12 moves in. This one I think we are up to date. It started with E4, E5, a Spanish, which has pretty much been played in all of Niels Grandelius' games with both colours so far this tournament. And okay, bishop c5 yet again. This opening, we were debating the name of it yesterday, Fiona. Is it the Muller? Is it
The Neo Muller.
Neo Muller? Is it the Archangel? Is it the Archangelsk?
I think our producer Satiris had informed us a book had been written about this called Carlsen's Neo Muller or something along the lines of that. Either way, let's see what happened. Vishy reacted with c3.
Yeah, I've got to say it's really brave by Grandelius to continue playing repeatedly the same variation when he knows the strength of Anand's preparation. Yeah, Anand for sure has looked at this in depth. And okay, d4, white takes the center, black gives a check, moving the bishop for the second time, and after a trade of bishops, d5, fighting for space, white gains that space in the center, and f6 now breaking the head of white's pawn chain, and now bishop takes c6. I'm surprised Anand is the one thinking, actually.
I was gonna say that with Niels having played this line before in the tournament, slightly surprising. Niels knows his stuff so well. We talked about it on previous days. He really is an expert in the Ruy Lopez. He was a part of Magnus Carlsen's team of seconds, and he's thinking here about how to recapture on c6. Which do you think it's going to be? Knight takes looks natural.
Knight takes looks extremely natural. Taking with a pawn will leave you with a wreckage on the queen side long term. Black's knight will be tied down defending this pawn. There's actually a beautiful outpost for white's knight in front of it later. It's a beautiful square to sit on if you can get there. So what is the hesitation? Bishop takes c6. Unless he's contemplating capturing this knight first, I don't really see why you would need to rush. This knight is not going anywhere anytime soon. This pin is quite unpleasant for white. Should we try and figure out what the drawback could be to knight takes bishop? Is it queen to b3 perhaps? I mean, I'm just guessing here. There's some pressure on the diagonal, some pressure against b7.
How do we want to defend the b7 pawn?
Not that easy.
No.
I mean, you could just play a move like rook to b8, but feels a bit passive, feels slightly wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's a mysterious position. What other options are there? Let's see if the evaluation bar reacts less to bishop takes knight. No, it reacts more. So literally no options, unless, wow, Fiona, could he really be considering
pawn takes?
Pawn takes e5? No. Here, I mean, the reason I thought is maybe because you want to play e4 next move, but after bishop takes pawn,
it's a bit too much.
It's just a bit too much. Yes, you might win some material back, but actually white might even be able to break the pin by playing queen to b3. I mean, break this pin at least, walk into a different pin. White has too much material.
Yeah, I expect knight takes c6 to be played here, but we'll leave Niels to it for now. Let's move on to board 3. David Navarra against Dirk.
Okay, and this position, oof, I recognize this. And let's do another quick action replay from the start. It is the Spanish, and here we see knight at f6. Not the open Spanish, which we've seen a lot. This tournament's been highly debated amongst the top players.
With Vishy playing it twice.
With Vishy playing it twice and various others lower down the boards. But we see one of the main lines, and rather than allow the marshal gambit, which would be after c3, d5, this has pretty much been calculated, worked out to a draw. We do see instead the anti-marshal trying to threaten this pawn, not allowing black the time to break out in the center. And rook to b8, popularized, or repopularized, I should say, by Magnus Carlsen in 2021 during the World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi. Before that, pretty much everyone was playing the move b4 or bishop b7, and Magnus kind of proved it's fine to essentially cede the open A file to white. And black is rock solid here after knight to c3. Black has a lot of options. I'm expecting Bogdan Daniel Dirk to think for a long time because he's that type of player.
That's what he does.
That's what he does. But black, yeah, you can start with h6, you can start with bishop to e6, you can start with a lot of different moves. And yeah, Magnus has proved as black that this is very playable, if slightly passive, for the black side.
Okay, so early days here. We got news that we got moves in the top board. Do you want to go back there, or shall we do it?
Okay.
Let's go to board 1, I think, check in with Vincent Keimer and Rapport.
Yeah, let's do it. And okay, I think I was able to predict somewhat the right position, but not quite the right order. Black castled indeed, so we did get a King's Indian where white takes the space in the center, bishop e2, e5. And okay, this variation, pieces are disappearing on my board, at least my screen. But all pieces on the board in this one until after c6, h3, black decides to take on d4. And yeah, the exchange variation here often is seen a few moves earlier with white's pawn still on h2, and the idea is that white can still play f3, but now it feels less appealing, Fiona, because some dark squared holes around the white king.
Yeah, so let's go back to the live position. Could Richard have somewhat tricked Vincent?
I think it's very possible, especially if we look at the clock times now, which make much more sense than we thought earlier, where both players have spent a lot of time for seemingly no reason. This last move, h3, feels a bit indecisive. I think stepping forward with d5 is probably the way to go. You can make an argument for taking on e5 as well if you want to play really safe as white. But h3 does stop knight to g4. The drawback is, as you mentioned, rook to e8. Now it's far less attractive to play f3. I think you might have to defend this pawn with a piece, but black's going to only up the pressure on the e4 pressure point.
So we've got if bishop f3, knight c5, queen c2.
Queen c2, queen e7. I mean, everything's staring at this e4 pawn. White could maybe set a trap on the e-file. There's well-known ideas such as, okay, if you take everything off the board, queen takes. White does have a trick here, just retreating the bishop to d2. I actually used this once against Jordan Van Forest in the Blitz game.
Successfully.
Successfully, I tricked him. The idea is it is a skewer, and thankfully your bishop protects your rook, your knight protects your queen. So for example, queen takes queen, you win the rook. And I mean, here you can actually go for checkmate with bishop h6, but at the very minimum you take black's queen and you smile. But yeah, of course, this type of position, really, really tense, and black will not rush in. This pressure will go on forever. For example, black can cement the knight on c5, just stopping white from pushing with b4. And yeah, who knows who has the advantage? It's very much a maneuvering struggle for a while. I think Richard Rapport, just judging by the clock times, will be the happier of the two players.
Agreed. So now that we've caught up here, let's go down to board 4, where Jordan Van Forest, who was the player who, in the end yesterday, cost Super Chess the draw against Offerspiel, as he was unable to hold that drawn rook ending that we looked at quite in depth. Today is a new day, and he is white against Van Nguyen. Okay,
an interesting pawn structure here, Fiona. Everything on dark squares for white. I know we like our pawn structures here here in Durres, Albania. So should we do a quick check on how we got to this position?
Let's do it.
Okay, so d4 this time, and a Nimzo Indian with black's bishop coming to b4. This pin we've seen it many times this tournament, and bishop d2 known to be a really solid variation, so maybe Jordan, after yesterday's defeat, wants to just get into this game without too much risk. Bishop d2 just prevents a wreckage of white's pawn structure on c3. The bishop drops back for black, and okay, after a trade of pawns in the center, it feels like he's really mixing and matching his systems, Jordan. He gets ready to fianchetto with bishop to g2. This tends to be quite good when black has a d5 pawn and has kind of combined it with pawn to b6. But then again, bishop g2 will be met by bishop to a6, kind of cutting across this diagonal, stopping white from castling.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a double-edged sword, right? Because Jordan, he seems to have taken his opponent out of preparation. Nguyen, I think, has shown one of the best opening prep in this tournament. We saw so many games where he barely spent any time in the opening, so he's clearly gotten him out of what he looked at. But the question is, at which price?
Yeah, at what price? And here I'm expecting black to make a decision. You either slow play this position with bishop to d6, rook e8, like a bishop b7, or you go very direct, maybe with c5. But then you have to be, you have to really back this up, because your d5 pawn becomes slightly looser long term, especially if there's a white bishop sitting on this square, staring at it later, knight to e5, for example. And it's quite a high responsibility decision. So, yeah, slow or fast. I think that's the stylistic choice for black right now.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you which one you would go for, but Van has decided for himself that it's going to be fast.
Yeah.
And furious?
Maybe. Fast and, no, Forest? No, fast and furious indeed, Fiona.
So c5 on the board. And how is Jordan going to continue? What do you think? Bishop g2, the players are answering all our questions. I think Jordan's still following his preparation here.
Yeah, it's quite likely, although Jordan is known to bluff sometimes and continue playing speedy moves. The big question is what happens if black does play bishop a6, cutting across white's plans to castle. It might be that white just blocks this diagonal with knight to e2. The downside is you lose control over some key squares like e4, but at least you guarantee that you'll castle next move, and you take a while to untangle castle, rook e1, bring the knight forward to f4 later. Yeah, very much the better player on the day will win this game.
Okay, we'll come back here in a while. For now, let's go to board 5, Steil-Antoni against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Okay, and interesting, we see a variation, or close to a variation, that we saw debated between Richard Rapport and Magnus Carlsen yesterday. A slight twist on it. It started with the bishop b5 Sicilian, a capture on c6. And, okay, we see just a bit of maneuvering. Knight to a3 signifies the knight coming to c4. Very similar pawn structure there. They're both in decent form. Do you hold either as a favorite?
I think I'll reserve my judgment until we see a few more.
So politically correct.
It's tough. It's tough to say. I don't know. Stylistically, who do you think will be the happier of the two players?
Yeah, I've always thought of these two as kind of having a similar style. Both of them they dodge anything too direct, too aggressive. They like to be very creative in the opening, but they're so good at grinding down their. They're very sharp tactically as well. When it gets to the end game, they're kind of keen and try and catch you off guard before that. Yeah, neither of them really likes solid, safe play. Far rather go for the opponent. So I'm definitely expecting, in terms of this match, maybe the most action, or at least the most drama to happen on this board. Or at least I was until I saw this opening. But early days here, of course.
Here in a while. For now, let's move to the man we see on the left-hand side there. That is the bottom board of Super Chess, Kirill Shevchenko, and he is taking on Mateusz Bartel. Okay,
big game, of course, board 6. And wow, we have a lot of opening. This line kind of goes in top level. The last time I saw this was a key game between Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Nakamura with white taking down Caruana in the final round of Norway Chess to win the tournament. We started with the Italian. Knight f6 was played. An attempt to go for the fried liver attack.
Yeah,
Fiona?
I was going to say, the fried liver attack, it's always been, I think, the chess opening that I thought had the funniest name. I even did I was commentating actually on that Hikaru Fabi game, and it prompted me to read up. I think it had an Italian name, some cured meat, and from there came, either way, if you're interested, fried liver attack. Anyway, David, let's move on.
Yeah, I assumed it was something to do with Hannibal Lecter and Silence of the Lambs. The fried liver attack would be if black were to naively recapture on d5, allowing white to actually sacrifice a piece and lure the black king out. There's a double attack now, and black would be obliged to march into the center with the king. And this is really scary. White would up the pressure on this pinned knight, and maybe black can survive. There've been a lot of kind of opening work dedicated to this position over the years. I'm not sure the conclusion, the kind of modern day computers, what they say, but I don't think you want to touch this as black unless you have nerves of steel. And
especially not in the last round match here when the title is on the line.
Exactly. Black would be obliged to play knight to b4, and the theory goes on, but yeah, king on e6. Ugh. So instead, theory dictates that knight to a5 is the safest for black. Bishop to b5 check. And we see a pawn sacrifice by black, but white's pieces are still asleep all on the queen side. White's bishop blocks the d pawn, which doesn't look too healthy, and white's knight will lose a bit of time retreating. There's a hit on it already, and after a few moves we see black play the move knight f4. You cannot really save this bishop. For example, if you retreat the bishop now, there's actually already a winning move, or a very, very promising move for black in knight takes g. Actually, queen to g5 is probably better, but using the might of these two bishops and the queen. So you need to know some opening tricks in every branch of the Italian. Knight c3 has been played, and after a capture, black's compensation lies in the doubled, isolated d pawns. But it is a second pawn sacrifice for now. Knight c5 is possible. Fiona, it looks like at least Shevchenko, despite him choosing this line into thought right now. Surprising.
Yeah, let's see what happens if white captures the pawn on e5.
Yeah, and this is going to test my memory, which is ailing in my old age. I'm trying to remember if it's rook to e8, or you can sometimes even just take on e5. Okay, let's say rook to e8, and the evaluation bar doesn't move. Yes, success. Attacking this knight. And only 2 squares to use to retreat it, really. It's one of these two.
I'd rather go to f3, I think, and keep an eye.
Now, I can't remember if you take first, but ideas such as bishop to b7 or bishop to... And yeah, there's a lot of pressure here on white's pieces. This bishop is essentially dead foot. And in the meantime, there's some pressure on the h2 pawn too. I think this requires a really, well, a lot of courage if you take the second pawn. Safer would be to just develop your bishop.
It's a very response by Kirill to go for this line in such an important game. Are you surprised?
Yes, I'm surprised that he's thinking right now. If you go for this line, you need to know all the move orders. Nakamura, when he played it, he was able to reel off 20 every branch, every variation. C5, I think, is the main move, or at least one of the main moves. So really been spending time on the clock. Fiona, that's talking about super chess. They've given their players free reign with the white pieces to play these risky lines, and so far in the tournament, it's worked for them.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising as well, because, well, super chess probably still need to win the match. They have, of course, 1 point lead over their opponents, but they don't want to depend on Offerspiel not winning their match, especially with Offerspiel having the best tiebreak. So we have now taken a look at the top 2 matches in the Open. Let's go, David, to the women's section, and we'll start by bringing up very quickly the results from yesterday to get you guys up to speed on what's been happening there, because unlike the wish for the title, Super Chess did beat Gaz Ukraine to overtake them, and Garuda Aika also got a massive win over the top seeds, Monte Carlo. And if we bring up the standings now, we'll see that that means that those 2 teams are in the lead jointly. Super Chess Aika, they had not met in the tournament before, so they are facing each other, and unlike the open section where we might have to do some tie-break calculating, if we see a winner in that match, and let's just very quickly look at the pairings, we'll see that Super Chess will be white's on board 1. If there is a winner, they will win the Women's European Club Cup. So let's dive into this match, starting with board 1, Nino Batsiashvili against Bella Georgian clash.
Yeah, and this is fascinating on board reasons. Firstly, all Georgian, as you mentioned, Fiona, good friends, good teammates. Secondly, there are individual medals at play, at stake as well. And currently on board 1 in gold medal position is, let me check, is Kotenishvili. Actually, with the black pieces, she has a slightly better tournament performance than her opponent here that we see on the left, Batsiashvili. So if Batsiashvili wants to put her personal pride, personal glory kind of first, wanting to win. Striking with white here would guarantee her gold. A draw with black for Kotenishvili would guarantee her the gold medal. But of course, team first. Team
first. Batsiashvili is playing with the white pieces, so she will want to go for the full point anyway. And this game is already quite advanced. Let's quickly go back to the beginning and see how we got here.
Now we see the English opening to begin this one. To kick things off, it does shortly transpose into the symmetrical English, with black playing c5. And rather than go into any of these slower lines where white, for example, fianchettos, exploding the center. And okay, black plays g6, which tends to be played by players who like the Sicilian dragon or like the accelerated dragon, but also by players who don't mind a small space disadvantage. It's not the most challenging for white, however, because white is able to install this Maroczy bind, pawns on c4 and break out of these. We see a knight trade in the center tree, usually more often seen from the Sicilian, from the 1e4 move order. Now white drops the queen back off this scary diagonal. Black plays a5. Clearly both players, they know each other inside out. They know their preferences, their openings, and c5 now from white. Not just castling the king, trying to strike due to this pin on the d file. Black cannot touch this pawn because material would fall. And after queen to a5, maybe threatening something to do with this pin, maybe next when this knight on c3 would feel uncomfortable. We've seen a trade and white castle.
Very interesting stuff. I don't know how I feel about that pawn on d6, the isolated pawn. I think if I was black, I wouldn't about it. But what's black arguing? That the bishop on g7 is a monster?
I think so. Black's pieces are super active. There's only one drawback, and actually maybe it's a case of Kotenishvili here as black saying, please take my pawn. I want it to drop off the board because then I don't have to tie my pieces down defending it. I think the crux of, okay, it's actually white's move. Sorry, black's move even. I was going to say what happens if white takes this pawn immediately, but I think...
Maybe we can play a move like king h8 or...
Yeah, maybe I'll play bishop e6, a more productive move. King h8, unlikely to happen. But yeah, your point is relevant here. Queen takes pawn. What is the drawback? Is it black pushing now? Maybe not, because white could trade off queens, perhaps.
And how do we feel about this?
Yeah, here, at the very end, white would be able to solidify this knight, maybe. I'm not sure whether you jump into d5. You could maybe just hold things together with bishop to d4. Yes, this a pawn will drop, but it feels like it should fizzle out, everything just dropping off the board. Yeah, so I'm not sure you necessarily want to go greedy and grab this pawn. Yeah, I'm wondering whether black starts kicking around the white queen first as well. I would be shocked here, to be honest, if black takes a timeout to defend this pawn. It just looks like it's weak eternally. You don't want passive pieces. That would only handicap you here. And I think you just need to play active before white kind of puts a bishop on d4 and really clamps down in the center. Long term, white has a small strategic advantage, so black needs to play energetically to cancel that out.
Bella is still thinking there on the front right-hand side of your screen, so we'll see what she comes up with. For now, let's move to a clash between two very informed players this year, Nuriel Salimova and Dinara Wagner.
Okay, and this one will go quickly from the start. It's move 11 right now. There we see Wagner thinking it's her move. So we saw the Queen's Gambit declined this time, not accepted, as we saw from Vishy taking this pawn, and actually a trade of pawns in the center. Okay, a transposition to the right goes in defense, and after a lot of exchanges, actually, black defends the d pawn and actually keeps very ambitiously the bishop pair on the board. It would be very safe to just eliminate this knight, and it's a roughly level position. Instead, black tries to keep the bishop on, and maybe hints, well, both sides actually here, Fiona, especially with this last move, bishop b1, clear plan in mind.
The Fioni.
The Fioni attack, named in your honor. And black trying to do the same here, Fiona, maybe with the bishop dropping back to c7, staring this
But
down.
knight on f3,
Ooh.
no.
No, mate, knight on f3, you will not get past me. I don't know.
Good enough.
Good enough. We're struggling for puns and rhymes. It's been a long 7 days.
I think you must slowly, it's day 7, you must have exhausted.
The well is dry now. Definitely out of puns. But bishop to b1, a really interesting move. Maybe white won't even castle. For example, if black, I mean, maybe black brings the knight to f6 to mimic that knight in f6.
Maybe to f8.
No mate
even.
in the sticks.
No, but f8 would be more passive. I think the knight on f6 would make a lot of sense.
But just to show the idea, maybe white will go queen to d3, threatening some infiltration on h7. And if black blocks, there's some argument to be made for h4. I'm not 100% sure here, but it could be tried. Feels like Salimova is such an attacking player, as we found out at the World Cup. This is something she might be tempted by, especially black's king lacking any defenders right now.
Absolutely. I was just looking also into the tiebreaks. It looks like Super Chess have quite a big lead in terms of tiebreaks. So possibly Garudaika feeling like they need to win this match.
Wow, that's really, yeah, that could be essential actually. If it is a draw between these two 3-3, then there are still two teams who could catch them, Gaz Ukraine and Typhoon. and both of them are slightly behind Super Chess on the tie breaks. We should mention that the tie breaks, they are the Olympiad Sonnenborn-Berger, and I do believe it's the score against your opponents times by their score in the event. So it is a bit random. It will be relying on other teams' results in this final round. It could all change. It could switch significantly, but we'll come to that. We'll cross that bridge.
When we get there.
Yeah, when we get there.
For now, let's move to board 3, Irina Bulmaga against Teodora Inyac.
Okay, lots of pieces off the board in this one. Maybe we won't go back the whole way. It's 18 moves in already. It did come from the Berlin defense, but queens are on, Fiona. Queens are on the board.
The queen's on the board. Other than that, though, I'm not finding too much to get excited about right now. It's not a completely symmetrical pawn structure, but both structures, none of them have been damaged. We see the same material balance. This last move is interesting, b5 by black, and a question now for white. Do you want to take that pawn, or how do you react? Push it?
Yeah, push it, baby. Maybe you can take this pawn. I'm slightly reluctant to give up the A file. You might have to kind of give up control right now, and at least you have to watch your back rank. You have to watch for black to suddenly dive in, and some tactics in the air potentially. The option, as you mentioned, is maybe to push forward, although black now gets an extra tempo to get all the pawns running. Maybe you just leave it. I guess black doesn't necessarily, I mean, it is a pawn though. Oof.
It is a pawn, but one that, could we not regain it if it is captured? Let's say I play bishop f4, but if I play bishop f4, I give up the defense of b2 and suddenly the b file. Okay, maybe it's not so easy.
Then again, if you take, maybe I can play c4. Now valuation bar hates it, but I'm defending b2. I'm trying to pin. I'm trying to regain the pawn. The problem is black will create a protected pass pawn.
Yeah,
Still actually hard to win it.
That's not something we want.
Yeah, to be honest, out of the two players, I think I might take black, Fiona. Just the lines we're seeing here, either conquering the A file or at least asking some questions, taking a temporary material lead. It looks like it's Bulmaga who has more time on the clock. It's her with more questions to answer.
We'll come back to this one, see how she reacts to this b5 push. For now, let's go to the bottom board where Jokagal is taking on Marcel Efremsky.
Wow. Okay, the Fiona attack. She's got it the wrong way around, Fiona. Queen on b1, bishop on d3. They want to be switched, those pieces.
How did that queen get to b1? And why?
It just moved there. So we see a very kind of typical position from, again, a queen's gambit declined. And a queen on c2 looked pretty good, I've got to say. It just retreated now to b1. I think the idea is to initiate a minority attack if black hadn't pushed c5 in the current position, as she did just then. Marcel Efremsky, if she'd, for example, just mobilized her rook, then suddenly white would be ready to push forward with b4. We call this a minority attack because it's actually these two pawns, the b and a pawns, which will undermine black's 3. So 2 versus 3 here. You'll create, no matter what, an isolated pawn. And this type of plan, it's well known. Black has ways to counter against it, of course. It's not the end of the world, but I think Efremsky didn't want to sit there passively as black, especially due to the fact her bishop is a bit locked in. She tries to activate all of her pieces with the move c5. And I guess she's going to meet knight to b5 just with a simple queen retreat. Back to b8 just to cover the square. No infiltration here. It looks healthy for black. I've got to say, the game position, I don't see any real drawbacks.
This match, okay, we're only 1 hour in, but very much in the balance so far. How do you feel?
Yeah, I don't think we'll see any shockers in this game. Shocker girl, no? Oh, no. Early days, still in the balance on all boards.
Okay, so we've caught up with this match. We see actually on board 3 there has already been 1 draw agreed in the match between Red Star Belgrade and Gaz Ukraine. The board 4 match between Zhukova and Adela Velikic ending in a rather quick draw.
Yeah, really interesting because we do have a no draw before move 30 rule in place, and this was not a repetition. A bit odd. It looks like white was the one to offer a draw. I'm not sure exactly what's happened here, but either way, it looks like Gaz Ukraine are banking on their top 3 boards to do the business, still with a chance of gold if results go their way.
David, what I suggest we do, maybe we just quickly check in, I think, with the one game that is shaping up to be one of the most exciting of today, the one that all the fans want to see. We'll update Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then we'll go on a quick break.
Yeah, and there have been a few moves since we were last here, Fiona. We got a bit excited about this pawn sacrifice, pawn to b4.
I got very excited.
And the pawn capture, knight takes b4, taking up the mantle, taking up the challenge, was followed by a4 from Magnus. We were looking at just kind of giving up a second pawn, rook to b1, and we were thinking, oh, maybe black can continue being greedy. And we didn't see any punishment for this. Magnus said, okay, one pawn is enough for you, a4, queen back to d6, and okay, offering a queen exchange. Magnus, of course, cannot accept this. He's a pawn down. He runs away, and knight into d3, where it sits nice and pretty, but it's almost trapped. This is still a crazy position. And what do your attacking instincts tell you? Does white have enough compensation here?
It's a really weird one. I keep looking at that knight on d3, which sits so weirdly in the enemy camp. Right now it has no squares, but we can't really attack it. It's also controlling c5. I was just thinking, oh, I'd like to play knight b3 and knight c5, but then I saw, wait, the knight from d3 does cover that square. So I'm not really sure what to make of that position. If I had to put you on the spot, instinctively, would you rather play this on the black side, white or black side?
Right now, I would maybe say white, but I'm more used to being on the black side. I'm quite a greedy player. I normally try and make my opponents prove the compensation. It just all depends on whether black gets any counterplay. This bishop right now is a bit stuck, so there's only two plans really. You have to maybe try a mirror image of what white did earlier.
Actually, David, sorry to interrupt you. I just realized, look how much time Magnus has spent. This is very, very unusual.
Very unusual, and it was him who chose this whole opening variation. This does really reflect what we saw last week. You mentioned this match that the two had online in the Champions Chess Tour, and it was there again. Magnus was trying to be super creative, sacrificing, burning a lot of time on the clock though, and when the clock ticked down, it was Vachier-Lagrave whose nerves held up. Yeah, do you think MVL could be in preparation? Is Magnus in MV hell right now?
Oh my God. I think it's a great question. I think it's unlikely, but not impossible.
Yeah, it's a crazy position, and he's only spent 10 minutes to make some huge kind of committal decisions here as black. I think we'll maybe delve into variations after the break, but I'm expecting Magnus, after a bit of thought, to play moves like queen to c2, if my mouse
The mouse needs a break as well.
White's just to play queen c2, and black at some point will need to deal with this bishop on f8, just need to get pieces into the game. The black king is going to be a long-term target.
Magnus somehow, while the mouse was recuperating, has gained 6 minutes on the clock. I don't know how he did it. Either way, we are going to go on a quick break now, but the action is shaping up in a very, very exciting way. So do stay with us, and we'll see you on the other side of this. Hello and welcome back to the final day of this European Club Cup 2023. And we are joined now by the ECU President, Grandmaster Zurab Asmarfarashvili. Zurab, thank you so much for joining us. It's the last day. Tell us your impressions about this tournament.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for great job what you're doing actually. We have numbers, how it's going things, and we are very satisfied with this, and especially with your work, and once again, thanks. Up to now, you know, first of all, for me, it's important how the tournament starts. And when we reach this record number 110, I mean, it's really amazing that how it's growing up without additional investment. Always when it's something is growing up, new investment need, and it looks like that for future, of course, to keep the tension, we need more investment to this direction. Up to now, everything is going well, and the last round, we just discussed very friendly about this, that who can be winner in case of this or that, and it's very unclear situation. That's what any sport, including chess, we need. So.
Of course, you're not just the ECU president, you're also a very strong player in your own right. I imagine you have been following the games during the tournament. Do you have a favorite game that's been played so far?
So you understand that I'm following mainly derby. So derby is always interesting to follow the Magnus game. He's in the brilliant form, really. It looks like to me that he's a very good teammate player, which is, to be honest, when somebody is reaching the top Everest, you know, normally they are very individual. To me, looks like this Magnus is exception. And why he's exception? Because the team is Norwegian. So he's somehow promoting the nation of Norway, and of course you cannot have all Norwegian. For example, there are some teams even probably they don't have the national player. So, but what last years, because Magnus was doing this in ECU, playing the European Club Cup. It's if I in memory, it's a fourth Club Cup in his history, which is for us it's very big asset. And he grow the club and he make all these efforts. I don't know who is behind also, who is helping him. Clearly that some people are helping him, and but what they reach, this is really important to see from the sportsmanship manner. You know that this is a way how our chess players, how our leaders have to behave and build the strategy. So mainly, I told you that I'm following. I was very impressed. Of course, I'm not forgetting our female players. I'm also monitoring. To me, to say that Monaco, for example, play not bad here. It's not a big surprise because always on the top. Sometimes you have to fail, and sometimes your team is becoming a little bit old. You have to refresh the team. All this, I think they will learn from the mistakes. This is normal, and good that new teams are coming. And especially for the female section, when we have 26 teams, this is very important. Because I remember even in my period, during my period, that somewhere was even 7 team, 8 team. It's really not good for women chess. But now, last year, with a big effort of FIDE, and I believe also we are following as ECU, women chess become more and more popular, and you see the picture here. That's good.
Speaking of women's chess, you mentioned there is a big clash between the top two Georgian players, actually,
Yes.
Nina Vatsiashvili and Bela Khotanashvili,
Yeah.
between Super Chess and Garuda. So, Rep, I will put you on the spot. Will you predict a result between these two players as well as between Magnus?
I would like
MPL?
their game will be the decisive. This is good for Georgia, and of course for our club couples as well, because these two players, they are not from somewhere. They are on the top very long time, and expectable that just recently they become the world champion, which was very important. That both players play very well. So it was my expectation that they have to meet somewhere, and I don't think it will be last round, but I'm very happy with this.
What about Magnus against MVL? What's your prediction for that one?
Okay, well, I was there when he made this move, Queen A4 check. So it was clear that he don't want to go for some deep, not analysis, but today's even not analysis, where it's everything is done by computer and by all this. Clearly, he was trying to move out Vasher from any kind of preparation. And to me, looks like even his position probably is not better right now, but it's first of all playable. It's a risky position for both sides. And what exactly, I believe that what Magnus need. He succeed. I don't know how he will develop, how he will play it, but he succeed from the theory to get what he want to.
Absolutely. I maybe just have one final question. This European Club Cup has been a huge success. A couple of months, or just next month, there will be the European Team Chess Championship as well. What's on the agenda for the ECU?
And I can tell you that again, Magnus is helping a lot. He's playing there also, so I can say, because the organizer already informed us that he's in the list of the players. So it's a great. I mean, we expect in Montenegro that very high number of the participation. Here, I want to just add few words in favor of the organizer, because when they planned this tournament, it was obvious for us that Albania will do everything, especially Errol Dervishi, who is a good friend of mine, and I believe that many of you. So that he will do his best, because from chess point, he's a chess grandmaster. At the same time, very successful man in the life, and somehow now he's responsible for Albanian chess. So he wants to bring something very good. And when ECU decided to grant the event to Albania, this was the main aim, that this will be beneficial for European Chess Union and as well to promote chess in Albania. And up to now, I can tell you that he is doing his best. And we believe that today, when the closing ceremony will finally held, that the winners will be there, everybody will feel that, okay, they once again want to play in Albania. Now come back to the European team event. Not only the team championship will be there, also will be General Assembly, which Montenegro kindly offer us to organize. I believe that there will be a new decision, new tournament. So normal General Assembly of European Chess Union is granting the, no, we have a bidding procedure, and the winner there by voting of the delegates. It's not board decisions. We never decide by the board to have this or that organizer. It's more democratic, we believe, and you will see the future. We will see the future of the European Chess Union after this. But up to now, I know that European Chess Union, especially his general secretary, is working very well, and we grow up in the last years after especially COVID period. We will have very good financial year, which is also very important for the union, and we will have a possibility to invest a little bit more in the new projects, which I can tell you that our, for example, we create new commissions in there's also commission, the social commission, media and communication, and TRG. Our TRG, Trainers Commission. I can tell you that Ivan Sokolovic, the leader of the Trainers Commission, and he bid first ever syllabus for chess for 2 groups. Right now it's a registration is going. Many top trainers, they invest their thoughts about this, and we build that really very good. I'm very happy with this, and I believe that people very soon will feel how this will help to grow up in the different categories before 1900 and after 1900. Let's say like this. This I like very much, and well, I'm happy with this, how European Chess Union is working, and in the if somebody will be more successful, of course, we will find a way how to support more.
Fantastic. Well, Zurab, thank you so much for your time, for joining us in the studio.
Thank you very much
today.
again for the invitation, and good luck, and let's see the game today. I believe that, you know, somewhere after 5 hours will be more clear who is going to win the, yeah, of course, first place always is the first place. Second and third, sorry, but will not replace. Thank you.
We shall see. Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Zurab.
much. Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the day and of the tournament.
Sure,
Best of
sure.
luck.
Be sure that I'm following in the restaurant or in the cafeteria or in the bus or in the car or in the room. Everywhere I'm following the game. So even here, before we start, we are following.
Fantastic. And David, we are going to jump back
you.
into the action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. And we have seen a lot of action in the chess. As Zurab says, the winner takes it all. It's all about the win here. And Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I think we will start with this game because the dust is settled. It was a bit of a tactical mess for a while.
Has changed dramatically.
Exactly. Queens are off the board, all minor pieces off the board. It's a double rook endgame. And if we backtrack all the way, actually 7-8 moves from when we last joined this game, we did, as predicted, see Magnus improve his queen. Black played bishop to d5. The main problem for black is the development. This bishop on f8, the rook on h8, not participating. Magnus improved his pieces, and I think just before Magnus is allowed to attack, either by bringing his knight forward or maybe playing a move such as rook to b5, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was the one to initiate all of those exchanges, the tactical flurry, pawn to e5, these bishops are staring off at each other. Magnus said, yep, I'll take your pawn, restoring the material balance. And actually after knight takes knight, Magnus said, I'll take another pawn. This one is check. There's a few pieces up for grabs here as well, so white is guaranteed to win the piece back. A queen trade was offered by Vachier-Lagrave, and just to show what happened, queens came off the board, bishops came off the board, and black, being a pawn down temporarily, restored the material balance. A nice clearance sacrifice, hitting the white knight on d2. Currently, the black bishop is maybe superior to the white knight, so Magnus understandably allowed that exchange. And another quick move, king to g3. We said earlier, Fiona, Magnus really low on the clock, but suddenly, after the last 7-8 moves played almost instantly, it looks like a healthy clock situation for both players. And it's level pawns, but very imbalanced. 3 on this side versus white's 1. How easily black can push those pawns, that pawn majority, is a big question. And white on the other flank, 4 versus 2. White will be aiming to push forward with the f and e pawns. I don't know about you, first instincts, Fiona.
Yeah, I mean, that pass pawn on e5, only 3 squares away, but it doesn't have a pawn that can help it. The f pawn is blocked by the black g pawn. I am also wondering, when MVL have some nightmares, will he remember his work ending against Richard Rapport a couple of days ago? As for the position, the fact that Magnus played into it, I don't know how forced do you feel this whole line we saw was? Do you think something Magnus wanted, or he just didn't have a choice?
I think it was a bit of both. I think if we backtrack to when that all started with pawn to e5, it was Vachier-Lagrave, I mean, who went into this. If he'd played e6, for example, I think white had ideas such as rook to b5, and actually this knight is pretty much cut off behind enemy lines. So I think Vachier-Lagrave went into this, and Magnus, his hand was forced. He is a pawn down. I think he's actually quite glad Magnus doesn't take yeah, on one hand, he needed to. On the other hand, Magnus is well known as an endgame genius, and the current position, I think maybe at least white's plan is more straightforward than black's. White will push forward f4, maybe f5 if possible. I'm not sure what black is doing in the meantime. Black has to decide whether to start pushing immediately with his majority. Kind of technically in chess wisdom says push on the side you're stronger. The other thing I would say is maybe black can push some pawns because the white king is not entirely out of the woods. Black would love to get this rook into the game as well, so lots of different plans here. Maybe 3 different plans for black, activating a rook, pushing on the queen side or the king side. And yeah, it's Vachier-Lagrave for the first real time in this game has stopped to think. Maybe some preparation, Fiona.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw some. I'm very curious. I would be curious to know where it ended. As for this endgame, my guess is, as you can see also from the evaluation bar, roughly in the balance, but maybe a bit easier to play for white.
Yeah, it feels like the stakes are higher, at least now. If maybe one more set of rooks come off and then the black pawns start running down the board, then I'll say this is turning, momentum black. But right now, for example, if I just play a quiet move, maybe rook to d8, whoa, we see the evaluation bar will shoot up immediately.
That's insane.
I said this was one of the main plans. How can this be suddenly almost winning for white? It looks like black's coming in, maybe coming into d3. Is it white just pushing pawns? Maybe.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that this is favorable for white is, okay, I can play a move rook d3, rook b3 maybe, but white is just going to push forward with these pawns in the near future. I'm surprised it says this much of an advantage. I'll just defend my pawn here, move into the center. Clearly, apparently, according to the engine at least, our silicon friend, these two pawns far more dangerous than black's extra pawns, which haven't yet started any race. I must admit, I'm shocked. We don't see the moves here. Just to remind our viewers, we just see the evaluation bar. But to say it's totally winning here for white is...
It's crazy.
Yeah, almost beyond belief. This is the maximum that Magnus could have ever hoped for.
But I mean, having seen the evaluation jump after a natural move like rook d8, I changed my opinion on the position. I think even though the bar now might be in the balance, I think Magnus with the far better chances in this endgame.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that if a pawn ever gets to f5, a pawn on e6 will totally tie down black's king and or rook. So you have maybe 2 or 3 moves here as black to cut across white's plans. I'm wondering whether h5 or g5 might be necessary. Let's just put one other natural move on the board. If black starts pushing his pawn majority, there we go. We see it again. The bar races up in white's favor. Maybe now actually white is able to create some counterplay against this pawn. It's a bit separated from the rest of its pack. Okay, Fiona, it's got to be something to do with counterplay then.
Yeah, but I mean, if Maxime is already in such a tricky spot, it really tells you something. Let's take a look at h5 first.
Yeah, maybe I'm inclined towards g5 more. Maxime looks like he's suffering a bit on the camera. The French school of suffering, they sometimes joke, but here it's really unpleasant. And the reason I'm not so sure about h5 is because firstly, white can push the f-pawn again, but even h4 slows down black, and this pawn is a backward pawn. Strategically, this is a bit risky. Maybe actually we'll see f4, and even if white's king is pushed to the edge of the board to defend this h2 pawn, wow. I mean, computers think that this formation is just winning for white, which, yeah, mysterious.
Yeah, after h5, h4, I was wondering, can black ever give up the g-pawn?
Yeah. You
g5.
called it. Yeah. Pawn takes pawn, check. And white isn't in time to connect 4, or at least connect 4.
But it's such a bizarre position.
Yeah, this pawn is hanging. If I step across, you check me. If I step up the board, you take me. And yeah, I mean, this position, black is getting counterplay. So I think he needs to try something like this. Maybe g5. Let's see if the bar jumps. Boom.
No.
So maybe we found the only move so far that holds the balance. And I think the idea here is that you open things up. This is really counterintuitive. But you need counterplay with both of your rooks against the white king. Here, if you step to the edge of the board, maybe black can start going behind and rounding up some of white's pawns. Okay, it might already be critical then, Fiona. We haven't seen anything other than g5 yet for black that holds even close to equality, and not an obvious move.
If you were in MVL's shoes, I always wonder about the psychology. Would the double rook ending against Richard's report haunt you? You know you took a wrong step there?
Definitely. I've gone through phases in my career of suffering in rook endgames, and as soon as one appears on the board, you're like, oh no, not again, not again. Even if they're kind of elementary endgames, you still have a bit of a battle of confidence within yourself. And here it's far from the typical rook endgame. It's kind of a weird pawn structure. Both rooks on the board, which you mentioned, just adding a bit of extra spice. Black would love to, for example, trade off one set of rooks and roll his pawns down. I think the reason black's pawns don't run as fast is because they're easily stopped by white's rooks, whereas these pawns will not be stopped by black's rooks. I mean, I'm still in shock that this is so favorable for white if black isn't accurate, but we do know Magnus Carlsen, he's won countless endgames like this before.
Yeah, I think, as you said, he'll be very happy, and we are probably going to take some time here to try and figure out the most precise move. So we will move on to board 2, Martirosyan against Steil-Antoni.
Okay, let's hike our way over to this game, Fiona. Rook h6, the last move by black. This was the Berlin defense. And okay, white has really beautiful knights, I've got to say, but I'm not sure what he's doing with them. These Berlins are so hard to kind of evaluate just because white has this long-term advantage, but no immediate plan.
You're a Berlin player. How do you feel about Steil-Antoni's position?
I don't really like allowing my opponent this material imbalance. We talk about the bishop pair too much, maybe, Fiona, on this broadcast. At least I do. And this trade of dart squared bishop, which actually just happened a few moves ago, we saw dart squared bishops leave the board. I feel that this always favors white, especially if you can set up 2 beautiful knights on dart squares. It feels like black is just waiting, passive, no real counterplay. This last move, rook h6, basically says you shall not pass on the 6th rank. Maybe stopping white's ideas of pushing forward, but this bishop as well is going to be sidelined. I don't think it really wants to step back into the center because this pawn structure is really bad for black long term with an isolated pawn. So the bishop most likely will go the other way. Oh, wow, maybe not, because it might get locked. Okay, not even this.
What
Let's
are
guess.
we missing here?
Oh, okay, now it must be pawn to e6.
e6 and just, yeah.
Now the bishop doesn't control the square. So maybe actually black has to accept a bad pawn structure. The idea here is that if black tries to block it, there's a fork. Yeah, so I think I would start with b3 if I were Martirosyan, and at least say, go back please, and I will take you with one of these knights with a small advantage. It's not that much. It's just a white knight on an outpost and a slightly better pawn structure. But
A bit more time on the clock as well, so I think if anything we would take white, but nothing dramatic happening just yet. So shall we check in with board 3, where, wow, things are happening in the game between Ariantari and Jules Moussard.
yeah, Ariantari, who was the only player to lose a game for Offerspiel yesterday, costing them the victory. Looks like he's really turned on the style today. I love the fact that he went aggressive. We last left this game after pawn to g4. We thought, okay, this one is going to heat up very, very quickly. This Sicilian defense, b5, striking on the other flank, forcing the black knight back now. And okay, I really love what Ariantari's done, especially, but he forces r5 now. Knight to d5 for white, beautiful outpost. After knight c5 hitting this pawn, he's happily trading off his bishop for the knight. And a couple of moves later, he installs his bishop on this newly carved out outpost on c4. I mean, this just looked like domination on the light squares, Fiona.
Yeah, I really, really like Arian's position. I'm not even sure. One thing I wonder about in this position is, what about the kings?
I think that's the key question, where to go for either side. For black, it feels unlikely you go kingside, just because you'll be walking into the eye of the storm with white already having pushed pawn to g5. This diagonal looks really vulnerable, but castling queenside might be tough to prepare. And actually, there has been another move, pawn to h6. So Jules Moussard is saying, I'm definitely not castling kingside. The black king will not sit safely there. He's actually trying to open up lines for some counterplay. I think black is just so stuck that he needs something to do. So h6 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and the question is, how do we react? The pawn on g5 is under attack right now. I would love to defend it with a move like queen d2, but I can't because the rook on h1 is undefended.
Yeah, wow. The fact that the computer says this is still maybe slightly favorable for white is incredible, because you've just given up a pawn.
Do you just castle now and give up everything, or?
Yeah, wow. This is pretty cool, just giving up the whole king side, but just to get white's king to safety. I think the question of kings, Fiona, is pretty much that white's king wants to go queenside because it's far the safest side right now. But I don't expect him to play queen d2, knowing Tari a bit. I think he'll want to take a safe option.
But what do you think he will do? I mean, is it not a little too late for safe options here?
Yeah, I have a feeling...
Rook g1?
Yeah, rook g1 will be his choice, just because he likes to keep things safe if he can. He's had a tough tournament, confidence a bit brittle. And rook g1 makes a lot of sense in that you might even want to push g6 to open up the rook on the g file. The downside is you get kind of an open h file for black right now, but I don't think black can make use of this. The other one, the more ambitious move, would be actually pawn to g6. maybe giving up this pawn and then going for your plan, Fiona, of castling queenside, because this is now a big weakness.
But it looks like Arian is spoiled for choice. All the obvious or natural moves, let's say, that we've looked at, all leave him with a sizable advantage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of these two, rook g1 or g6. It just feels like he won't allow the capture on black's terms. He'll react to that first. But a beautiful position for white, all to do with the dominance of the bishop and knight right now on the light squares. Just a beautiful position and great start for Offershville in this game at least.
Absolutely. Let's check in with board 4, Grigoriy Oparin against Pranav.
Okay, and we saw Norway versus France in the previous game. This time it's India against, I think Oparin might have switched to the US. So, okay, this position, we left it quite a while ago. Should we just catch up on the action?
Let's do it, yes.
So we left it, well, not here even. We left it around here with black pinning this white knight. White opened the center. I'm a bit surprised by this, Fiona, but he now avoided this queen trade. I think the queen trade would have meant that black was rock solid, and keeping queens on the board adds some extra spice, but bishop back to c8.
Very mysterious.
Very mysterious. I guess here, Pranav, who's a very active player, didn't want to part with his light squared bishop. If you capture here, then white has full control over the light squares. So bishop c8, b4.
And here it comes. We were talking earlier, or actually it doesn't come just yet, but in the game, after queen e8, rook d1, here it comes, king h7, and black is finally getting ready now for this f5 push that we talked about an hour and a half ago.
Yep, an hour and a half ago, but it's finally in the air, and white plays knight c4, maybe just hoping that eliminating this black knight will take some of the sting out of pushing with f5. And the question for black is, again, to trade or not to trade. Taking this knight off would kind of relieve some space issues that you might have. You might not get cramped. Black at the moment is kind of struggling for air. The other option looks quite appealing as well, keeping the knight on, but attacking this backward pawn. I think this would be my go-to option here, Fiona. White defends this pawn, I'm not sure how, and maybe now it's time for f5. And
Yeah, let's take a quick look at this.
yeah, f5 breaking out. Oof, computer says no, yet again. But I think this would be the human approach. And
Is it to do with the e5 pawn
Yeah.
being loose?
it might just be that this pawn is too weak. For example, pawn takes pawn. Next move, white will take this knight and then eliminate the pawn on e5. And I don't think black will be defending it enough times. So maybe this type of position just really tense. It might be time to go solid, which isn't his middle name, Pranav. He hates solidity. He wants to go active in any type of position, very aggressive player. But maybe he just builds up before later playing for this pawn break. I think I would choose white, Fiona, but not by much.
Yeah, me too. It feels like he is setting up the pieces in the way he wants, but the bishop having had to drop back all the way, and now white getting quite active, probably not exactly what he wanted. We see Pranav there deep in thought. Shall we leave him to it for now and move on to board 5, Erik Hansen against Sergei Movsesian?
Okay, and this battle between two time travel addicts, between Erik Hansen and his own time travel issues. This one hasn't changed too much. It's still the same pawn structure. We won't rewind here the whole way to the start. Let's just outline that it is the what they call the Carlsen structure, b2, c3, d4 against black's kind of corresponding rock solid structure here. I prefer the white pieces, I've got to say, just because black's bishop on b7 is a bit bad. But maybe with this last move, Sergei Movsesian pushing a pawn forward, maybe he's going to try and trade off his worst bishop. And white's dark square bishop is a bit stuck.
Last time we were here, I asked you, how do you feel about this position as a Caro-Kann player? You were bemoaning the bishop on c8. And it looks like finally that bishop is getting ready to trade itself off. As white, is there anything you can do to try and prevent this trade?
I don't see any way. One thing you would love to do is somehow relocate the knight, just pick it up and drop it magically on the b5 square. But I do have a feeling if you kind of bring it back around, it might get eliminated before it jumps to b5 by the black bishop once it lands on a3. And yeah, right now, I think there's a bit of a standoff here, Fiona, as well. I think Erik would love to castle the white king, but this would be
inviting
pawn to g5. And even if the computer isn't 100% convinced, this looks a bit scary with pawns flooding towards the white king. It feels like a waiting game in terms of castling. I think Erik will be reluctant to castle, but look at his clock already. 33 minutes left in a high pressure situation with white still only 14 moves into the game.
It's not so easy to come up with a move.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe bishop to b5, maybe pawn to g3 if you want to get the bishop back to f4 where it previously stood. Yeah, it's one of those positions, it's so tense, it's just lots of, I mean, everything's still on the board pretty much apart from a pair of pawns. And yeah, Sergei Movsesian maybe as the more experienced player, a bit more comfortable here, despite the fact it's in the balance objectively.
Yeah, we see Eric Diepenfort, he's gonna have to speed up. I think, as you said, this decision whether or not to castle might be what's holding him up right now. We'll come back and see what he decides on. For now, let's go to Mathieu Cornet and Frode Urkedal.
Wow, and okay, the clock times are, I'm pretty sure, wrong in this game. Urkedal, I believe, has been spending a lot of time on the clock, and the evaluation bar is quite significantly in white's favour. Let's go back to the moment we left this one because it is dramatic. We saw actually a pawn sacrifice here from white, knight to c3. I think there's been a small transmission error. The DGT boards, big gods, are telling us black played rook e5. I can guarantee he didn't play this move because of pawn takes rook. I think
not just giving up the rook, but also a piece in the process.
Exactly. I think what happened was rook takes rook in this position, and the white queen took. So I'm going to whiz ahead to this position. Oh wow, there's not a rook on e3. Just everyone use your imagination, pretend this rook isn't there. What happened was after bishop takes, let's fast forward. Bishop takes here, white played the move bishop to f4, and I'm going to make that happen magically. Okay, bishop to f4. And a few moves down the line, okay, this is really messed up this board right now. It's actually white's move in this position. I'm going to try and make some magic happen. White played the move bishop to g5, which was met by pawn to f6. So let's somehow get there. Again, it's the position with opposite colours.
Maybe we just go to the live position.
Yeah, let's go to the live position. Assuming black did just play king to h8, I don't really like black's position here. There's so many attacking chances. I'm looking at ideas like, okay, maybe not queen e4 immediately, maybe bishop to d3 first. Fiona, just I want to set up your favoured Fiona attack, go for checkmate against the black king.
You know what I suggest, David? I suggest that we leave this game for now because we can't have certainty that we're actually even looking at the right position. So our producer has reported this. I'm sure the game will be fixed in a moment. So we'll come back to this one a bit later on. Okay. So let's check in with the board one match. Novi board, the defending champions against Super Chess, the joint leaders with Offerspin.
Yeah, let's jump into that game. We did have an audience member here a few moments ago who was sleeping, and maybe it's because this match was a Novi bore. But meanwhile, a takes b3, last move from white. Fiona, white's a pawn up in this game between Vincent Keimer and Richard Rapport.
How did that happen?
Yeah, let's jump in. Let's ignore my terrible pun. And okay, I was in the tournament hall during our break earlier when this position we pretty much predicted. Vincent Keimer played the move knight, trying to trade off pieces at any cost, and this knight was simply left on the c5 square. I don't know if this is transmission error or it's just a mark of genius from Richard Rapport. I think any normal, sane human would have reacted to this tension between the knights. He said, no, take me, please. He just retreats his own knight. He's actually coming round for white's bishop, which is a bit stuck on f3. We saw white's rook centralize.
Why did white not take?
Good question. I think there's a tactic here. After bishop takes pawn, black has, at the very least, a counter-strike. Bishop takes h3. The idea is that white's king will be opened up if you take the bishop and suddenly double attack, check, and I'll regain the material next. Suddenly black has full control over the dark squares. White's king is just in ruins and level material. Instead, okay, clever stuff from Rapport. First, white played rook to d1, creating some threats on the d-file. Black's queen jumped out. White took this pawn instead of the other way, and after a trade, black's pieces are pouring forward, Fiona. This looks like the makings, the outline of quite a scary attack.
Yeah, bishop e5, hitting the rook, also looking down towards the white king. Okay, first question is, where does the white rook retreat to?
Yeah, does the white rook retreat at all is another question. Maybe white sacrifices. If black were to ever take, then white would dominate the dark squares. It's a kind of the exchange sacrifice, but quite a promising one. But let's assume that the rook moves, because I think that would be the most logical approach. I'm expecting maybe a square like d3 just to hypothetically defend along the third rank. And where is the breakthrough for black?
So is knight g5 still a move?
Knight g5 definitely threatening, big threat to take this bishop. This knight can be eliminated. I don't really want to play this as white because suddenly you give up the dark squares. Again, this bishop is maybe the most valuable piece on the board. Great compensation for black. The queen is even sneaking in. g4, an idea to break open white's king side.
I kind of like it for black. In fact, maybe I'm more convinced by your exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, I think he would love to, for example, in this position, just kind of force black to take this rook. But the problem is maybe black doesn't take the rook. Maybe black doesn't react. Wow, is there a trick here? I'm wondering if bishop takes pawn is available now, due to the fact that the white rook is actually on a vulnerable square. Here, black is threatening a nasty checkmate kind of sequence, or at least some type of checkmate attack, attacking this bishop as well. And if the bishop drops back, queen check, this is only possible because the white rook sits on d6 still, so we can take the rook at the end, and black is one material. He does drop back, therefore, rook to d3 just been played by Vincent Keimer. This is a crazy position. Rapport, after playing really solid the last 2 days, or at least attempting to be solid, he's really kind of let the shackles loose, and he's going for this game, despite the fact he's black.
Do you think this is a bit uncomfortable for Vincent, despite the bar telling us white is doing fine?
Definitely. If the clock times are correct in this game as well, which I think they might be, I think they will be right, then Vincent's under half an hour. With white, they've only made 17 moves, and he's facing an attack against the white king. Big threats, and knight takes bishop, maybe even knight takes pawn. It's white reacting, white on the back foot, despite the extra pawn right now.
Let's move on to the next board. Very exciting stuff indeed, where Vishy Anand is playing against Niels Grandelius.
Okay. Wow, this position's changed as well, Fiona.
Let's rewind a little bit.
Let's rewind. We saw this position after bishop takes knight. Niels Grandelius, after a bit of thought, recaptured with his knight. And white did as predicted. Okay, we got some moves right. Attacking this pawn now. And after a trade of pawns in the center, rook to b8. Simply defending on b7. White played queen e3. And yeah, during the break earlier, I was walking around. Anand had played this move, looked quite relaxed. d4, really trying to seize the initiative here, pushing forward at all costs. And we see that pawn continue pushing forward to d3. It looks like it's just kind of marching foolishly kind of too far forward, not really fully supported. But black does have a big potential threat in the position. There we see Anand on the screen. Can he stand his position? No?
No.
He can't stand his position right now.
Too much.
Too much, David. Oh, I should stop trying to freestyle. Fiona.
Rook d1.
Is this the threat? Rook takes knight.
Looks very scary, at least. Let's put it on the board.
Yeah, let's say white goes pawn hunting, which is maybe the most natural move right now. Black, I think Niels Grandelius intends to sacrifice on f3. That's the only reason he pushed his pawn to d3, to sever the connection on the third rank.
White has no choice but to take, and now...
Big question. Does the knight come in? Does the knight take this pawn? Maybe you give a check first to the white king. The white king slides to safety, or I say safety.
Maybe even queen h5.
Yeah, queen h5. I'm slightly reluctant to let white's queen in to defend, although the evaluation bar says no. Let's say...
But f3 was still hanging, and...
Oh yeah, f3 was hanging there, actually, you're right. Why does the computer hate queen h5? It looks so natural. Maybe white just takes?
Takes, yeah.
And maybe it's important that knight takes e5 not possible right now. It looks winning for black. It looks like you're about to break through, but black rank issues. And you give up your queen, you get mated as black. So, oof.
Very sharp stuff.
Sharp stuff. Maybe in this position, if black just wants to kind
Maybe
of
just take.
chill, just take this pawn. You have a beautiful knight, you've got a beautiful pawn as well on d3, and you're coming in, still threats against the white king. I'm really shocked the evaluation bar says equal here, because it looks like black is just in control. A minimal sacrifice for a big attack.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to the live position for a second.
Okay. He's played rook to d1.
d1, wow, so we might see it.
Yeah, maybe this is clever though from Anand. Rook takes knight. He's banking on the fact he has this square, the escape square on f1, rather than the variation we showed. but still.
The computer is not moving. The bar is just not moving. Can we take the pawn?
Yeah, and now at least maybe one difference of leaving the c1 rook on this square is you can take this pawn, but again, no.
Knight takes.
Yeah, knight takes f3, threatening checkmate, and if I take this pawn, how do you finish off?
Maybe rook e. Oh, my knight is hanging. Okay, check.
Yeah, check. This looks over because suddenly the black rook joins decisively. 3 pieces, that's 3 is the magic number, they say, and you get the white king in the end. Wow, Anand is really, really living life on the edge here. I think Niels Grandelius has got a great shot if he takes this knight, at least in practical terms. It doesn't feel like black's risking anything either.
We know Niels very well. Do you think he will take on f3?
Yeah, I don't think he'll hesitate. I think he's gone one step too far. He's said A by pushing his pawn forward. Either he loses this pawn next move to white's rook, or he takes this knight. Looks like a Grandelicious sacrifice for black right now. Take this knight and
Grandelicious, for once, is not a made-up pun. That is his username on chess.com.
It is.
And yeah, we'll see. I think rook f3 will appear. Where was the bail? Did we even find the bailout?
Yeah, Anand, after this check, we're kind of presuming knight takes pawn right now. The bailout must be preventing this move, so we can narrow down the options. Is it centralizing maybe? Queen to d5 just to cover this square. It still looks terrifying, I've got to say. Black's rook is going to join the action on one of these squares soon. I mean, Anand here, nerves are still. Of course, he's a fantastic defender. He's fantastic in all departments of the game, Anand. But
if we just saw Niels there and we just see, you know, half of his face on the right-hand side of your camera, for a man who has this position on the board against Vishy Anand, he looks very relaxed.
Yeah, he's pretty chilled in general, Niels. We know him well. He's got a very distinctive laugh for anyone who has had the luck to talk to him or interview him. I've never met anyone with such enthusiasm for chess. But he looks pretty serious, kind of a mix between chilled and serious. I think he'll take this knight. Yeah, as we said, he said A, he's got to say B.
And I don't know, there was a hand coming forward, but that was actually board 4. We'll get there in a second. First, we'll go to board 3, David Navarra against Bogdan Deák.
Yeah, let's jump there. And this one, a lot of pawns pieces have come off the board. We last left it quite a while ago in this position, all the way back in the opening. Still a well-known position, knight to b4. I believe this is opening theory. White's knight drops back. Black takes as much space in the center as possible. Black has a lot of space now in the center. But after a few more moves, it is white who, after a trade on c3 and a trade of bishops, is able to break in the center. And position looks quite promising to me for white, Fiona, at least on a superficial glance. Big threat on the board. Yeah,
do you have to step the queen out of the c file?
Maybe you have to step away. That would make a lot of sense. Okay, the computer's unsure about this one, but very human approach, putting pressure on d4. Yeah, it just looks a bit weird for black with a knight on g4.
I'm surprised that the bar, if we rewind one move and come back to the live position, the engines don't seem to see a problem with black's position.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it knight b4? Is it knight takes d4? You have to do something, as you mentioned, with queen and knight.
Let's take a look at knight d4.
Okay, let's say we take here. Stamp of approval from Silicon Gods there. Knight takes, pawn takes. And it's one of those situations, we saw something similar in the women's section with a black weak backward d pawn, but here maybe it's just counterbalanced by black's activity. Maybe as well you can get queens off the board in the near future. I'm not sure you want to rush, but if queens disappear from the board due to some pressure on f2, I think they're guaranteed to come off. It feels holdable. It's not the worst weakness in the world. It's only one weakness after all on d6, and black kind of doesn't need to defend it yet. White can't get pieces attacking this pawn. Looks like Bogdan Daniel Deák should be solid enough. We see him in the back of the camera there. As long as he makes kind of safe, pragmatic decisions right now, I think knight takes pawn, just getting as many pieces off the board as possible, makes sense.
Deák, a player who I find very hard to read.
Yeah, hard to predict, hard to read. Yeah, I think he's got a lot of fans just because it's pure entertainment when he plays on the board and or clock.
As a captain, it might not be the same story if you were here for the thriller a few days back between Super Chess and Team Burger Gashimov. That was quite the sight to behold. But now let's move on to board for Jordan van Forees against Van Nguyen. Before seeing the position, I was going to say that Jordan doesn't look too happy. And I genuinely had not seen the position, so he's easier to read than Derek, I think, for sure.
Jordan's had a tough 24 hours. He needs to pull things together now. And the position on the board, I would say, looks quite pleasant for Black, but I'm really surprised that so far the evaluation bar in Black's favour, or at least giving Black a significant advantage right now. White's last move was knight to g4. We haven't seen that much action, so we won't recap kind of the last 5-10 moves. But big question, Fiona, how does Black react to this tension between the knights, and how does Black safeguard the d5 pawn, which is the immediate target?
I would be tempted to take on g4 first.
And then do something about this pawn.
Yeah, move the knight, but I don't have too many. Yeah, maybe knight a5, but is there discovered?
Yeah, knight a5. I was wondering about some tactics in the center here. Knight takes pawn, but I don't think they work.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's just knight to b3. The idea here for White, we should mention, is that bishop takes is met by, for example, bishop takes knight, deflecting the Black queen away from the defense of its bishop in the center. And White wins a pawn. So knight b3, I think you called it. And White has some nice jumps, some knight jumps even. Not nice jumps, maybe some nice jumps too.
Nice knight jumps.
Exactly. The problem is these two pieces are attacked, this knight now attacked. I think Black will win some material. Actually, this looks really pleasant, knight to a5. If the tactics do work in Black's favor, knight b3 coming. In the current position, I also wonder whether he can jump in with knight to e4.
Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very risky, knight to e4. Just because you're changing the structure, breaking the structure. But White's left with a bit of a silly piece here.
Looks like you found a top move.
Yeah, but if Black gets two more moves, for example, let's say White wastes time, as you say, f5, and if Black gets time to install a knight on d5, let's say something like this. I mean, this knight is just, gorgeous. I want to take a screenshot of this knight on d5 right now.
You know what I was just thinking? Both these players were tragic figures for their teams the past couple of days. Yesterday with Jordan losing the endgame, 2 days ago, and Nguyen failing to win a winning position against Pranav.
When did he do that?
Huh?
When did he do that? Oh. Is he going to tie or die in this game, do you think, Fiona?
What I was getting at is that today one of them gets a chance at redemption. Right now it looks...
No, thanks for breezing past that. Redemption.
I think it was lost on so many people that I thought if I whisk past, maybe they won't notice. And it looks like the one who's doing the better job at this shot at redemption right now is Nguyen.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, he's gone for this line. We mentioned, again, two more moves. If Black gets f5 and gets time to relocate his knight into d5, I think it's just going to be over. Strategically winning, we would say, as Black, still some work to do. You need the breakthrough, but actually long term as well, you have the queenside majority, which should be possible to mobilize. White needs to do something quick, whether that's to do with something kind of undermining Black's pawn chain. A bit tricky at the moment because b3 might be met by bishop takes pawn. Whether that's b3 or f3, risky.
f3 really doesn't look like a move we want to make as White.
Yeah. I think Jordan is not going to be enjoying this position. I think right now is a good moment to kind of invest.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone as well, but invest 10 minutes if you're Jordan Van Forest and come up with a plan, come up with some tricks because you need them. Otherwise, you're simply getting pushed back.
We will leave him alone. We'll move to board 5, David-Anton against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Okay. And David-Anton here with White. Looks really pleasant for him on first glance. Pawn center, this White knight really strong. Black has the bishop though. How bad is it? Fedoseev's quite good at wriggling in these positions. I found that from my own experience. He never minds kind of having a slightly cramped position as long as there's potential and pieces left on the board.
It's not his bread and butter, but so what, does Black want to open the position somewhere on the...
Should have fed him some bread and butter. No, Fedoseev? No. Okay, e6. I'm really, struggling now. It's been 7 long days.
How much longer, Fiona?
Stay strong,
Do I have
Fiona.
to take this torture, mental torture?
Wow,
We see a
E5.
move here, e5. Okay, closing down the bishop on g7, but also, creating this knight a nice outpost on d6.
Yeah, and this is committal because you've given away the flexibility of white's pawns and you've given away a big outpost on d5, but knight d6, huge threat on the board. Does black guard against that, or does black get rid of that knight before it becomes reality? The only way to guard against it is really with your bishop on f8.
The problem is if you give up the bishop once the knight jumps to d6, then the whole king side becomes so weak. h6 will immediately be under fire. I mean, if we look at that bishop f8,
Yeah, I'm just covering this square.
which seems fine actually.
Yeah.
Which
You were tempted to jump in anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, this is maybe the critical line, and it's really risky for both sides. White has kind of given up the pawn center, but white is banking on all of the dark squares around the black king becoming weak. Queen takes pawn, for example, bishop takes pawn, and yeah, you do sense the holes. I think your spidey senses are tingling. Some
Yeah.
checkmate ideas later.
not in the immediate future, but
Queen c3, d5.
I just wouldn't feel comfortable here as black with this open king.
Yeah, I think maybe the key here would be if there's a breakthrough, if black just defends this pawn. Ooh, there is apparently. Maybe it's just knight to e5, just something simple. And if you can correct your pawn structure here as white, protect this pawn,
Then you're laughing.
then you're more than laughing.
All the way to, not the bank, but maybe to the medals.
Yeah,
Who
to
knows?
the gold medals potentially. So this position, it feels like bishop f8 might be the critical reply when white will jump in with a knight. And knowing both of these two players, super ambitious, I think we might see that variation. I think bishop takes knight here, maybe slightly less appealing, just because white will take back and some pressure on the c-file. But this one manageable too. If only black could teleport the black knight to d5. Yeah, in the balance, but Fiona, who would you take?
I'd take white.
Me too. And we move on.
We will move on to the bottom board here. Kirill Shevchenko against Mateusz Bartel, and we liked, or maybe we didn't like, but we thought it was a very risky opening choice by Kirill Shevchenko, and it has evolved a lot. Maybe let's take a step back.
Yeah, we last left this position after black pushed a pawn to c5. This has multiple ideas. Firstly, clearing a route back into the center for black's knight, kind of using it as a launch pad to come in. It also opens up the light squared long diagonal for black's bishop. We saw white try to develop his own piece, not getting greedy. I think we mentioned knight takes pawn would have likely backfired. Black, though, protected that pawn now. And after some forcing moves, I'm really surprised, I've got to say, that black took this knight. I would have been expecting the bishop to simply drop back with ideas like throwing this pawn forward later. This pin is really uncomfortable. But okay, he decided to take the knight. Maybe with this forcing idea in mind, Mateusz Bartel, he's again very direct. Once he's kind of sniffs out an attack, he goes for it very consistently. And his idea is to throw this black f pawn down the board. And it continues marching. This is the opposite of strategic chess, opposite of positional chess, because you've given your opponent a beautiful square for their knight. But he's going forward, he's going for this white king.
Okay, now a big question for white. I think you have to react to this f3. For surely you can't black let you take you on g2.
Yeah, I mean, what else? That's the first question. Maybe the white queen can come out this way, but feels like it's the wrong direction away from the king. If you react, do you take or do you push?
Push.
Push. Brave. Okay, I'm going to threaten to take the pawn.
Okay, king h2.
I'm going to try and bring my rook.
I don't like playing this on the side,
You'd love to be
defensive
black.
side against you.
You'd love to be
It's
black.
not
in
a
this
fun,
position,
yeah.
couldn't you?
It's not a fun task.
Maybe this is just too scary. The knight looks kind of glorious on the e4 outpost, but it gets in the way of the white rook. The white queen doesn't really help the defense. There we see Bartel really zoned in, really playing ambitious moves right now. Still a pawn down, remember. And yeah, I kind of automatically said knight to e4, what could be more natural, but maybe the safest would be, for example, knight to f1, just to keep the white king slightly safer. They say knight on f8, there is no mate. Knight on f1 was played by no one. I don't know. Oh, I'm struggling now. Knight on f1, it looks pretty safe.
I feel we can tell it's the last
It was
day.
better on day one, everyone. We also have people
Everyone's
leaving.
leaving the room, David. You need to stop. Enough with the puns.
Enough. Knight on f1 and they're gone. Yeah, I think maybe knight on f1 is the way to go, keeping the king nice and safe. But black will play f3 anyway, with good compensation.
This match is incredibly sharp. Actually, did Niels make a decision on board 2?
He did.
Let's go back there.
Yeah, it's getting critical on all boards actually here. It's definitely not Novi boring in this match. It's just sprung
Okay,
to
I'm
life.
out of here.
Yeah, just leave Fiona. Leave me to my... maybe it should be me who leaves.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's see. So Niels Grandelius, we thought he would take, he did take on f3, and then brought the queen out to g5 with a check. The king, as you mentioned, stepped to f1 after the rook had freed the escape towards the center, and knight takes e5. This is the position we were looking at.
Yeah, and here we suggested a few moves such as rook takes pawn, but rook takes pawn loses on the spot. Let's remind everyone to knight takes f3, and this is going to end up in a mating attack. Knight h2 actually also a big threat. White's piece is just too loose. We saw this earlier. Okay, we found one safe move, queen to d5, that the computer kind of approved of. Anand chooses a different option, rook c5, pinning and not winning, but at least causing black to pause in the attack.
I'm laughing too. I was trying to make a fun. Like, that's what you brought us to. I can't even focus on the games anymore because you said the pieces are too loose, and I was thinking too grand loose. And I was like, oh my goodness, the influence. Your influence has been absolutely terrible.
Sorry, Fiona. Vishy's position is a bit fishy right now. I don't know. It looks tough for White to defend, but he's holding on.
Even our producer has left
yeah,
us.
everyone's just abandoned us. Stay with us, viewers. It's going to get better. We promise.
No, it will never get better.
The chess will get better. We won't. Well, I won't. Okay, pin. How does black react? There might be a threat now of rook takes pawn because the black knight will not be able to recapture.
Maybe queen.
You've got a choice of a few squares.
I wanted to step off the f-file, the 5th rank ideally. But
yeah, the problem is if you step... Okay, maybe it's possible. I was going to say White's queen is now coming in, but black is also striking on f3.
Wow, why was that so deadly?
There's a big checkmate threat actually on h1. You're attacking the rook and you're threatening queen to h1 checkmate. So I love your queen f4 suggestion, getting off the 5th rank. How does White save this? I mean, worst comes to worst.
It looks so scary.
Yeah, it looks terrifying. Rook takes pawn might be holdable, but you've got this wrecked pawn structure as White. I mean, even rook endgames here will be slightly miserable to defend.
What does black do here? Just c7 is defended even.
C7 is even defended by the black queen.
So then the rook activates maybe on e1, f8, e8 to f8.
Yeah, one of these two squares. Yes, the evaluation bar says it's manageable for White. It should be a draw with best play because not too much material, but Vishy looking away from the board there, I think he's not enjoying this one bit. I think this is his intention, Fiona. Queen f4 looks like the most natural move. Queen f5 maybe as well. Perhaps his intention is to sacrifice on this square. He's got to give material back. Black's knight is too strong. Maybe now he wants to... still looks terrifying, I've got to say. He wants to take this pawn, threaten some back rank checks. But even if black just gives the king some breathing space, this is going to be
Niels
grim.
will be, I mean, you couldn't dream of getting a better position than this as black against Vishy.
Yeah, in a team tournament with black, where often the kind of request from your team managers to play safe, to play just for a draw. This feels like a 2-result game. Only black can ever win. Decent chances. White has to be super careful to hold the balance. Yeah, this is just great play by
Absolutely. David, let's very quickly check in with the bottom board of the match number 3, the all-Turkish clash between Sport Club and Turkish Airlines Sports Club, because it is Gurel who was in the studio with us a couple of days ago. He's on 6 out of 6.
Wow.
And he is pressing with the white pieces.
That is incredible. And yeah, he's on 6 out of 6 right now. I'm trying to find his performance rating. He's performing at 3,100. 3,100. That's incredible.
It's of course difficult to calculate performances with perfect scores, but it gives you an idea of what he has achieved here. And he has, I mean, he's taken down some very strong players. He was talking to us about getting his final GM norm. I don't think that will be possible here. He only played 1 GM. but he'll be a GM maybe before the end of the year.
Yeah, I think his rating is going up, mine's going down. He'll be overtaking soon. Yeah, he's Grandmaster level already for sure with his rating, just about those final qualifications. Yeah, and it's all Turkish clash. His opponent's pretty young as well, I believe. Right now, though, we see the evaluation bar slightly in White's favour, and that's because White is a pawn up, 3 versus 2 on the king side.
Black has your beloved bishop pair. How much is the bishop pair worth here?
I would say, well, it would be a lot if White didn't have a very strong move, and I do think that White can maybe play the move knight to d5, Fiona. Using tactics. He's about to make a move. He's pausing, calculating, good self-control there, just making sure there's no blunder. He has a lot of time, 46 minutes. The reason I think knight d5 is such a strong move is because if you take a slow time out, if you make a move like rook to e1, it's on the board.
It is on the board, slightly obscured by the flag of the Albanian Chess Federation, but it has been played.
It has been played. Just to point out, if White plays slowly, then at the very least, Black can eliminate this knight. And yes, White's still better, but opposite colour bishops, it's going to be hard to keep rooks on the board. It's going to be hard to keep winning chances alive. Knight to d5, you mentioned Black's only compensation, Fiona, the bishop pair. Suddenly it's a double attack. Black has to take this bishop. I'm expecting that to be played instantly. Or wait, the evaluation bar says no. Okay, he's actually moved his rook. I was going to say rook takes bishop, allows bishop to d2 at the end. But maybe there's a trick. Wow, okay. I didn't even see this knight
So
jumps.
tricky.
Yeah,
How
so
is there
tricky.
stronger than this? No, the bar corrected itself.
Yeah, I think this was winning, simply attacking Black's bishop and jumping in now with a knight fork. And yeah, this is just winning. The evaluation bar will start going back up in White's favour. Instead, okay, not that move. Rook to e6 is spotted by his opponent here. Knight takes bishop will be met by rook takes rook. But even here, if you start trading off pieces, firstly, you got rid of the bishop pair. Secondly, oh, what have I missed? Okay, blunder. I'm glad I'm not playing this tournament, Fiona. I was going to say trade off the rooks and you win the endgame, but whoops.
I didn't even see it yet.
Whoops. After all the rooks come off, I've put my knight on a really bad square.
Oh, so sneaky. That was so hard, so easy to miss from a distance.
Yeah, never too late to blunder, as we regularly find out here in the studio. So there are traps. Actually, with that in mind, rook to e6 by Black is really, really creative. Yeah, I do wonder actually, Fiona, if after knight takes bishop, is it time then to jump
Actually,
back
his
with the knight?
opponent, you said, also young. He is young, but not maybe not as
Not
young.
as young.
Not as young as his opponent, that's for sure.
Yeah, hiding the facial hair there. Wow, incredibly quick calculation from Edis Gurel. He doesn't blunder like I did there. He plays knight back to d5. So the knight's used this square twice as a launch pad, using this pin, of course. Now attacking the rook, the pawn. Black can give a check and has just given a check. White's king will move though. And
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for Edis, who very likely, I mean, will he be the only player
on 100%.
who scores 7 out of 7? Having played all games, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think there might be a few 100% scores, but having played fewer games than Edis here, Magnus gave up his 100% score yesterday. I think there are other players in that team who've got 3 out of 3, 4 out of 4, but nothing of this magnitude. And rook takes pawn would simply be met by a capture on f6. Maybe the best hopes to go active as Black, but the problem is you're giving one check. White's king is going to hide on a beautiful square, and it might be time for White to start pushing the h pawn forward. To dislodge the bishop, you can push the d pawn forward, getting at Black's king. Your material up, and you're the one with the initiative. The knight is actually superior to the bishop right now. And I think he's going to reach that magical perfect score.
And yeah, this match, we'll take a closer look at the other boards in a bit, but the two Turkish teams are, of course, fighting for the medals. They are in that, and all other games are still playing. Actually, David, you just saw that on match 4 between Typhoon and Sentimento. 3 games have ended in draws already.
Yeah, we'll just quickly mention these games because Typhoon and Ica Sentimento, they are capable of leapfrogging the leaders if they win their matches. They're in the chasing pack right now. There were draws, however, in this clash on board 2 between Peshak and Volokitin. Not a very volatile game in that one. There was also a draw on board 3 between 2 Hungarian friends, Victor Erdos and Tamas Banush, and also on the bottom board, where Korper against Marcus also ended in a draw.
David, the camera has taken us to Magnus against Maxime. I suggest we update that rook ending and then we go to the top women's match.
Yeah, let's do that, Fiona. We have seen some developments, and let's backtrack to the position we left it at earlier, where we thought Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had a very narrow path towards survival, despite the fact it's so limited the material here. He didn't play g5 immediately, as we were advocating, as we'd concluded. He first plays rook to f8, challenging this pawn, forcing it forward, and only now striking with g5. So I think same idea, the only active idea for black. If pawn takes pawn, then you can regain this pawn, most likely with rook to f5, among others, a double attack. So Magnus, after g5, well, very calm, very cool. He just plays a5. And I think the idea is that he might need his rook on the fourth rank to defend later. After a trade of pawns, rook to d4, cutting out this defensive idea, met by rook to f3. And before the pawns are able to push, remember, white gets a decisive advantage if they ever do push. Yeah, we see rook to f5.
Very impressed with MVL's defense here. We saw one more move by Magnus as we just saw him get up from the board there. Rook e1, getting his rook. As you mentioned yesterday, they belong behind passed pawns. And what will MVL do? Will the king come out? Will the rook slide behind the a pawn? Still tricky. Really,
really tricky. I think he's got to be careful here. I think it was one of those two ideas you mentioned, Fiona. Active kings are important. They are essential even in the endgame. And I think there was actually a big threat on the board. If Maxime hadn't done this, if he'd just been one move too slow, for example, played rook to a4, white's king could sneak up, maybe to g4. Also, the e-pawn is just running home to victory. So this pawn needs to be blockaded. King to d7 will do that job if Magnus gives a check. Wow, which he has actually done. I was going to say there might be a disconnect now between white's two pawns. Very risky decision taken by Magnus, maybe aware that a win might be essential for his team, because now the black king is going to be a perfect blockader.
What's his idea? Is rook c3 ever an idea here in giving up the f-pawn? Or?
It's definitely an idea. Yeah, if you check, this could be fatal for black. How does black prevent this? I guess you have to push a pawn.
Yeah, and my idea was to maybe play rook b1.
Okay, switching attention towards the b pawns. Yeah, suddenly everything's hanging. White's pawns will disappear, black's corresponding pawns will disappear. Yeah, that's
my only concern. Might we see a mass liquidation here?
Yeah, the other idea, Fiona, would be similar to yours, but maybe a6. I don't know if this is ambitious as well. Pawn takes pawn. At least now I break through to the 7th rank, kick away the blockading king.
I think MVL has done, as I said, a great job, because as we see now, as we play around with the position, the bar doesn't move as much. Before, a lot of the moves we tried, black was getting into big danger. So I think he's done a great job weathering the storm for now, and this will be, I think, a matter of how many questions can Magnus still ask in this endgame.
Yeah, I think he has to go down those paths that you mentioned, but accurate defense here should hold for black. Still very much a two-result game. Black will never really win this, but at the moment he looks favourite to draw.
Let's just see that nothing dramatic is happening in this match that we are missing.
Maybe I can just mention one board here, Fiona. Well, earlier we saw Ariane Tari with an almost decisive advantage out of the opening against Jules Moussard, his good friend. And Tari's advantage has been transformed from something positional and long-term into a crazy position.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
Let's go back. I think you correctly called Ariane's decision to play rook g1 in that position we were looking at. Is that?
Rook g1 was played, and after a trade of pawns, black just blocks the advance of white's pawn. g6. How did this position erupt, Fiona? Queen to e2 already feels a bit wrong. I'm wondering why the queen didn't use more active squares. Either way, queen e2 allowed black's knight to jump into d4. We saw a trade of knights, and due to the fact this pawn is now attacked, Ariane pressed the chaos button f4, giving up a pawn, giving up a second pawn by castling, and now the decisive threat actually of f3 with the discovered check on the white king. He attacks the black bishop. Maybe he'd missed this one. Rook to h5, defending vertically, just kind of activating up the board.
What should he have done instead of queen g4?
I'm curious as well.
King b1?
When in doubt, shuffle the king, maybe.
Yeah.
They say if you castle long, castle queenside, then always take a time out to put your king nearer the corner. I mean, it feels so kind of, I don't know, unnecessary, I want to say, for white. If you had this long-term bind and you've transformed it into something that is either going to be very good or very bad, you're 2 pawns down, you've kind of committed, gone all in. And actually here, Fiona, after king to b1, we see the evaluation bar continue moving, inching up in white's favour. I think maybe just e5 on the cards later with knight to f6 if black's queen or bishop move away. Rook takes d4, of course, is a big, big threat. Black's king is a long-term target. I think Ariantari took his eye off the ball.
He's still doing well, but you have to be so careful in these positions. You need to act with a sense of urgency. We'll come back to this one. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think that game is going to end in a draw. Let's go now to the decisive clash in the women's event, Super Chess against Garuda Aika, and start with this Georgian clash we were talking about with Zura Batsiashvili, Khotanashvili.
Yeah, battle for the gold medals, both for the teams and on individual board one. And black's last move was knight to g4. Let's just show actually both sides' last moves. Black was trying to create some targets on the d-file. White protected her knight right now, hitting black's knight too. And yeah, it's really tense between the queens. Neither side really wants to trade on the opponent's terms. I don't know who I'd rather be here, Fiona. There's some tactics to calculate. This pawn sometimes hanging. White could go a pawn up, but then this pawn also hanging on e5. If the E and D and B pawns somehow disappear, this game is likely to end in a draw.
I am really not sure. I mean, maybe because of the time situation, I would take white.
Yep.
But yeah, anything could still happen in this game.
Anything could. I'm just wondering if there's a way to take all of the sting out of black's position and guarantee the draw. But a draw would also give her opponent the individual gold medal. Khotanashvili slightly ahead. That's not the #1 consideration, it's more for the team, but a draw with white for the team also not ideal. Bishop takes knight, I was just wondering whether this is a way to bail out to safety. Now this rook is attacked. Maybe you just push forward f3, kick back the black bishop, and I don't know, if you want to keep some winning chances, you can keep queens on. This knight is still really good. Maybe you can come back to a dark square as well. Yeah, I think this might be the safest in the current position, otherwise black will just take this pawn off the board and your winning chances totally disappear.
We'll see what Nino comes up with. For now, let's move on to board 2, Salimova against Dinara Wagner.
Okay, and this was the game we saw earlier that started as a Queen's Gambit declined. White has pushed forward in the center with e4, and she has taken on all the responsibility of these hanging pawns in the middle on d4 and e4. They look nice.
They do look nice. I was just going to say, as long as they don't drop, life is good. If I'm black, I'd love to, at some point, get c5, and I was looking for ways to...
Just to undermine this d pawn, right?
Yeah.
To
What
overwork
happens if... I know there's a rook on c1, what am I saying?
Yeah.
No, it's not going to happen, yeah.
Well, slightly tempting to take this knight, give up the black queen. I think the evaluation bar will react, but
Very little.
Yeah, not that much. I was going to say that this position, yes, you've given up a queen as black, but you have a rook and bishop, and sorry, the rook and bishop. And black's bishop is rock solid, meaning that you'll have a fortress long term on the king side. The only downside is that white can take a pawn on a7, and I'm not 100% sure what to do here. Maybe rook to b3, defending your b pawn, attacking white's b pawn. This is what I think Dinara will play if she's happy with the draw. Because if you imagine the f8 rook and the c1 rook disappearing, it's just dead. White will never break through. Rook and bishop will easily hold off the queen. But then again, you're kind of giving up all your winning chances.
It's a very commitment, especially with only 10 minutes on the clock. I just realized for Dinara, we're only on move 26.
If it were Magnus Carlsen, he would not hesitate. He'd give up his queen. He'd take this knight. Just knowing him, and actually a lot of top players, their love of fortresses and material imbalances.
We'll see what she decides on. Let's go to board 3, Bulmaga against Injaj.
Okay, and this game we earlier mentioned, we actually left this 5-6 moves ago. Let's just quickly fire through what happened. b5 was played. We mentioned maybe black's position easier to play just because of the queenside activity. Pawn takes pawn. We actually predicted this. And after rook d2 attacking this pawn, black played a very clever move, queen to b5, saying, yes, we can go into an endgame. You can win your pawn back. but black's pawns now will be really strong, especially this a pawn. So white kept the queens on. Whoops, queen d4. And okay, eventually black's pawn about to drop the extra pawn here. She decided to give it up by breaking white's structure. And Fiona, it feels like momentum black somehow.
Yeah, black also needs to act quickly though. Can we activate maybe rook b2, rook b3?
One of these two entry points.
Rook b3, I guess, more tempting to immediately put pressure on the pawn on a3.
I love this move. I think it sets up a trap as well, Fiona. If white pushes forward c4, it looks like you're kind of defending the third rank. Suddenly, I think there's a win on the spot. If I'm not mistaken, this white queen is just overworked, so bishop to c5.
Very nice.
The white queen can no longer defend her rook. So a trade of queens, black would pocket material at the end, rook for bishop. Yeah, setting a trap in time, well, not time trouble yet, but setting a trap's always nice, right?
Yeah, I like black's position here actually, but this match very much in the balance. Remember, these are the two leaders. If we see a decisive result in this match, they will be the winners of the Women's Club Cup. Let's go to board 4. Jokagal against Marcela Frimsky.
And perhaps the most dramatic of all 4 boards.
What is going on here?
Wow, Jokagal as white, the Hungarian prodigy here, she's
Gone all in.
Yeah, she sacrificed a whole piece, and it was actually just a few moves ago we saw this position. She could play it safe, she could move this bishop. Black has just attacked it with pawn to g6. She could trade off, for example, or she could retreat. Both would be totally fine options. She sacrificed the bishop, however, and she's getting 3 pawns for it. So I say sacrifice. The one downside is there's no more attack. Black's knight has done a good job of defending everything. And yeah, I just fear the black bishop, if it ever enters the action, if black ever actually gets a counterattack against white's king, you've won some pawns, but you've only opened up lines towards your opponent's, well, towards your own king here.
Yeah, it's a very, very committed decision by Jokagal, and actually the computer did not approve of her next move, knight f3.
Knight f3, and the bar continues to drop. Okay, she's now saying, I'm going to attack your queen. You have to keep an eye on your d-pawn.
You have to keep an eye on maybe g5 as well.
Maybe some knight jumps. How does black do all of those at once? Is it offering a queen exchange? Maybe queen f6? If queens come off, at least the black knight rejoins. It's not just the fact that you've given up a bishop. It's more the fact that black has a really strong protected pass pawn. This is going to march down the board later. Inevitable now. And if you keep queens on, I think this will backfire. Black's bishop now can join the fray. Actually, in multiple ways. If you want to play it safe, just defend your pawn. And this queen is not actually doing too well. Black's the one who's going to whip up an attack.
What do we think? Advantage super chess in this match?
Yeah, I think especially in light of this bottom board where I think the younger player, Jokagal, maybe slightly getting overexcited with his piece sacrifice.
Absolutely. I was shocked to see our faces with her on screen here. Now that we have checked in with this top match, I think we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we'll come back to Magnus's endgame against Vishy and all the remaining top matches. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys on the other side of this.
See you soon.
skin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the final round of this European Club Cup. And David, while we were on break, we saw the handshake on screen and a draw being agreed between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, in the end, a fair result, Fiona. Magnus tried something a bit tricky in the opening, sacrificed a pawn. There was a flurry of tactics, but Vachier-Lagrave defended resolutely. And in the end, when two such strong players meet, it's inevitable. A draw is a logical result, and that puts pressure on the rest of their teammates.
Absolutely. We'll check in with some of those games. Shall we very quickly just see how the game ended, and then we'll move on to the other games in this match?
We last left it here on move 30. We were predicting draw already. Black's king has done its job, a really great job here of blockading White's central pawns. And Magnus, he tried his best to dislodge this king. He tried to break through to get at it, but after the move c5, I think he realized that at the very best he could just trade off a set of pawns. And unfortunately, he's lost control over f4. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave jumped on that opportunity, a check, and a repetition of moves for a while. We saw that White is not quite in time to push the pawn forward. Pushing forward to e4 now would allow a bunch of checks from the black rook, and White's king actually has nowhere to hide without allowing a draw. So Magnus tried to use his rook instead. But again, after a couple of checks, we saw this rook exchange offered, and then this rook exchange offered, and in the end, after a trade of pawns, we saw everything disappear, and Black's king does a great job of blocking White's pawn. Not enough material. Draw agreed.
Absolutely. They actually played until bare kings, and if you're wondering why the view was obscured, the arbiter rushed in to put the kings in the middle before the players could even shake hands. But now, well, that puts, as you said, more pressure on the remaining 5 boards, and we'll start with board 2, Martirosyan against Steil-Antoni.
Okay, and this Berlin endgame is anything but boring now. At least we have some stuff to figure out, to calculate. Still a case of level pawns. I'm trying to find some excitement here, Fiona. Give me a break.
I think in chess terms, you and I have different definitions of what's boring and what isn't.
I'm trying. I think the players will be finding it exciting, even if most of the spectators don't. It is level pawns, level material, but the stakes are higher for Black, perhaps, because Black has shattered pawns. Just to mention, the Black doubled c pawns, not making a great impression. And if the rooks ever come off, White has fantastic winning chances, especially if White's able to kick back, kick away this Black knight. So it should be a draw with best play, but I would say Martirosyan, who's on the camera there right now, he'll be slightly more optimistic of the two players.
One game that isn't boring for sure is board 3, Ariantari against Jules Moussard. We took a quick look at that during the break, and
yeah,
I mean, the bar just keeps swinging back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, quite violently. The evaluation bar not approving of any of the two players' decisions over the last few turns, and it is that type of position. It's irrational, it's a crazy material imbalance, it's kind of a strange position of both kings. So we can understand, we can forgive the players, especially in such high stakes chess, for their decisions. Let's just backtrack, let's jump in, do a dive into what's happened here. We last left it where Arian, we were criticizing his decision to play the move queen to g4, and I think we'll see that he realized himself that this was a mistake a few moments earlier. He should have played simply king to b1, which is always a useful move here, getting out of the eye line of Black's bishop, and White would be very safe, and attentions could turn towards the Black king, which is out in the open. Instead, queen to g4, met by the very cool, very calm rook to h5, defending Black's bishop. And suddenly, in this position, Arian realized that the White queen is misplaced. It's on the wrong side of the board. A queen exchange favors Black because Black has 2 extra pawns right now. So White's queen had to retreat back to e2, defending the bishop on c4. The queen was attempted, well, this pawn throws itself forward, trying to deflect the White queen.
Arian says no thank you, puts the queen to d3. Let's see, why didn't he want to take the pawn?
Yeah.
Because
This
loose pieces drop off.
LPDO, loose pieces drop off. Queen takes bishop would have happened, and White has some compensation due to the king, but not sufficient. Instead, he played queen to d3, keeping the connection between these two pieces. And only one move since then, queen to c5, and again we see the evaluation bar shoot up in White's direction. I'm struggling to understand this one, Fiona. I mean, the players, they've been kind of trying to trick each other, trap each other, but maybe it's just to do this Black pawn push. I don't really like it, actually, the fact that Black, on Jules Moussard here, chose to push this pawn forward. The pawn was nicely safe and defended. Maybe it was time to just get the Black king castled as quickly as possible, queen c5 first, and then get the king to safety. Now White can go hunting for the pawn, and maybe the White rooks will gain some activity.
Yeah, rook f1 is very tempting. Let's look at that.
Yeah, rook to f1. I'm assuming Black wants to castle queenside, and rook takes pawn, threatening Black's f7 pawn. White's pieces in the center are so strong. Maybe Jules, knowing him a bit as well, I think he's banking on the fact that he might be able to lash out with f5, undermining White's knight. I'm so surprised the evaluation bar is saying this is winning for White, because it's just chaos, pure craziness on the board.
I'm struggling to see a move for White to hold on to all the material. Can I just, no.
f5, how does White survive? I don't see it. Is it just, oof. We can't take
Everything
this ball.
feels so slow.
I'm struggling to even find a move, as you say. There must be a trick. There must be a tactic in the air. Or an air. Sorry, I tried.
Actually, that was good. That was probably your best effort today.
There have been a few duds. There have been a few terrible puns. Oh, I didn't even mean that one. Okay, bishop takes a6 maybe?
I'm trying to, okay, bishop takes a6. I haven't spotted that pawn. There's so much is hanging, so much is in the air here. Let's take a look at your move.
Actually, yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think perhaps taking this pawn now before there's this undermining of White's knight might be the way to go. Arian, he's really short of time considering the position is so rich in possibilities, so messy right now. Maybe bishop takes pawn.
Looks much better to at least get one of these pieces, the bishop on c4, so lose the knight on d5.
Yeah, I think this must be the reason Black would hesitate from castling queenside. It looks like the king has to run to safety. The king wants to be on this flank, but a bit slow in doing so. Arian.
Can Black get away with not castling and play rook c8?
Yeah, rook to c8 attacks this white bishop. But now you've given up those castling rights. Maybe I just drop back, or perhaps even just secure the bishop. Maybe even just counterattack, queen takes pawn, threatening on f7. Suddenly it's not so easy for Black to defend this pawn.
Yeah, let's take that move, rook c8 back.
I think Arian, he has just played rook to f1, I believe. So very promising move for him. Big threat on the board, queen takes f7, going after all the targets on this file. And yeah, definitely pressure back on Jules Moussard, who's defended really well, we should mention so far. But it's going to continue being tough to hold this position for Black. It's so loose.
And it's only move 26. I think we're going to see some big time trouble action here. Let's leave them to it for now, but we'll return to this one very soon and move to board 4, Oparin against Pranav.
Okay, Oparin against Pranav. And during the break, I was looking at this one. I thought Oparin was actually on the brink of victory. Black did, let's go back the whole way, Black did eventually break out with f5 around the moment we were predicting. This is where we left it, and it just looked a bit loose after bishop to e3. Very mysterious move, rook to f6, defending along the 6th rank, but vulnerable potentially to hits on this Black piece. Queen to h4, a nice switch of focus, of attention. Pawn to f4, blocking, and a check. This knight is poisoned, of course, poisoned, you cannot take it due to a pin. King h8, and yeah, bishop takes c6. This bishop was so beautiful. What is the idea here, Fiona? I thought White would just move this bishop.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, I just thought move this bishop. You've got total domination. These pieces are super strong for White. White's knight nicely poised. It can even drop back to a beautiful outpost. White's queen doing some great attacking work.
I mean, it's one of the most beautiful bishops we've seen. Bishop takes c6. Can Black...
Oh, wait. Is there a trick? I just realized pawn takes bishop. Rook takes bishop would fall foul of the same tactic. Rook to d8 maybe. Pinning and winning the Black queen. If you take it, you walk into a fork. Yeah, pawn takes bishop. Maybe same thing. Rook to d8. And X-ray vision here from the White queen. You jump in again with a check, a fork.
And then when you take, what's the material balance? Rook f8, and you're going to take the bishop on e3 on the next move.
Yeah. Actually, maybe this is what he's calculated, Oparin. He's calculated something, he's counted better than I can count here. White has a queen and 2 pawns. Black has a rook and 2 bishops, Fiona.
Your beloved bishop pair.
How's your maths? That's 11 points each.
Yeah.
So actually level material, despite this being a bit weird and wonderful. Yeah, the bishop pair, I'll take Black, but...
The black pawn's also completely destroyed. I mean, every single one of them an isolated pawn. But can Black drum up some counterplay here?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like I should first move the bishop from c8, connect the rooks, bishop f5.
And if I take this pawn, at least you can, I was going to say maybe go hunting for the c3 pawn. Maybe go this way with the black rook. Next move, you can play moves like e4, unleash this bishop. It feels like anything could happen here, just...
True result game.
Yeah, it's like a coin toss, but if there were 3 outcomes to a coin toss, bishop takes c6.
Again, the time situation critical, but what is Pranav thinking about?
Like, could he really be thinking about queen takes bishop? Evaluation bar says possible. At least now you don't have to give up your queen. This is a check, and you can block it. It looks very scary, looks terrifying even to allow the white knight in with a check, but white's bishop is also hanging at the end of every variation. Looks playable for
What
black.
a mess. At this game, it's gonna be decided in a time scramble. We see a move happening there in Steil-Antoni. We're not gonna go back there. Yeah, I suggest we come back here in a second. We
Yeah.
leave Pranav to decide how he wants to take on c6, and we move down to board 5. Erik Hansen against Movsesian.
Yeah, key moment here, Pranav. I think his bread and butter is chaos, is those kind of weird positions. So pawn takes bishop likely, but as you mentioned, let's whiz ahead to the other game. And wow, Erik Hansen, he somehow teleported his king over to b1. Let's jump back a few moves. We left it about, 6-7 moves ago in this position.
7 minutes, by the way, Erik Hansen.
7 minutes. He's still got 19 moves to make for the time control. That's going to be a sprint to the finishing line. But he actually started with the move g4, something not on our radar, Fiona. He's hoping the black king castles on this flank so that he can start attacking. The black king said nope, or actually both kings said no. They're going to castle on the safer side where their mass of pieces sit. And white, thanks to the occupation of this b5 outpost in a moment, maybe has a small advantage, bishop to b5. If this is captured, I think white would take back maybe with a pawn. Still with a pawn break to try and open up lines towards the black king. Black's king definitely weaker than its counterpart. So black played g5, ignoring that, and it's so tense in this one. Rook d1 is a really mysterious move, sitting behind a blocked file.
Does it indicate that he intends to open with c4 at some point?
Yeah, that would be dynamite, c4 on the board, if he gets it. And, okay, yeah.
It's a tough position to understand and to play. I mean, Erik has 7 minutes, but Sergei has only 18. Still so many moves to make. If you're black, what are you aiming for?
I think you just want to get all the pieces off the board here if you're black. I think black would love to trade off queens especially. Black would love to take knights off the board. Yeah, Movsesian, he's a bit cramped. Black's kind of stuck, camped out in his 3 ranks here. White has much more space. White has much more centralization, and yeah, as you say, Fiona, kind of breaking out. Tactics tend to favor the side who are more ambitious, and Movsesian makes his move. He plays rook to d8 with a bit of an eyebrow raise. He's like, oh, I see nothing better. Okay. And it's just a waiting game. When white breaks out, that's when the real action will happen.
I have a feeling that both players are very unwilling, and rightly so, to take any risk, as the other games in this match are still in the balance. They are, I feel, both waiting. Am I going to be in a situation where I have to take some risk? Does my team need me to win? And it's too early with 5 games still going. So maybe let's check in with board 6, Cornet Urkedal. What's happening there?
Okay, Cornet Urkedal, and earlier we had a transmission error, but I think this one has been correctly settled now. This is the live position. These are the correct clock times. Let's go back the whole way just to show, because there was a flurry of trades. White sacrificed a pawn, we left it here, and then we got confused by the move order, but black did indeed take this rook. Black did gobble up a pawn. Black's a pawn up right now. A bit of a threat to wreck black's structure. This was dealt with by a retreat, and this is all still well-known theory. White actually kind of forcing the issue here, attacking the queen now. The queen cannot move. She has to defend her knight. Otherwise, queen takes e8 would be checkmate, so a block. The bishop goes back. Black gets greedy, takes another pawn. Still well-known stuff. The bishop goes back. And here, I believe the best move, or at least the computer-approved move that has been played by many top players, is pawn to c6, attacking the white knight. Black instead gave a check. The king moves, and yeah, this is extremely scary now for black due to the Fiona attack lining up on h7.
The attack looks terrifying. How did black defend? Black now plays c6, and the knight jumped forward into e7.
Into e7, behind enemy lines. This knight will not get trapped because it can always take this bishop or drop back. Black plays d5, taking away a key square from white's queen. Very clever, otherwise queen to e4 was going to be deadly. White simply stepped forward, trying to again break through on h7. But after h6, oof, ugly move, but a necessary move. Suddenly holes appearing around the black king. We saw a check, and tactics, rook takes b7. I think he was going for the beauty prize here, Matthew Cornet. Cornetto, as I like to call him. Rook takes b7. He's hoping for bishop takes rook, because then a check would end the game after king to h7, discovered check, followed by checkmate.
Very beautiful mate.
Beautiful mate, but it was only a pawn, and black was 2 pawns up in the first place, so now only a pawn down. He's able to unravel, and a few checks.
Rook b7 was very flashy, but not the strongest move by the looks of it. And now we'll get to the live position in a second, but what a messy position.
Totally messy. I just want to point out Cornet here, maybe in view of the match situation, in view of his teammates kind of having hard to evaluate positions, did not take a draw. He could have repeated the position, kept checking the black king forever, and we would have seen a draw. Instead, knight takes c6 playing on, but this allowed a queen swap. Because white's rook is attacked, the queens are guaranteed to come off the board.
Providing some relief, I think, to black, who at least right now doesn't need to worry about getting checkmated any longer.
Yeah, and the resulting position, Fiona, it's level material. To me, it looks quite balanced, but I think Ökedal will be breathing a sigh of relief because his king was living life on the edge. His king was nearly trapped, and suddenly to be in a healthy endgame. White also has some loose pawns here.
Yeah, what happens if I hit that pawn with knight e6?
Knight e6 looks very good. Hitting this pawn. Actually, I really love that move, Fiona, because a move like pawn to g3, connect 3 here.
This diagonal is gonna...
Looks a bit scary. Black cannot occupy yet, of course, but yeah, it's really, really
maybe
scary.
even knight c5 with the idea of playing bishop b7 next.
Oh yeah, bishop b7 next.
Or bishop g4.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to create a beginner's threat here. Bishop in and checkmate in the corner. But either way, it looks like black, maybe with the momentum suddenly. There's been a turnaround.
This match is starting, I think, to look quite good for Offerspielers. Frode maybe on the bottom board pressing, and Arjan Terry as well. They are under slight pressure maybe on board 4, but okay, we'll come back to this one. Let's go to Novi Bor against Super Chess and start with Vincent Keimer. We saw one result in this game as Navarra against Deak ended in a draw on board 3.
Let's just show this final position here. A draw was agreed at the earliest possible opportunity on move 30. The players finally allowed to agree a draw, simply the E and D pawns disappearing, and level material, nothing to play for. Fair result, but good result maybe for Super Chess, holding a very strong player in Navarra with black. You mentioned this one, Fiona, Vincent Keimer against Rapport on board 1, and still a pawn up for white. We saw this earlier. Black gave up a pawn just to install a mega bishop on e5, controlling all the dark squares. And black has a plan.
I can't believe you didn't call it a super bishop.
A super bishop, oh. That would have been a novelty. Oh, no, novelty?
No.
You got me. You win. You win, Fiona. Black has this plan, though, of g5, g4 in the near future.
If I'm white here, yes, I'm up a pawn, but I'm terrified of this attack, which is going to be launched on the king side. As you say, the black king can simply step out of dodge, then maybe a rook can even join the attack on the g file. Yeah. Good luck to the players navigating this with 11 and 13 minutes on the clock. For the viewers, this is move 26, so still a long way until the time control.
Yeah, navigating this, they need the pre-navigator. But unfortunately, he's playing for Offerspiel.
Oh, the Norvigator.
The Norvigator. Oh, wow, you're joining in, Fiona. I can tell the puns have grown on you.
We'll come back to this one. I'm so curious what's happening on board 2 between Vishy and then Niels Guandelius, where we saw Niels give up the exchange on f3 earlier, and it is not as exciting as it was. We have indeed gone into this endgame where we thought only black can be better.
I think it's still the status quo. I think I'm not going to revise that opinion. Let's just show how we got down to this endgame. We saw it looked really scary here for white with this horrible king stuck on f1. Black has also shattered the white pawn structure, and black's queen now threatened to come in with a devastating check. This would have been deadly. So Vishy, Anand, the legend himself, had to sacrifice the material back, giving up his rook, just to get rid of black's strong pawn and strong knight. And yeah, this is how we started this endgame. Let's fast forward to the current position. The problem for black is you can't create a passed pawn yet. Still takes a while, and white has ample protection for the king. The rook will defend everything. Fiona, this should be a draw now with best play.
Absolutely. So we'll leave them to it for now. There is more life in some of the other positions. Let's check in with, wow, Van Nguyen. Is he going to be a hero here today for his team, Novi Bor? As with the black pieces, I mean, the bar has disappeared all the way.
Okay, but I think we might have seen a transmissional error.
Oh, wow. Wait.
Because in this position, which is promising for black, I don't think rook f4 was played because white's queen is hanging. It's a battle of the two Vans here, Fiona. I can't believe I didn't spot that earlier. But either way, queen f7. White earlier sacrificed a piece. Let's just show how this happened. We left it in this position thinking black was actually in full control. Black is dominating, especially if you kick away this white knight, because then white's pieces will be purely passive. Van Forest here, he tried to explode open the center. I'm really shocked that Van Nguyen here, he didn't play f5 to kick away the white knight. Instead, he traded off, allowing white's queen to get active. But yeah, whoa, okay, sorry, that's a mouse slip. Where did this happen? Queen takes f3. Wow, it's really heating up. This black king feels really bare. Not many defensive pieces around it, but after h5, Van Forest decided to go all in. He's gambling here, knight to f6 check, giving up a knight. This knight was captured, pushing a pawn to d5, trying to open up this diagonal, but black's knight really strong now, Fiona.
Yeah, the knight on e5 can never be kicked out by a pawn. And how did Huron continue the attack? So he grabbed the pawn on f6. This makes a lot of sense. And queen e7 was played, offering a trade of queens. Huron, of course, who is on the attack, he's the one who sacrificed, doesn't want to keep queens on the board, goes to h6.
Black keeps insisting, offering another trade of queens. Black's queen's going to act as a great blockader. A knight is a king's best friend normally, but a queen does a great job too. Queen takes pawn. So white has actually got 2 pawns now for the sacrificed piece, and we actually saw that position earlier, but it's with white to move rather than black to move. Otherwise, queen takes queen, of course.
And the bar is very much back. It had disappeared from the horizon, so actually this came very much in the balance. Very sharp stuff. David, can white ever get away with a queen trade here or not?
I think if you exchange queens, it has to be really well calculated on your own terms. You probably need to win the f6 pawn in the process, so I'm more expecting white's queen to slide across, save itself. If we see the queens disappear now, oh wow, the evaluation bar doesn't move. Maybe the justification is the f6 pawn and win it now.
There is no way to defend it, right?
There's actually no way to hold it, you're right. I was thinking originally something like knight back to d7 to defend and to hit this white rook, but maybe you can...
Maybe even rook takes.
Maybe you can take this pawn. And yes, you're a rook down, but you have all the pawns in the world, and I'm wondering whether there's...
What happens if you just take with the bishop first instead?
Yeah.
Is that safer?
In
or?
which position? Here.
Yeah.
The problem is this
rook is under attack. That is a problem.
Okay, this is hard to evaluate, really tough. I think we would struggle even with an hour on our clocks. And okay, Jordan, he's never going to trade off the queens. I think we know him too well for that.
And he is indeed gone, queen h6.
And the big question now is, do you keep chasing this queen? Queen takes pawn is maybe a threat if, for example, the bishop. You can force the queens off the board, actually. You can play the move bishop to f8. This queen has no squares other than queen takes f6 right now. And if we do a quick count, once the dust settles, 3 pawns.
What a mess.
For black's knight. What a mess, indeed.
I don't even know. Would you play white or black here? I know it's a very tough decision. Instinctively, who would you take?
Black. Just because I prefer pieces. White's pawns don't look too scary right now. They're not going anywhere. I'm more worried about the looseness of black's pieces. Like, for example, this bishop might be a bit vulnerable. But if I bring my bishop out, I don't see anything that can go too wrong for black here. yeah, I think I would take black, and I think actually it would be a practical decision. Look at the clock times, only 5 minutes left, still to make 11 moves for black to get to the magical move 40, to get to the time control. I think get the queens off, you're playing one of the most dangerous attackers of his generation, Ben Forrest, and at least you'll survive that for the next few moves.
I think you can also, just by looking at the camera, tell it is the last round. All the players looking at one another, looking at the other games. The tension is really, I think this is pretty much as high as the tension will get in this tournament. 25 minutes until the David. Let's check in on board 5 with David Anton and Fedoseev.
Wow. We just saw him put his hand to his head there on the left, wearing his white shirt with the ring, and I think he might be doomed in this game. Not long left to try and survive here.
What happened here? Let's backtrack.
Let's backtrack. We left this a long, long time ago. We left it in a very tense position around here after a trade, and Fedoseev lashed out. He tried to break out in the center. Black's very cramped. Makes a lot of sense to trade things off. Queens came off, and I must admit, during one of the breaks, I saw this position. I thought this is going to be a draw. Everything will disappear. Knights, bishops, rooks, they'll all get traded. But I think maybe it was a bit later on that he made a bit of an odd decision, Fedoseev, to trade off rooks. I don't think you needed to do this. You can take this knight off the board, maybe even take this pawn off the board, put the black rook behind white's remaining a pawn. That should be a relatively painless draw, but trading off rooks, maybe suddenly must have missed this move.
This
Fiona.
is what he missed. King g3.
He just assumed automatically that pawn takes knight would happen, and after black recaptures, white's king is really passive. Black's attacking his pawn. Maybe he was trying to play for a win even with the d pawn. He forgot that he is temporarily down a rook, and white doesn't need to recapture. And suddenly he's left with a hopeless position because white's king is so much nearer the center than black's king, and after a trade of pawns, we see this in effect. White's king is coming. This black king is just stuck. White's actually going to come and chase this pawn down.
Do you think this game is just lost?
I think it's dead lost. Maybe we just show one or two variations. For example, if black's king hits the white bishop, chase the white bishop. Unfortunately, whoops, we're attacking this pawn. Unfortunately for black, you will be forced to make a decision here. This black bishop cannot hold the fort on its own with its king so far. The black bishop has to defend here, and if it steps back, white's king breaks through, gets in, and wins these pawns. If you defend this bishop, sitting on a dance square, easy target.
This is insane. It looks like right now, from what we're seeing, Novibor favorites in this match. Let's go to board 6, Shevchenko against Bartel.
Okay, and this was that weird position where black was trying to attack and get at the white king, and looks like he's
also looking good for the Novibor player.
He's done a good job, and now the question is, do you take this pawn? There's a really nasty pin on this diagonal.
Why not? Let's take a look.
Okay, rook takes pawn is a check. Not the best move maybe, but we can play it. And okay, rook takes again. Remember the knight is pinned, so it cannot move. White's king would have to retreat. I'm not sure where, maybe back. The problem is you've lost a few tempi.
Yeah. Let's go back to the live position. I admit that I'm struggling to see a way forward here.
Yeah, I think trading off one of these two pieces at the cost of, I mean, yes, you win a pawn back, but you want to keep active pieces.
The problem I have as black is that the queen is doing a great job along the long diagonal. The rooks are doing a good job. The bishop's doing a good job. Can I maybe play queen c6 just to try and bring the queen along the 6th rank?
I think, yeah, your attacking instincts are right here.
Still going strong.
Still going strong. Still shining, even after 7 days. So, yeah, right now, this looks terrifying, I've got to say, for Shevchenko. I think he's regretting his opening choice here. Bartel looks super focused on the right. Shevchenko now in the picture.
2 minutes, I only just...
Bartel is really tricky as well. And he's really instinctive, really fast, great at blitz. So Shevchenko needs to be extremely careful. I love your movement, queen to c6. The other one I was quite attracted to was maybe a rook to f5 type of idea. But I'm slightly worried about abandoning the back rank with black's king. I just wanted to give a check here, but queen c6, bring another piece into the attack. Good conventional wisdom.
David, we are getting to that time of the day where I think we're going to have to jump around between matches quite quickly. Let's quickly go to the women's section, where at least there's only one match to focus on, because if there's a winner here, they will win the Women's Club Cup. We saw a draw in the Georgian clash on board 1 between Batsiashvili and Kotanashvili. And let's check in with board 2, Salimov at Wagner.
So the score is 50-50. The scores are level right now with 3 games to go. This one we saw quite a lot earlier, but the current position, Fiona, black is a pawn up. White's pieces are massed on the king side though. Is there a breakthrough? Is there anything immediate? Otherwise black's extra pawn in the endgame might start to count.
Is there something, I mean the pin on the f file is a problem for black, but I'm not sure how to profit of it.
Yeah, it feels like Salimova, the next few moves are critical. This is move 31. Dinara Wagner as black is a pawn up, is the favorite in this game maybe, just a slightly better position, but only has 2 minutes left.
Yeah, very, very tricky. I think let's see the other positions just to understand the match situation on board 3, Bulmaga with white against Injaj.
Okay, and this position we liked black's momentum earlier, and she has transformed that into an extra pawn. Currently, Teodora Injaj is a pawn up as black, and okay, I think this is desperation. Bulmaga, she's keeping the queens on, but there must be tactics in the air. Why not just rook takes c3 right now?
Bishop d6 also.
Reverse Fiona attack. Looks very.
Okay, let's take the pawn. If you can take a pawn, why not look at that?
Yeah, let's quickly investigate this just to see how big the advantage is for Teodora Injaj here. And the problem is for white is you cannot play bishop to d4 because at the very minimum black can trade off rooks.
Yeah.
If you take the queen at the very end, black has 2 rooks and a bishop for the queen, more than enough material. So if you trade off rooks and then take this pawn, I mean, these 2 connected pawns feel like they're starting to roll. I'm not sure how you get them going, but white's a pawn still takes a while. Some counterplay, but still takes a while to mobilize.
And finally, let's go to board 4. I'm not sure what to make of this match. I think maybe slight advantage to Aika at the moment, but
when you see this one, Fiona, super chess, going to get the win.
Marcela Frymsky is putting the finishing touches on her attack. There is a mate threatened on g2. There is a rook under attack on d1. I don't see how you stop both threats. Oh, I think actually the game, no, I thought it was over, but the players are still hiding in the background. But I think we'll see.
Yeah.
What did she played queen?
Queen takes rook, I believe. Queen takes g3. And there we see Efraimski no longer hiding. She reaches out, she captures the white rook. Simply a bishop and a knight up. And this gamble, Jokagal, I mean, I think she's only around 16 years old. But
that will come with experience,
yeah.
But today will be a painful lesson for her. This one's not going to go on too much longer. It looks like Super Chess will take the lead here on board 4 with only 2 games remaining and very sharp positions. Anything could happen here. Let's go back to Offerspiel in the Open. We already saw that Magnus Carlsen made a draw against MVL. We also now see a draw on board 2. I think that's fantastic news for Offerspiel with Raunak Sadvani with the black pieces holding Marty Rosian.
yeah, and wow, a crazy position to agree a draw. I've got to say, in this king and pawn endgame, it looks like it was about to be a race. Why is this a draw?
Let's take a... You know what, let's take a look after, I think, after the time control.
Yes.
Let's move on to board 3. Arian Tari making progress. Jules did not castle, and look at his king out in the open on e7.
Wow, how is this king going to survive? There's still full ammunition here for white. Firstly, you can just retreat your... Okay, it's actually black's move, but if white gets time to retreat the bishop and bring the rook to f7, it's just going to end in checkmate. White has rooks, queens, bishop. This king is surely not long for the world.
6 minutes for Jules to find a defense here.
Yeah, I think Arian Tari is a big favorite. One of the first moves that came to my mind was rook to d8, attacking the white queen. But maybe at the very minimum, you could actually block this attack. Yes, you give up a pawn for white, but suddenly the rook's going to join the action. Look at this pawn. Look at this pawn. White's queen is going to zigzag her way and somehow break through to the black king. Compare the kings. I think that's enough.
Arian Tari has not had a great tournament, but today is his chance to redeem himself. We see full focus there. Both players down to 6 minutes. They still have more than 10 moves to make. We're only on move 29. And let's see what the situation is like on other boards.
Wow, board 4 as well has seen a total turnaround. I think Oparin sitting next, he's just lost the thread. He tried to initiate all of these tactics, but he's played into his opponent's home territory. Pranav is one of the trickiest players you'll ever face. It was here we left it after bishop takes c6. Black did actually take with a pawn, and rather than winning the black queen, which I think was his plan, and he should have stayed consistent here, we showed this cool tactic, fork and x-ray vision from the white queen to take the black queen. Instead of this, he dropped his knight back, hitting the rook, queen g6. Wow, beautiful tactic here, hitting the white knight.
Queen gets trapped.
Yeah, and knight takes.
Oh my goodness.
Queen is simply trapped. This must have been missed by Oparin, and it became apparent that he had to settle for some material deficit here. F3, pawn takes bishop, and 2 bishops against a rook. More than enough for black. Queen trade as well. The clincher, bishop h4, Fiona.
It's fun. White is going to have to give up one of the rooks, and black will emerge with an extra piece. This game is very close to being game over, as we see Oparin there on the camera coming to terms. This match is looking fantastic. If the 2 players win, Pranav and Ariantari, that guarantees Offerspiel at least a draw. And remember, they have got such a good tiebreak, but things are also not looking too bad for them on boards 5 and Simpson against Movsesian.
Yeah, Erik Hansen, we mentioned he'd got this kind of position full of control. Not clear where the breakthrough is for white. It's very, very risky, to say the least, to push pawns forward to c4 or f4. You allow black's pieces to come forward, you'll create holes in your own position. But knowing the fact that his two teammates are winning right now, maybe he should just sit on the position. Movsesian slightly shaking his head. Look at that. He's watching his teammates. He knows the team are in trouble. This French team now from Anier.
This is crazy. Okay, I don't know if we want to stick around here. I think they'll just try to wait it out. Erik's position maybe a bit more pleasant, a bit more space. The pieces have more room to play. So we'll come back to this one, even though time is also ticking down. Let's check in with board 6, Cornet against Urkedal.
And this is where we left it, in a position such as this one. Okay, let's fast forward to the game position. Fiona, it looks close to a draw. I've got to say, it's just level material. Black has, I say, a threat. In terms of the match, it is a threat to eliminate the rooks. If the rooks come off, no chance white will ever win this game. Temporarily slightly more active for white. But the king in the corner is still a bit of a target. If the black bishop ever creeps in, this is actually checkmate. I think this is almost guaranteed to be a draw at this point. Black's bishop nicely anchored by the a7 pawn. This bishop keeps a draw very, very likely in this game.
David, let's very quickly update the Novi Bor against Super Chess match, and then we'll stick with this one before the time control, because I think Super Chess, if they win this match, very good chances to become the new European champions. So I'll let you very quickly recap the action in this match between Novi Bor and Super Chess.
Yeah, Super Chess need to win, and they need to hope that tie breaks work in their favour if Offerspiel win as well. This position has barely changed since we were last here. We won't dive too deep. I think suffice to say that black's bishops control everything, and a simple plan for richer rapport. So Super Chess may be slight favourites, although Vincent Keimer here relatively solid with white right now, pawn up. So maybe slight favourites for Super Chess. Anand against Grandelius is going to end in a draw. This is a rook and pawn endgame. Only black can ever win due to the presence of a passed pawn, but I think white's activity is more than sufficient to draw. Also Anand, just phenomenal endgame player, really experienced there. Van Forest against Wen. This is the most random of them all, and he's actually even invested more material since we were last here, Fiona. Right now, white is a whole rook down for just 2 pawns, but the black king is bare. No protection, no shelter around it.
We see the bar is approving of Jordan's play. I mean, and look at the time situation.
Yeah.
Under a minute. This is only move 33. Nguyen still has to make 8 moves. I think practically you never survive this.
Yeah, this is just terrible for black. You have an extra rook, but your rook is in the corner here. It takes 2 or 3 moves to participate in the game, and meanwhile, your house is burning, it's collapsing, it's going to be falling in the center. The queen, I mean, where do you even move? The white rook now is likely to come in and across to do some really
Maybe we
damaging
zoom out
stuff.
here a bit with the camera to see Jordan's opponent, Van Nguyen, on the camera as well, as he made a move there with 8 seconds left on the clock.
Wow, and he's thrown away most of his extra material. He's given a knight check. He's trying to force queens off the board. But the problem is, once you give back material, you're actually kind of down, at least level. and you're still facing an attack, even with queens off the board. I think at the very minimum, white can even take this knight with a rook, allowing a queen trade. And after the queens disappear, yes, you can take this pawn, but yeah, so white has this deadly check incoming. Maybe this is the best bet, actually. Yeah. Rook takes g3. You're threatening maybe to take this bishop, take a pawn. He's found a really nice defense, I'll say that, but still uphill struggle to save the game.
And on board 5, David-Anton, we fought him, and he is making fast progress.
Totally winning. The evaluation bar's disappeared in this one, Fiona. There we go. He's looking away, David-Anton, looks pretty confident. And this is simply because white's king is more active than the black king. Sometimes in chess, especially in endgames, it can be that simple. White has next. White's king is going to gobble this pawn. It's going to make its way towards black's a pawn. And this is going to be game over. White's last move was really important, just to make sure his bishop survives. The only hope for black was that this bishop was trapped.
If this wasn't a team event in the last round, Vladimir Fedoseev would have resigned a long time ago. We also liked Mateusz Bartel's position on the last board.
I'll just point out that f5 is the winning move now for David-Anton, just bringing his bishop back, saving his bishop. But yeah, let's go to that last board, Fiona.
Which is in the balance again. What is going on here?
In the balance again, but there's a checkmate threat on the board. Queen h2 would be checkmate. White
seconds for Kirill Shevchenko. We need to zoom out and get Kirill on the camera.
Oh, sorry. He's made a move. He's blocked this with queen to d6. Let's try and get him on the camera in the meantime. There we go. Panic on his face. He needs to hold this one, I think, to give Super Chess a chance, especially knowing that the teammate next to him, Fedoseev, is about to crash to defeat. Other games in the balance right now. Queen to d6 played. I was just going to mention, you could take this black rook, and after a check, I think black would be winning due to this check, and the knight drops with another check next move, and checkmate imminent. So he found the only way to save the game. He traded off queens, but now black is the only one who can win. Black's going to go a pawn up, Fiona.
Unbelievable. So Super Chess completely winning, completely losing. On board 5, pressing on board 6. Van Fouré is pressing for Super Chess. This one's still in balance. I think we'll stick now for the next 10 minutes with Offerspiel against Anier, as if they win, I think they're huge favorites. The Magnus Carlsen team to win this tournament.
Yeah, we'll talk about tie breaks, I think, after the time control. But right now, we do have the first confirmed decisive result in this match. We see it just behind Arian Tari and Jules Moussard here. Board 4 has been decided. Again, it's their best buddy, Pranav. Hero 2 days in a row for Offerspiel. Hero again for a third day. He has forced resignation here simply because his e-pawn is too strong. Nothing to do about this. If white's king, for example, well, actually, there's a double attack. The rook attacked as well on d8. I was going to say, if the white king tries to stop this pawn, there would be tricks, but bishop takes rook is more than sufficient.
What a hero he's been for Team Offerspiel, scoring 5 out of 7 with 5 blacks as well. So congrats to Pranav, a brilliant debut for him in the European Club Cup. Let's go now to, I think, this game. All eyes on board 3, Arian Tari against Jules Moussard.
Yeah, and it feels like everyone's coming to form at the right time for the Norwegian team there for Offerspiel, because Arian Tari, he's turned on the style. The evaluation bar has disappeared in this one as well. Right now, white is actually a pawn up, and he has a mating attack. Sorry, let's go to the game position.
And the moves are coming in very fast, as we see Jules under a minute.
It's just checkmate. How do you stop f6? This is actually a checkmate in 2 threat. Rook g7, an additional idea. Rook to e6 as well, a killer. No way you can guard against all of these simultaneous checks. And I think we might even see a handshake. Jules Moussard is just about to resign. Look how safe white's king is compared to its counterpart on e7. The black king just forgot to get dressed in the morning. And this one is game over.
This was, I mean, as we mentioned, Arian Tari's had a tough tournament, but he is redeeming himself, is that the word I'm looking for? At the best possible moment. Once Arian wins this game, that will guarantee Offerspiel at least a draw in the match. All they will need, all that will be left for them to do is to hold on one of the bottom boards to secure the match.
Yeah, he gives a check. This is the clincher now. If black's king walks to f7, it's going to walk into the firing line of the bishop.
And there is the resignation. Wow, what a game by Arian. That gives his team Offerspiel a 3-1 lead. We see Erik Hansen glancing over. Let's go there. All he needs to do now is hold a draw, and given the light of his, in light of his position, that should be possible.
It should be possible. He's the exchange up. Erik Hansen
Oh,
has won
I
material.
didn't even see that.
Yeah, and there we saw Arian Tari. Wow, he's going to get a big, difficult, disappointing day for him yesterday, but bouncing back when they needed him most. And here, Erik Hansen just...
Let's quickly go back to see how he won the exchange.
Yeah, let's go back a few minutes. The move, I think, at the opportune moment. Knight to f3, and yeah, simply no way to defend here. Sergei Movsesian against White's knight jumps into the center. We see Movsesian on the right of the picture, just deep in concentration. He's got to go into hustle mode. They still have 8 moves to make to the time control. They only have 2 minutes left on each on the clock each. And it was here, knight to f3. I think this deadly threat, not much to guard against it. He gave up material now, Movsesian, with bishop takes pawn, bishop takes knight. And after a recapture, rook to c4, sacrificing, allowing this knight jump. Okay, counterattacking against the white queen. Maybe he missed that queen takes rook was possible. The white queen was attacked anyway, and before you take the black queen, you might as well get as much material as you can for the queen. And if we do a quick count here, it's simply, after knight takes queen, rook takes, it's simply up a rook for knight. Should be winning. Should
be winning. I mean, at the very least, he should not lose. The fact that he has a minute now as well is not that relevant. The problem is that black simply cannot create any tricks, or can he?
The only hope for black
Knight
is that
takes,
this pawn is dropping. I think white should switch attentions actually to the other flank. Erik, the maybe problem for him now is he knows his team are 2 points up, but he shouldn't really slow play it. He should try and open things up for the white bishops as soon as possible, either with f4 or with h4. And white's extra rooks should play a major role once lines open up. But the nerves must be jangling. They're so close. He knows a draw most likely is going to clinch them the tournament. Still some tie breaks there. A win, though, of course, would boost their tie breaks even more. And he plays the move king c2. I really don't like that. It feels really slow, but he's still in control.
Let's quickly check in with board 6.
Okay, board 6. I said this was likely going to be a draw in the near future. I'm a bit surprised that rooks are still on the board. Black has just attacked this rook on e7. Where does it run to? Still looks solid enough for black.
Yeah, I would like to stay active, to stay on the 7th rank, so maybe rook b7.
b7, and the big question is whether black pushes forward now d4, threatening a nasty double attack, check, and also threatening to take this pawn all the way over on a2. This gets really sharp. Suddenly white could play a move like bishop e4 with some counter threat ideas. This game is still alive, still a glimmer of hope for Ania here in this game, for Cornet to, I think this is the only game they can hypothetically win.
Yeah, so I don't know, David, what do we do? Shall we go back to the other match after all?
Okay.
With Offerspiel having secured at least the draw, and yeah, I think we should go back.
Let's go back, and I'm going to come to this game first of all, between David Anton and Vladimir Fedoseev. I think we'll see, maybe not quite yet, but we'll see this one wrapped up in white's favor. It's actually level material. The evaluation bar says it's completely over, and that's because at the right moment, white will make a dart for either the a pawn or the h pawn, and black's bishop cannot hold both of them. What is the winning plan, though? I'm really impressed by David Anton's self-control not to rush this position. I think it might be Zugzwang, Fiona.
And one of the pawns is going to fall.
I think in this position, the move bishop to d4, has this been played? Not yet.
Well,
they've just made move 40, or at least white has. The problem is, as black, if you move this bishop in this direction, your a pawn falls. If you move the bishop in the other direction, your h pawn falls. And if you move your king, it's the f pawn that falls. And yeah, this one is just going to be game over any moment now.
Someone has just walked into the room who's in a very good mood, and I think he wants to see what's happening in the Offerspiel match. Let's go back there and check in with Erik Hansen and Sergei Movsesian.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen in the room with us.
Do you want to join, or do you just want to take a look?
We have to ask the question. He's busy. He's signing boards. He's enjoying the chess. We'll give him a moment. But-
Magnus, do you want to join, Magnus? Or yeah.
Okay. We do have team leader, board one for Offerspiel joining us in these key moments. Magnus, we'll just get a mic on you and then I'm going to ask some questions.
I can just use my mic.
Okay, and Magnus, looks good for Offerspiel so far today.
Yeah, to be honest, when I finished my game, I wasn't too optimistic. I thought Eric was the only one who had serious winning chances. Like I thought, like Aryan had probably had a better position before, and we were probably a bit worse than the others. But yeah, this has been magical turnaround. So proud of all the boys, and it's looking extremely promising now.
Yeah, 3-1. Have you been doing the maths, the tie breaks? Have you been looking at your previous opponents' matches?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I thought that we had by far the best tie breaks before the round. Yeah, unless something like massively changes, I think like we can even lose the last two boards and win the tournament. Because I don't think Super Chess are winning their match. But yeah, I think like one draw and we're home free.
Okay, exciting times for Offerspiel. Do you want to talk us a bit through your game, just very briefly, and then we'll, or should we stick here for now? Maybe
No, we can talk about my game a little bit.
Okay, so
Like,
okay, where do you want to go to? Your opening?
yeah,
is very
opening,
interesting.
because like E3 is a very rare move. So I was hoping to catch him out, but like he knew, like I was the one like who was supposed to give the surprise, and he knew way more than I did, which was a bit of a massive cold shower, really, because I only knew till B4.
Okay, was ahead to that moment.
Because there were a lot of other options, but like this is the main line, and I only knew that B4 was playable. But that was like the end of the line. B4, interesting. And it feels a bit stupid when you sit there and he chops the pawn off, and because he has to.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, oh, okay. So here I'm playing against a prepared opponent. I just gave away a pawn, and I have no idea how to continue. So I was thrilled just to find. Well, first of all, to find A4, which I think is not an immediately obvious move, except for the fact that he's attacking a pawn and I'm moving it. Yeah, also I was hoping that this would get him out of book. It clearly didn't, because he blitzed out the next few moves. But yeah, fortunately for me, like the subsequent sequence was fairly easy to spot, so I was just happy to get something where I knew that I shouldn't really be worse.
The endgame?
Yeah, the endgame. I think, yeah, optically, like it looks like white is a little bit ahead, but I think his rooks are active, and I think he just did it perfectly with rook f8 and g5, and I didn't really see how to proceed. I think he's just he's in time, and after what happened, which he just calculated perfectly, it's just a draw.
Yeah, it looks like a well-played game, and you mentioned some ups and downs in the other clashes. Aryan Tari winning a nice game, Pranav turning things around, and should we check out the current action as Erik Hansen still a few moves to make before the time control? As you mentioned, a draw would clinch the match for you.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously much better. He's material up. If you want to play it simple here, you could just chop off the knight on d5, then go like rook e1, activate your rook potentially via e3 and f3. Well, you're playing for two results. So this is looking, this is looking pretty good.
Okay, maybe we just stick here just until we get to move 40, and I'll ask your opinion about the Urquidal game as well on board 6.
Well, I mean, for Frode, like any other result than him losing after 20 moves with the opening that he had is great. So I'm happy that he's found a way to fight on. I mean, it's probably like still a little bit worse, but I think he has real prospects to hold the game now. So that's great. It's good to see him fighting, and hopefully, you know, Eric will clinch it too.
Okay, how much would this mean to you, up alongside all of your individual accolades, to finally win a team tournament like this?
Actually, I never won a European championship of any kind.
Wow, not even at age group level? Or?
No, nothing. So this would be a first for me, and as I said, I'm so proud of the boys. Like we were never favorites here. I mean, we're considering teams like Superbet, Novibor. They have well, they don't have me, but they have world beaters on every board, and like guys like Urkedal on the last board. Eric's come in and done well, but especially the Indians have been amazing. Buddy Pranav, like getting an extra half point after the time control in every game has been a joy to see. Like he's so damn tricky. You know, let's not jinx it, but if we were to win with sort of an underdog team, that would be that would be amazing. And I think it feels, you know, it would feel so much better than just stacking your team with all super GMs and trying to win that way.
Okay, that's equally a viable strategy, but yeah, it looks like the Magnus Carlsen effect inspiring this team. And what do you think? Current position, we've just reached move 40 now. Erik Hansen against Movsesian. Looks pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to lose. So I think, okay, can we check out the Super Chess Snowboard match a little bit?
They have just taken the lead with Jordan Van Forest winning a game eventually.
Oh, I thought he was not doing so great.
I think he might have been in trouble earlier on, but just before move 40.
Okay, but Steil-Antoni is winning.
So
Steil-Antoni is winning. I thought Bartel was better. I mean, he's still much better. And there are 2 draws. How is Keimer doing?
So it might rest on this one. Okay, how would you evaluate this? Queen takes d8, queen to c3.
Yeah, queen f6, queen d4 should be, or king somewhere in queen d4 should be pretty drawish, I would say.
And if this is a draw, it looks like, yeah, Super Chess cannot win.
Yeah. I mean, I think like anyway, we're way up on tie breaks, but yeah.
Wow, so close.
Yeah, very, very close.
How are you going to celebrate this hypothetically again?
We'll see. Let's not jinx it any more than we already have.
Magnus, thank you. What do you want to do? Stick with us for a while?
No,
for the key moment?
I'll leave you to it.
Okay. Thank you, Magnus Carlsen, for joining us. Maybe a European champion for the first time, if things go according to plan.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a quick break, everyone, and we'll be back very shortly.
your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Hello and welcome back to these final moments of this European Club Cup 2023. We just had Magnus in the studio. He didn't want to jinx it, but you could tell he knows they are this close.
They're on the brink. They just need to avoid any slip-ups now. They have 2 remaining players in play. Offerspiel looks like they're guaranteed at least the sufficient or the draw that they need to win the gold medals. Meanwhile, their main rivals, Super Chess, we see them in front of us right now. Super Chess on the left, Novibor on the right, and right now it's looking like 3-3 is the most likely outcome. Either way, Super Chess would be, I think, grateful for that result right now, and they would be out of the running for gold.
Absolutely. Let's check in with the remaining games starting on board 1, or maybe starting on board 5, where I think we'll see a result very soon.
Yeah, we see Fedoseev on the camera there on the left. He looks despondent. He looks down about everything, his position, for his team's result. Everything's just gone wrong today for Super Chess. And this is the position we have in front of us. White has simply won a pawn. We mentioned earlier, if we backtrack, that black was in Zugzwang, so bishop to f2. Now winning the h-pawn, he threw it away on h3, but that won't change anything. Now white is going hunting on the other side of the board. Simply king to b5, bishop to b6, and the a-pawn will drop. The 2-pronged attack of white's a and h pawns will tip black over the edge. This one is just over.
Yeah, and we see Fedoseev there. This is a heartbreaker. Maybe we can very quickly show that moment where knight f3 check happened, what was missed by Fedoseev.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020, as you told me yesterday, and
And you told me no.
it's 2023. But pawn takes rook here would have been the safer of the 2 options. Already a mistake though from Fedoseev. He banked all of his calculation on this move, knight takes f3, assuming his opponent would simply recapture this knight. And here we would see most likely a drawn endgame. If anyone's better, it might be black. Instead, a cold shower, a shock, not taking the knight that was offered, king to g3 instead. And suddenly, after the rook is captured, wow, time's been flying by, Fiona, this tournament. That was a literal fly on my face. Sorry,
I
everyone.
can't believe how calm you remained. Like I was, you're ever the professional. Like the fly literally landed on your nose. And you're like, yeah, hello.
Took it on the chin. Yeah, chess above everything. That's the rule. And the difference here is that white's king is super active. And as we saw in the game after a trade, white's king is just too strong. Also, black has, unfortunately, pawns on dark squares. And if we fast forward to the current position, it is actually that pawn on a dark square that will drop off and decide this game.
Yeah, I think we see Fedoseev there. As we mentioned, this game wouldn't be going on if it wasn't a team event, but this game is about to be over. Let's check in on board 1 with Richard Rapport and Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, board 1, Magnus Carlsen gave a kind of verdict in passing here. A superficial look at this was enough to know that black is safe. And I think both sides pretty safe right now, Fiona. It's level pawns, level material. White's bishop's a bit sad. But then again, black's majority on the queen side has been locked down by white's c-pawn. It feels like this one, if anyone, I would maybe prefer black. Just ideas with king h6, g5, g4, but should be a draw with best play, of course.
Absolutely, and that leaves only one game in this match on the bottom board. This was a crazy game. Let's check in with Kirill Shevchenko and Mateusz Bartel.
Yeah, and again, good news for Offerspiel because Super Chess, their main rivals, are in trouble on this board too. It looks like the bottom two boards is where it's all gone wrong. It's all collapsed for the top seeds of this event. Black is simply 2 pawns up in this position, 3 versus 2 on the queen side and 2 versus 1 on the king side. Rook and bishop often tend to be superior to rook and knight as well, despite white's knight sitting on an outpost, and it will take a while. This one still takes a lot of technique, but black should be winning with the extra pawns.
Yeah, the players have just made the time control a couple of moves ago, so I think Mateusz now just, he will take his time and make super sure that, I didn't do that on purpose, and make very sure that he wins this endgame, and that means that Super Chess most likely will lose this match.
Yeah, Novi Bor about to win. They're going to score Novi more than their opponents. But yeah, it looks, I'll stop now. That was my last one, I promise everyone.
It's been a long week.
It's been a very long week. But meanwhile, he has more pawns than his opponent, Simply Bartel here.
And David, one thing we should mention, and maybe we can go to the board 3 match between the two Turkish teams, Göktürk and Turkish Airlines, because we had Ediz Gürel in the studio there watching the Magnus interview. He scored, Ediz Gürel, he scored 7 out of 7.
Incredible, just 14 years old. We had him in the studio 2 days ago. I was lucky enough to chat with him, and such a wise head on such young shoulders. 7 out of 7.
What's he, 14?
Score. I think 14 years old.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he said 2600 is his next goal. Well, Grandmaster first, 2600, I think those are already within his sights. He really took flight here in the tournament for Turkish Airlines. He did a great job, and 7 out of 7, not too bad.
How is the match looking? Because the two teams are actually fighting for medals, and wow, Turkish Airlines actually the favorite on paper. They were the 6th seed, but Göktürk have a 3-1 lead, so they are at least safe. Can Turkish Airlines tie the match?
Can White save this game? Emre Can here for White. He's a pawn down. It doesn't look too promising right now for Göktürk.
I'm kind of hopeful that all the people watching at home after the Offerspiel game, after time travel, after Magnus leaving, hopefully they've all tuned out, because this is a lot.
It hasn't got any better. We did warn people at the beginning of the day. It's going to be an uphill struggle. Had to survive me one last day, and yeah, here simply black is a pawn up. I'm not sure what the finishing technique will be here. I'm wondering whether black just plants a rook on d3, for example, preventing white's king from coming back to pick up this d-pawn. And it should be a win, slowly but surely. Maybe white's king is actually misplaced. I'm expecting the move rook to d3, and still some work to do for blue, but should be winning.
And then all will hinge on Ivan Chaparinov's game. He will have to win as well to tie the match, but I think a draw in either case will not be enough for either team, but Göktürk, they will be looking to hold on one of the two boards and maybe fight for silver or bronze.
Yeah, Göktürk, if they win, will be on for medals potentially. Yeah, of course, Ediz Gürel for Turkish Air, he's guaranteed a gold medal even on an individual board. But team medals do take precedence. And right now, Fiona, I'm counting its level pawns, but it's the black king that's a bit more open right now. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is this heavily in white's favor, I've got to say, but it does look promising for Chaparinov.
David, we have to move. With Magnus coming in and it all happening, we completely forgot about the women's section. This is my bad. Oh, but first of all, we have a result in Erik Hansen's game, and he has made a draw, the professional approach, actually, guaranteeing victory for his team. I'm sure he looked at the Novi Bor match as well, so that tiebreak at that point isn't a factor if Super Chess don't win their match. It's not over officially just yet, but I think Offerspiel, they have won the match, that is official, and they have taken a giant leap towards the gold medals.
Yeah, Erik Hansen showing what a great team player he is. White does have a big advantage in this final position. This is a check, the bishop will be captured, and White is the exchange up. White most likely would win, but he's putting the team first. Impressive stuff from all of them today, you've got to say. And Ökedal, the final player there. Matthew Cornette is trying to save some pride, maybe improve the team tie breaks for Ania, but they will lose this match.
Absolutely. So let's go now to the women's section and see what happened there in the direct encounter for the title between Super Chess and Garuda Aika.
Okay, and we still have the same score that we left this one at. We saw a draw between Batsiashvili and Kotanishvili on board 1, with the most drawn rook endgame you will ever see. Just to recap, board 4 as well. As expected, Efroimski did convert her extra material against Jokogal, and that leaves 2 games remaining, Fiona, as we aim to decide who gets gold.
Yeah, and let's start with this one between Nurgül Salimova and Dinara Wagner.
Okay, and last we left this, black was a pawn up. That remains the case. White's knight on a nice outpost, but feels like black has made progress. Black is close to trading off some pieces on the first rank. Black's majority at some point will start to mobilize on the queen side. Still a lot of work to do though. White has set up a kind of a nice defensive construction here, holding everything together. It might be a long grind in the endgame.
Yeah, we had mentioned that Super Chess in the women's event have a very good tiebreak. They have a 1.5 lead. Again, the tiebreaks are tricky, but looking very good. But they are in some trouble on board 3. Irina Bulmaga with the white pieces, down a couple of pawns against Theodora Inyach.
Another long endgame grind ahead, but it should be winning for black. The extra d pawn can't move yet, but I'm expecting black's bishop to at some point mobilize. If it ever lands on a square such as e5, it will simply be game over. Meanwhile, black can start pushing pawns. Slowly but surely, Inyach will back up that earlier good play in the middle game that we saw, and should strike back for Aika here. But I think everything will rest on board 2.
Let's take a deeper dive there actually at the position between Salimova. So the last move, rook e7, defending the f7 entry square. The queen was threatening to come in.
Yeah, how does white improve? It's not entirely clear, Fiona. Trying to look for tricks. Unfortunately, rook e7 takes away the only one. This king is not too happy on h1, but it won't be happy on h2 either. If we trade off, for example, and move our king, why is the evaluation bar hating this one? Maybe black just goes back. Yeah, I mean, this is a pin, this pawn is hit. Feels like it's hanging by a thread for white already.
Yeah, I think Super Chess, huge favorites actually. They will be very disappointed not to win it in the open section, but it looks like they are well on their way to win the women's event.
Very good chances, yeah. I mean, they won't want it to come down to those random tie breaks, or not quite random, but at least where fate might be slightly out of their hands, even if things look good at the moment. So they will most likely need to win this game. This is the current position, remember. But yeah, she's done everything right, Dinara Wagner, in this game so far. It will be hard to imagine her losing control now, especially once she's past the time control. We saw a bit of a mad time scramble earlier.
Yeah, we see Salimova there on the screen, deep in fault. She knows that her team need a result from this board, but it's just, you're lacking counterplay, you're lacking activity here. I just don't see.
I'm wondering if there are threats as well, like black in some cases threatening b5. I don't know if you can create some counterplay. Let's say I try b4. I have some tricks in mind if you play b5 now, but yeah, I mean, maybe this would be kind of my choice right now. Looks a bit sad, but don't see any knockout immediately for black. Maybe I'm missing something. I just want to point out b5 looks like a deflection tactic. Apparently it's still pretty strong. I was hoping that after queen takes c5, originally my idea was to take on f4 as black, just to do with the pin. But now queen takes e7, deflects away the black rook. And okay, it's sad that the computer thinks black is still doing well here. I mean, it's just a sad endgame. Probably this pawn drops, or white will trade rooks, and the black king will come. Either way, yeah, you have to try something. You have to try some tactics and hope that Dinara gets a bit scared to calculate.
Let's leave this one for now and return to the match between Novibor and Super Chess in the Open. And Fedoseev has resigned his game against David Anton, so the match is tied 2-2, but the biggest problem for Super Chess is their position on board 6. Let's dive back in there. Kirill Shevchenko with white, and look at that white king.
Yeah, the white king, not too happy, but it's just about a pawn count, I think.
Pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this b pawn will drop. Yes, white might get the c pawn in return, but once black's created a clear pass pawn, it's going to be pretty easy to push it. I'm wondering whether black even just keeps maximum control here and drops the bishop back to e7 to keep the c pawn covered. And yeah, there we see Shevchenko. I think poor opening choice in the end. He can trace it back to that, where he was always on the back foot. Matus Bartel sees the initiative really early on and hasn't really let it slip.
For Super Chess, of course, this is a dramatic result, because not just are they not going to win with a loss in this match, they will drop out of medal spots as well,
Yeah.
I guess.
That's so harsh. They've been up there joint leading with Offerspiel the whole event, and one match, you're out, no prizes. And yeah, he's always seems to play the last games. Shevchenko always fighting to the bitter end. Unfortunately, there's just no hope here at all. I think as black, I would probably just play bishop to e7 just to keep things super safe. Force white's knight back to passivity to defend b3.
Yeah, he was actually undefeated until today. He'd had an okay tournament, nothing special, gaining 1 rating point, very solid performance. But today, maybe we can quickly just show the opening choice you mentioned. Not a good idea, maybe in this match situation. Let's just bring that up very quickly.
Yeah, Kirill went very direct in the opening with knight to g5. We showed what happened a bit later. This is a very well-known pawn sacrifice for black, and he went for this variation with bishop to d3. If we fast forward, we could see that around this position, white was left still a pawn up, but with doubled pawns on the d file, and it was here that Bartel came up with this very strong, very powerful and energetic thrust of the f pawn, hitting the white knight first of all, hitting it again, and after an exchange, continuing to advance pawn to f3. And it was a bit later where he came up with some tactics, but it was always the white king that was in trouble. I believe it was around here. He played rook takes f2, all of the black pieces coming in towards the king, and white had to give up a bunch of pawns just to survive, just to cling on. And that leaves us with the current position, the game position, with Shevchenko head in hands, 2 pawns down. Black is simply going to give a check now and start pushing the a pawn.
There is absolutely nothing that white can do here. Careful not to get mated on f8, but other than that.
Yeah, just to show. It's the type of thing I would play in blitz. I'd play a4 and whoops.
Just pre-move everything.
Pre-move everything. I think white's king right now, assuming black gives a check, has to go to f1. If you go to d1, black could clinch it on the spot pretty much by trading rooks off, and 0 counterplay for white. So king f1 pretty much obligatory, and unfortunately a move like knight to e6, black can guard against this this threat by just dropping the bishop back, covering f8. Even if white takes a pawn, the a pawn now will clinch this.
And let's check in with the top board. Actually, I said the match was over, but if Richard can get something out of this game, they might be able to save it, but it looks like a very tall order.
I think Richard needs more than something. He needs to win this game. And talking of that, we jumped in. Richard, I think, has agreed to a draw. I see both kings in the middle. It looks like a balanced position. Richard here as black.
Are you surprised? I mean, the position, of course, there isn't much, but don't you feel he had to play on?
Yeah, I would have done probably. I mean, it looks like close to 0 chances here, but very surprised. There are still some hopes, for example, of just kind of keeping things together, holding the b pawn and later advancing g5, g4. It's a distant dream winning this as black, but...
I am shocked. I thought this was going to be the longest game of the round. I thought, yes, it's difficult, but he has to try. I mean, he's basically just leaving Shevchenko, who has no chance to save it. So effectively resigning the match.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Richard, big fan of his, but sometimes a bit negative in interviews, maybe just a bit negative about his winning chances. You're right, though. I think Ivan Sokolov, the team captain for Super Chess, will be having some stern words with him there, even if it's just to keep your teammate company. Psychologically, you play on, there's no risk for black.
I have to, if I was Kirill, I would be absolutely shocked.
Fuming,
Yeah, I'd be shocked.
Yeah, they've lost their chance for medals, assuming he can't hold now. Kirill Shevchenko. Wow, what a match this has been, a Novi Bor. They might clinch silver.
Yeah, let's take a quick look. Maybe we'll bring up the standings going into the final round again for a second. And Novibor are going to overtake Anier. They had the best. There was actually one team that we haven't looked at today at all. Typhoon Ljubljana have a pretty good tiebreak. How are they getting on?
Yeah, there's only 2 games remaining in this clash between Typhoon and Sentimento Ica. Actually, both teams could jump up into that share of second place, at least we're assuming results go as expected. So both teams keen to win, and Nihal Sarin against Saran on board 1. Big
Nihal
clash.
Sarin, I mean, he's such an extraordinary player, and it tells you something about how incredible this tournament has been. I think we haven't seen
We've seen just one game of his against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But he's also facing a very strong opponent, Alexei Sarana the Piranha, playing chess near Tirana. Oh, enough. It looks like this position roughly in the balance, Fiona?
Yeah, roughly in the balance. An extra pawn though for white.
Oh, wow. Yeah, your counting's better than mine after several hours of play today.
So the question is, can we utilize it? If white can ever round up the black b pawn, but it's tough because the rook on d2 is tied down to the defense of the pawn on g2. So the question is, how do you make progress as white?
Yeah, you've got to do it slow and steady. First move that comes to my mind is king b2. I'm not sure why. It feels like I'm walking into some checks, but maybe just dodging some back rank checks instead. Somehow you need to kick this rook away and advance your pawns.
Can you ever play just king b? No, I can't. I wanted to play c3, try to exchange the b pawn for the c pawn, and maybe just create a passed pawn.
Wow, sorry, I just got distracted there on the camera. It looks like Shevchenko here is ready to resign. I'm not sure whether I'm reading too much into the body language. It looked like he was kind of looking around for his opponent for a second.
Maybe let's bring up his game and zoom out to see is Mateusz Bartel at the board or not?
Okay, he's made a move, Shevchenko, so I think maybe we won't go to that one yet, but we'll keep this one on camera because this result will decide ultimately the medals without the need of looking at tie breaks. Bartel gives a check. Okay.
Let's zoom out a little bit on the camera maybe so that we can see a bit more of the position and if a handshake happens.
I'll get this board back just in the meantime. Then we will go and check in on Typhoon against Sentimento Ica as we discuss the other medals that could come into play for the teams. And yeah, Shevchenko, he's fought well. Unfortunately, just came up against this blistering attack. And let's go to the live position. It's a check on the white king. Actually, pretty much exactly what we predicted. He's even forced away the white knight from that one last trick. You mentioned, Fiona, that last checkmate, and clear run through now. It might be this moment. I think especially in light of the fact his teammate Richard Rapport gave up any winning chances, I think he would be more than justified, Shevchenko, to throw in the towel now, raise that white flag.
I mean, how do you...
It's tough. This white rook just can never get back into the game. If the white rook could somehow magic its way behind the a pawn, some chances, but no path for it.
There's nothing at all. I think Kirill actually will fight until the bitter end. Maybe we'll see the black pawn advance a bit. But yeah, I suggest what we do, we keep these guys on camera and we check back in with the Ljubljana match against Sentimento Ica.
Yeah, great camera work there from our producer. Shout out. And let's go back to that game between Nihal Sarin and Alexei Sarana. Queen a6. Yeah, the reason I think I wanted king b2 is just because of a check and maybe a capture on g2. So it feels like you have to do this slowly. I'm not sure again what next. Like you mentioned, maybe c3 at some point.
Slowly on the board, but not on the clock, as Nihal only has 3 minutes for the remainder of this game.
That's his comfort zone, though. He plays so much online blitz and bullet. Nihal Sarin. I've been a teammate of his before in team events, and literally every team dinner. We would never kind of hear him, see him. He's just on the corner playing on his phone, playing bullet chess. And yeah, 3 minutes on the clock for him is an eternity of time.
And let's see what's the other remaining game in this match is board 5, Ante Burkic against Imre Balog.
And Burkic really needs to up the ante in this game. Unfortunately, he's a piece down. The Black Knight is coming as well. This might just be game over any moment. I don't think there are enough checks against the Black King, which can hide, if need be, on h7.
So what does that mean for the match?
Imre Balog is going to win this game for Sentimento Ica, taking them to 3 points, meaning that
Nihal will be in a must-win situation to hold the draw. Yeah, and a draw should not... I've lost track of, of the standings, who's getting what. What I do know is that unless Kirill Shevchenko wins this game, which is not going to happen, Offerspiel will be the official champions. Maybe it's time to go back to the women's section.
Just before we do, Fiona, I found another player who might be on for the 7 in a row, the clean sweep. Imre Balog, who in this position is with Black.
Unbelievable.
He's actually won 6 games on the bounce. He's so unlucky that he's on the same board as Adis Gurel. So Adis Gurel and Imre Balog.
But who is unlucky, actually?
At least before today, Adis Gurel was slightly up. Oh, wait. But Imre Balog's opponent today was higher rated. Imagine getting 7 out of 7 and maybe not even winning a gold medal on your board.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, clearly that's the lucky board in this event. Board 6.
Incredible. We'll see. We'll have to see what happens there. Let's return to the women's section and see, are Super Chess getting closer there to clinching the women's title?
Yes, Fiona, I think the answer is indeed a yes. Right now we see 2 players, 2 games remaining on our cameras. Dinara Wagner on the left there. She's doing everything right. I think she's about to go 2 pawns up in this position, and that should clinch it. No reason not to get greedy and grab a pawn with the Black Queen. We saw this just a few moments back. A set of rooks have been traded, but greed is good here. Queen takes b2, and these 2 pawns, the b and c pawns, will advance and win the game.
If Dinara wins this game, she will clinch the title. For Super Chess, she needs to keep her cool though, because on board 3, Theodora Injaj is making big progress there with the black pieces, the 2 extra pawns. So the pressure is mounting on Dinara.
Yeah, the pressure is mounting. This one, as you say, just great progress. I love the fact that she'd already got connect 3. She got her bishop behind it, just to, yeah, when in doubt, protect everything. I think the bishop's actually coming round. This last move really classy from Injaj. Just show, for example, if white waits, the bishop will come back. It will come round, just not breaking the connection between the rook and pawn. And next move, it will challenge white's bishop. Once it lands there, okay, rook c5 is a mistake, of course, but let's say white makes a move. Once it lands on e5, the d pawn rolls as well. Beautiful endgame technique, beautiful coordination. And Dinara, let's go back there. I just don't see any reason not to take this pawn. Black's perfect formation of bishop, kind of bishop on f5, pawn on g6, pawn on h5, actually block any counterplay. The queen defends the dark squares, bishop defends the light squares. Dinara is so close. Super Chess even are so close in the women's section.
Absolutely. We'll see if she takes the pawn on b2. We see her there on the left-hand side, deep in thought. But she, from what I've seen of her, has nerves of steel. I think she will be the hero for Super Chess women's team. If she wins this game, they win the title. David, let's go back. As we see Richard's report there in the background, I mean, it's even weirder to see him make a draw and then stick around the playing hall.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Report, he's had a bit of an odd tournament, I must say. His last 3 days suffering against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, yesterday drawing against Magnus, and today drawing against Keimer. Kind of 3 draws which look good on paper, but lots of ups and downs. And today, yeah, I think very questionable decision to agree a draw when his team still had chance of medals, just to kind of ruin those chances.
I really wonder, we weren't paying attention to the camera at that point. Was Ivan Sokolov involved? Did he ask his captain? Did he?
Yeah, it's a big decision, right, Fiona? I'm normally against talking to captains, or at least I'm against captains talking to their players without at least first being consulted, especially with the arbiter not being there. But
was he even the one who offered? Can we very quickly just investigate what happened in the end?
Yeah, Richard Rapport's game.
It looks like he was the one who offered over David. No,
I
they
doubt
weren't.
he consulted his captain. In situations like that, when medals are at stake, when your team's fate and destiny is at stake, it makes sense to consult the captain. Should I offer a draw? Sokolov would have said no for sure.
100%. We'll have to get to the bottom of that, but let's first get to the bottom of this match on board 6. Kirill Shevchenko playing against Mateusz Bartel still, but these images are always tough to watch. Kirill, he is the last player here, and we see the camera work bringing the focus onto that black A pawn, which is unstoppable.
He's heartbroken, and understandably. I think, as you mentioned earlier, Fiona, in another game, if this was an individual tournament, we would have already seen a resignation, but he's battling on. He has just played the move knight to f2, trying to cage this black rook, at least temporarily, but it won't do too much long term.
Do we push the pawn? Do we attack the knight?
Spoiled for choice, I think that's the issue here. You can push the h-pawn just to take away another square from the white knight on g4, just in case it wants to leap. I think at this point he's just playing on for the sake of it. He's just asking Bartel to put the finishing touches on. I think any of those suggestions you made will win this game. It's the a-pawn that will do the business, but Bartel very quickly plays h5, I think the professional approach, and there we see the evaluation bar has totally disappeared, and White's hopes with it.
Yeah, and I don't know where to go. I always feel bad for sticking around here, but it is the game that will decide the tournament winner as soon as... oh, actually, we still have a game. I completely forgot about those guys. Let's go to Offerspiel, who will be the probable victors of this European Club Cup. And Frode Urkedal is soldiering on by himself, but his position has gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, it looks like a consolation victory for Anier here in the making. Mathieu Cornet, you see on the right of your screen. Yeah, he's the Iceman, as I call him, Cornetto, and he's about to win this game. In the end, it shouldn't make a difference. Urkedal, it must have been hard for him to refocus, knowing that his team have probably clinched the gold medals, but yeah, right now he's just down a pawn as black, and I think the clinical way, the efficient way of doing this would be to trade off bishops and to bring the white rook behind the black a pawn, just locking down any potential counterplay. Next, it will be time to mobilize the white king, and white's protected f pawn, white's passed c pawn. They should do the business. There's probably multiple ways to win this. More ambitious players than me might go for checkmate, but I think that would be the clincher. That would probably just end all of black's hopes of saving the game.
I can't believe actually how today was such an exciting game, and now I look into the playing hall and so few games remain. It's suddenly this day has gone by in the blur. David, let's check in one more time. First of all, with the Turkish, all Turkish class, and did we see? We saw a resignation, and with that, it is official. Magnus Carlsen's Offerspiel from Norway are the champions of this 2023 European Club Cup. Congratulations to their entire team.
Incredible stuff. Magnus, of course, the team leader, the old man of the team, the eldest of them all, but he inspired that group of young players to victory and his first ever European title. Given a helping hand in the end by Novi Bor, we saw Mateusz Bartel, the match winner, given a pat on the back there by his team captain. I think they will be most likely getting medals. They leapfrog super chess. But yeah, either way, it's been a dramatic day, so full of twists and turns. After 2-3 hours of play, this looked almost unthinkable. But so many turnarounds in the build-up to the time control. Offerspiel champions.
Once again, congratulations to Team Offerspiel. We are yet to find a winner or to confirm the winner in the women's section. So of course, we'll stick around here until we see a result there as well. And we see Novi Bor, it's a big result for them. Not easy. They didn't manage to defend their title, but today their fate was always out of their hands anyway. As long as Offerspiel won, there was nothing they could do. But in light of that, winning this clash between the top two seeds is the best, of course, they could have hoped for. And as you said, most likely some medals await them tonight.
Yep, some medals await them. Medals await Urkadal there on the left of our picture. He'll be aware now. He will get a gold medal around his neck no matter what the outcome of this game. But some rating points at stake, some pride at stake. Ania aiming to boost their tiebreak with this victory. I think Novi Bor will most likely get silver, just because their tiebreaks in the event looked so good before today's action.
Yeah, I would agree. And let's see some other teams still fighting for medals. Göktürk, are they on the verge of a huge upset against their Turkish compatriots? Ivan Cheparinov, if he wins this match, will be tied. So all the pressure is on Cemkan Gökhan.
Yeah, and here Ivan Cheparinov, he's so good at these positions, and some big threats on the board, especially against the Black King. White might even just come around and win the Black A pawn. It's going to be a real uphill struggle here for Gökhan to draw this game and get the Turkish team some medals. 3-3 in the end in this local kind of this derby, the battle between the Turkish. It wouldn't suit either of them. That's the issue.
I was just gonna say probably stopping both teams of any of having any medal hopes. A team that can still hope is Aika, and let's look at the remaining game in that match.
Okay, so this was the clash between Nihal Sarin and Alexei Sarana, the reigning European champion, the reigning European individual champion. His club won't win this tournament, but okay, he's got to fight for his life in this game. And I think Fiona, actually Nihal Sarin, going all in now, giving up the G pawn. I think he's found a really nice plan. He's trying to corral the B pawn instead, and not just that, he's trying to get to the Black King from the side. Feels like he's breaking through.
Actually, we see Nihal Sarin there in the background. I don't know if we can zoom this camera and move it a bit to the right. They are just, Nihal is right behind the head of the, oh, there we go. There we see him in the background. As you say, nice man. Still has his 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I believe this is Gökhan who's in this desperate situation in the foreground of our picture. Sorry, Fiona, you were going to say Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, no, Nihal Sarin. I mean, if you're black, do you take on G2 anyway? I mean,
yeah, big question. As we try and get that camera angle, we maybe investigate.
I think we've done the best.
We've done a good job.
The best we could.
Our producers have done a fantastic job already today, catching the key moments on the cameras. Maybe we do a bit of a dive into this position just briefly to see whether Sarana can hold the game. If he does, maybe medals for Sentimento Aika here. A loss, though, would mean, again, a 3-3 draw, and neither team happy, neither team would get into the medal spots.
Oh, there we go. You wanted that camera work. We see Alexei Sarana here, who's on the defending end. So what does he do? Difficult decision.
Yeah, rook takes pawn. You mentioned, Fiona. Let's just do a quick mention of what would happen here. White would play rook to b5, attacking the Black Queen. The problem is not many good squares to use. For example, if she slides across, I think you can just take a pawn, and rook to b7 check is going to prove deadly. Even rook endgames here now will not save black. For example, a queen trade, because white's a pawn just, okay, maybe preempting it, just white's a pawn, though, in the near future would start to run.
Yeah, should we step out of this d3?
Yeah, d3, the only counterplay. Maybe we start with rook to d5, or even rook to b3. Actually, I quite like this one, cutting along the third rank.
And preparing to, if needed, also put the rook maybe behind the pawn. I love that move, rook b3. And so this is not the way to go.
Not the way to go. Black. So if you cannot take this pawn, if this pawn is poisoned, sad defense. Maybe rook to b8, just holding on to the b pawn, stopping rook to b5. Now, though, white has a free hand on the king side, or in the center, maybe and in the center. Black here, I think he'll be reluctant. He'll be really hesitant to go passive. Maybe that's the best bet, though, keeping the game alive, at least for now.
Absolutely. David, I think we should actually, now that the open section has been decided, should go back to the women's and stick around there for a while to see how Dinara Wagner's game progresses, as she is fighting to give her team Super Chess the victory in the women's event.
Yeah, she's been playing some superb chess, Dinara Wagner here. She's now 3 whole pawns to the good. And you can see on her opponent's face there, Nagul Salimova, she wants to be out of here. She knows this game is lost. No more tricks. Maybe half a threat in the air. I don't think it will be sufficient to save her right now. White is hoping to play the move rook to e1 with a bit of a skewer, but black can step out of this. A move like rook to d7 looks quite efficient. There's always tricks as long as queen and knights remain on the board though.
I really like rook d7. Maybe the rook can then even take a more active role. Maybe, oh, I was going to say come into d2 and then I saw the knight. It's been a long tournament, but either way, rook d7 is still a very good move.
Yeah, I think just loose pieces is that whole thing we were talking about earlier. You don't want to leave pieces undefended, and here you could even start pushing your pawns. White has only one real active move, but it's hard to imagine this being too dangerous. Expecting queen to c3 here, just covering the dark squares as mentioned. The bishop covers the light squares, rook covers the 7th rank, and no tricks for white.
I feel like sometimes the most difficult part when you're in the spot that Dinara is in is you have so many tempting moves. You know that you're completely winning. Of course, there is no doubt in her mind about that. But you just want to eliminate the risk that you fall for any last tricks. And when you're so spoiled for many good moves, that is, I think, the reason she is thinking right now. But she has made up her mind, and she did play rook d7.
She did play rook d7. Queen to a6 was Salamova's reply. And yeah, here it might just be time to start pushing those pawns. There's no real threats against the black king. I guess queen to a6 was chosen because she might want to come back to a1 in some scenarios to check this black king. But again, for example, b4, you can easily block this check with your own queen. Game over. 3 pawns to the good. So close now. And one other result that might be incoming, Fiona, is the board 3 clash. This won't most likely change the outcome too much, even though Garuda Aika will most likely strike back on this board. Teodora Injac here, she's done everything right. We mentioned she brought her bishop round to a nice square. If we catch up with the current position, okay, rooks or bishops about to leave the board, one or the other, and yeah, both will help black's attempts to convert this advantage. I just don't see anything to do. I would rather keep rooks on the board than bishops right now. I'm expecting the rook to just move for white, but you can win this in several ways. If you want to be really clinical, you just trade off bishops and start marching in with the black king. It's going to be impossible to block off this infiltration.
Yeah, I think this one, as you say, will be over any minute. I think Dinara will be the last one here. She will be the hero for a team. We see again another case of I think this game wouldn't be going on if it was an individual event. She's still thinking about her next move. b4 looks so natural. The pawn is under attack. You have 3 passed pawns on the queen side, so why not push them?
Push them, yeah. Dinara thinking. She wants to make sure that no one denies her. No, I tried. Dinara.
Dinars her.
Dinars her. Dinara right now. b4 though. Before it's too late, I think it would clinch the victory.
Absolutely. David, I don't know where. And look at Dinara. I mean, this is not. If we didn't know her position, we would be like, oh, she might be in some trouble. Yeah. She's sighing. But it's just a sigh of being so close and being so spoiled for choice.
It's the nerves, Fiona. That's the only thing that can stop her now. And she doesn't look too nervous anymore, leaning back. I think Salamova's going to try and hustle on the clock. b4 is instantly met by rook to e1. But the black queen is going to shift. She's going to move. Yeah, imagine having a whole team's hopes resting on your shoulders. It can overwhelm some, but not her. I think she's already proven in her own individual tournaments that she can deal with any scenario.
Dinara Wagner is very close now to becoming a full-blown grandmaster. She scored 2 GM norms this year, one at the Women's Grand Prix in Cyprus, one in Dortmund this summer. And she's just had a fantastic year. And what better way, I mean, it's not the end of the year just yet, but to give her team Super Chess the win here, but let's not jinx her. Yeah,
we've jinxed some people throughout our commentary this last week. We didn't jinx in the end Magnus Carlsen's Offerspiel team when he was in here with us, already on the brink of celebration now. I'm sure they're celebrating right now, but Super Chess likely to have something to celebrate within the next 5 to 10 minutes if she can hold her nerve. I think she's just done everything correctly. I think, super accurate this whole game.
Yeah, I was shocked, you mentioned Magnus Carlsen, that he hasn't won any European titles was unbelievable news, I think, to all of us in this room.
Yeah, we keep thinking he's won it all and then he wins something else. It's unfair. I mean, the rest of us need some European titles too.
Absolutely.
But-
Well, David, you'll get your chance in November.
Yeah, Magnus will be there too, so I don't have too many chances. I don't hold too much hope.
In November, of course, the European team championship, so not clubs, but countries. You'll be playing for Team England, Magnus will be playing for Team Norway.
But that's the thing, Fiona. I mean, he's such a team player. He's inspired this group of youngsters pretty much to victory in the European Club Cup. Inspiring a country like Norway, it's going to be tough, but who would bet against him now?
Yeah, and we saw even Arian Tari, he had a difficult tournament, but then he struck when it mattered the most, winning a very nice game today against Jules Mossard. As here we see it in our house, just played Queen C3. We're inching closer and closer to the women's event being decided. So let's...
Where to go?
Where to go? Maybe you can tell us about some of the other results in the women's section. Maybe we can see who's fighting for silver and bronze.
Yeah, let's check in on board 3 where we see, you might need some help with pronunciation here, Fiona. Gaz Ukraine against
I just called them
Svesta.
Red Star
Red Star Belgrade.
yeah.
Okay, that's better. Board 3, we have Red Star Belgrade against Gaz Ukraine, who were previously leading this event. The score currently is 2-1 in favor of the Serbian team. 1 game remaining. It's likely that they will clinch that and maybe get to those medal spots thanks to Richard Rapport's wife. So one Rapport maybe not getting the desired results, but his
That
wife...
might explain why he's sticking around. But
Yeah.
if he was going to stick around, why not do it at the Boyle anyway? We've discussed that enough. But let's take a look at Jovana's position.
Yeah, so this is Dinara Wagner on camera, but in the bottom corner, or on the boards now, we do see Leila Yavakishvili of Georgia against Jovana Rapport. And right now, it looks like Black just has too much material. You have to be, again, slightly careful of the Queen and Knight combo, just as Dinara needs to be in her game. But the Black Queen covers the long diagonal. Just don't get tempted to take this knight. Don't get greedy because of a nasty checkmate. But any safe move here should do the business. Sorry, Queen to F4 being White's last move. There's no threats right now. The White Queen has to cover the E5 square. And, okay, she pushes her pawn to D2.
Because then there is no mate.
Then there's no mate, but then the evaluation bar has dropped.
Oh.
And I was about to say this looks like a winning move. D2 met by knight to D4. Wow. Allowing a second Black Queen, but going for a perpetual
Cutting
check.
off the diagonal.
Oh my gosh, I wrote it off too early. I'm going to hold my hands up there. I thought it was just over. D2 looked like a clincher. Knight to D4 though from Yavakishvili.
And it's actually very important for the match
Wow.
situation, right? Sorry, can you remind me?
I think it won't matter too
I
much.
know it wouldn't matter, no, sorry.
Maybe just the tie breaks, which could actually play a role in deciding the medals and the order of the medals. But yeah, Black here, Jovana Rapport, a draw or a win will clinch the match for her team. But yeah, in individual kind of aspect here, just blowing a win when you're on the brink. We'll just point out that making a new queen, your 2 queens and the exchange to the, well, 1 queen and the exchange to the good here, but simply no way to walk out of these checks with Black. You can walk around the board, but actually you've got to be a bit careful and you'll get chased no matter which direction you step forever. Miracle draw, actually one of the saves we've seen of the round so far.
Yeah, and Jovana, she must be in shock. She only had a minute on the clock. What did she still? No, her time magically went up again. I got tricked. But still, I think this will be a complete shock.
Yeah, a total shock. And now Red Star will hope that their tie breaks work out to get into those medal spots.
Absolutely. How did the local team Teuta? And they were playing Wood Green from England.
Yeah, the English team here against the Albanian team on board 1 technically. Remember, Teuta have been fixed on this board throughout the event. It's only 1 game that has been completed so far. I'll just mention 1 of the remaining 3 games. Jovanka Hauska against Antoaneta Stefanova, former women's world champion. Wow, it's level material. It's only moved 47. They've spent a lot of time since the time control 1 hour ago. They've only made 7 moves between them in the last 1 hour.
Wow.
And here I think white has slightly the superior chances just because black's king is a bit more open. White has a healthier pawn majority, but looks like a draw is most likely. Actually, for Albanian fans, I'll just point out that Karina Sifka of the Teuta team is likely to win against England's Harriet Hunt. Another crazy position, but black is winning here due to extra material and the threat of queen to e5 checkmate.
What's that king doing on f5?
Knights on f5 will thrive, kings on f5 will not survive. And this one is going to end very shortly. Good news for Albanian fans, but it looks like on bottom board it will be Katarzyna Toma who will clinch the win against one of the heroes of the event, young Claire Kachu here.
Sorry, I don't know why I laughed. I think you were thinking.
I was thinking of a pun, but I couldn't.
No, but you said Kachu instead of Chaku,
Yeah,
I think. And then I was thinking, Pika Pika.
Pikachu. Claire Kachu.
Anyway, let's get back to the top board. It's time. Let's hope that now I can wrap this one up so we can stop it with the puns and the terrible jokes. We've had a few moves here.
Yeah, let's just rejoin the action. The live position, queens are actually off the board. Let's just quickly show what happened. Black's queen dropped back to f6. White tried to keep queens on the board, but look at this clincher, the bone crusher from Dinara Wagner. Rook to d4. If knight takes rook, black captures with the queen on h4. Check. Next move picks up the rook check, and a bit of a carousel here. You take everything with check, drop back again. You take the knight with check. White's whole army disappears. So white had to take the pawn on c5 instead. But now simple queen to d6 swaps queens. White can give a check, but Dinara has calculated all of this. She can simply move her king literally anywhere at this point, and rook takes pawn. I think she's just going to put her rook, as recommended, behind the passed b pawn, and it promotes on the same color as the black bishop. Unfortunate here for Salimova, who's won 2 of the 3 pawns down, 3 pawns back, but yeah, it's not
that
enough.
one pawn is enough to clinch the game. Let's see as moves are coming in here.
Yeah, and this is the live position that we managed to
maybe
predict.
we can bring up the side view for a moment from that match just to see when the handshake comes. Do you think it will come soon?
Yeah, the speed with which Salimova's been playing, I think she's ready to get out of here. Just a few more accurate moves required. Rook A2, she's fighting hard, but it might be time soon, very shortly at least, to bring the black king over to help. Salimova, yeah, she's been looking distraught for the last 15-20 minutes.
Absolutely, the king is going to start making its way over as Dinara is getting very close now to clinch the title. Board 3 is still going on, but Theodora is still in a winning position, and the pawn has pushed, and I think we'll see the king approach now.
Yeah, you've got to be slightly careful. Now if the king approaches, you'll walk into a knight check and a knight fork on d4, so you need to finesse this a bit. I think first black's bishop needs to defend its pawn. White's rook on b2 is utterly paralyzed.
Don't worry, no children were harmed in the making of this show.
Yeah, I don't know if the viewers could hear, there was a baby screaming in the background. Not sure how strong our microphones are, but yeah, so all over bar the kicking and screaming in this game.
So sorry, how do you sidestep the check?
Yeah, I think Dinara's last move may be slightly careless. Still winning, of course, pawn to b3, but she could have, for example, activated her king now and just walked in and in and in, or into c3 at least, and kind of guided her pawn home to victory. Now it's slightly harder after rook to b2. Just to point out, king to e6 would be met by the drawing move rook takes b3, and the check, the fork, regaining the material with an easy draw. I think Fiona, she just needs to...
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be, you know, I feel like I've been very relaxed just waiting for this game to end, but there are still some tricks to watch out. And if Salimova can somehow save this game, it might change everything in the women's tournament, but...
Spoilers, she won't save this game most likely. I think it's a big but here, unfortunately, because this last move really clinches it. Bishops dominate knights in these scenarios, defending the pawn, and now the king has a clear path in. If you allow the bishop for knight exchange as well, you probably just lose on the spot. whoops, a move has been played.
Yeah, she dropped the knight to d2 and then put it on to d4 in the end. After all,
Yeah, she'll just defend her pawn now, Dinara Wagner, and the Black King's coming. The Black King clearly ahead in the race, and okay, not good for the environment, but good for us in terms of entertainment that the players have new score sheets. We have passed the magical move 60.
yeah, Salimova really looks like she'd rather be anywhere but here. Of course, this is a devastating loss, not just for her as an individual, but this match is most likely going to end by victory by the smallest of margins for Super Chess. So if the game had gone the other way, her team would have clinched the event. Those losses in team events are incredibly tough to take.
Yeah, heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, and okay, she's fighting on still some tricks with the white knight if you put your pieces on poor squares, but I think the Black King can continue its journey. No, bishop to c4, threatening to capture this knight. White's rook can never ever move out the way of the black b-pawn. Yeah, this looks very logical. Okay, the knight protected by its king, but I would just eliminate that knight right now. No more tricks, and Black's king has a clear path towards the queen side. I think very quick now, the manner of victory.
Yeah, if you take on e2 and then the king steps forward to d4, the king is going to take over the defense of the pawn, and then the rook will be able to activate.
Yep, Dinara calmly sipping some water there. She has an easy decision ahead of her. I think just to remove that knight from the board. In the background of the picture, we're about to see a result as well. Teodora Injac just made a move. She's on the brink of victory herself to temporarily level the scores, but it's all eyes on this one.
And there she goes. The knight has fallen. The king actually goes the other direction. Goes pawn hunting on the king's side, which will also get the job done.
Yeah, this is also a manner, kind of a way of winning these types of positions. You paralyze your opponent's rook. This is active versus passive. Black's rook clearly the superior of the two, clearly the superior king as well, and you're simply going in to win. The last question is what to do, in this position after king to f2. How you wrap this one up after the pawn steps forward to g3. Okay, black gives a check. Black's actually going greedy and is going to track down the white g-pawn. Fiona, I think we're about to get the champions confirmed here. Super Chess on the brink now.
Yeah, disappointment in the open section for the Romanians, but in the women's section, they are going to win what I believe is their first title. Of course, Team Super Chess, a very new team, a very young team. I think last year was the first time they took part in this European competition. And we'll see the rook come in now into the third rank, both defending the pawn on b3 and attacking the pawn on g3. And as you say, this one is nearing the end now. We've been saying it for a while. Of course, Salimova played on for her team, but there it is, the handshake. And David, we can officially announce that Team Super Chess from Romania are the winners of this Women's European Club Cup. Congratulations to Dinara and to her teammates.
Yeah, and we saw Irina Bulmaga, her teammate, sitting behind her. She had the urge to give her an embrace. I think she realized suddenly that she was still playing, but now the remaining game in this match, irrelevant for Super Chess. They might have been disappointed in the open section, falling short there, but in the women's event, they did rise to the top when it mattered.
Absolutely massive win for Dinara. Maybe the emotions there prompting the coughing fit, but congratulations once again to Team Super Chess who have won the women's event. I'm very happy, David, that there was no need for any tie-break madness and messiness in order to determine our winners today.
Yeah, in either section, Fiona. I was ready, I was prepared to try and explain the nuances of the tie-break scores, but it was complicated and no need. Super Chess win, and we should mention in the background there, Alexander Motilev, I believe the team captain for Super Chess, strong grandmaster, former European champion, now representing Romania and giving his player a hug. Well deserved. They take the win, they take the gold.
Absolutely. We see Marcel Efremsky, she was another player today who brought the full point. So her and Dinara, the two heroes for Team Super Chess in the women's section today. We see a legend still in the playing hall there in the white polo in the background, Mr. Ulf Andersen.
Yeah, this is when Ulf Andersen comes into his own in the 6th hour of play. It's an end game. It's really piqued his interest, clearly, this game that's going on in the women's section. Yeah, a legend and former world number 3, I believe.
David, I think we just saw the end of the game, but the end of the match between Offerspiel and Anier, as Frode Urkedal resigned his game against Mathieu Cornet. So officially the final score in this match, Offerspiel taking it by the smallest of margins, 3.5, 2.5. While we looked away, at some point, Shevchenko also resigned his game against Novibor, so that one is over with Novibor most likely getting medals. And just before we wrap up this show, I think maybe a final look at the 2 remaining games in the Turkish clash, on board 3 and at Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, just a few games remaining now in that tournament hall. We're seeing it's really emptied out. Let's go to the all-Turkish clash between Turkish Airlines and Göktürk. And it's up to Ivan Shaporinov to grind out an endgame, pawn up, but most likely a draw with best play, because black is going hunting for the D pawn. If it were white to play, a totally different story with white's king. But if the D and E pawns are somehow traded off, even if white has a 3 versus 2 advantage, should be a straightforward draw. I think Gökçe here, a big favorite to hold. It's still not easy, still some work to be done. But if he does hold, it means that Göktürk shoot up into that shared joint 2nd position.
And what a big moment this is. I think let's check in with Nihal. I think we'll leave you with the assessment that we think that he'll be able to hold the draw. We'll still have to wait for a while. We're not going to stick around until the end because we wouldn't be able to confirm for you guys whether they got medals or not anyway. So let's just take a quick look at Nihal Sarin against Alexei Sarana before we start making our goodbyes.
Yeah, and it looks like Alexei Sarana with the black pieces will be the match winner in the end for Sentimento Aika, who will also jump up into that shared 2nd spot. He's about to grab this F3 pawn, the black rook. Okay, the F pawn moves. Actually, the black rook is attacking the G pawn behind it as well. And after a bunch of trades here, we'll most likely see a dead drawn rook endgame. It looks like Nihal Sarin in a must-win situation, just about falling short from great defense, Sarana.
Yeah, very impressive job by Sarana, who will probably be a late hero here for his team if he holds this. It's looking very likely. And David, I think that brings us to a close here. I can't believe this tournament has just flown by.
I know, Fiona, it's been 7 days of heaven. It's just been so much great chess.
Heaven for you, hell for me,
Yeah.
pun hell.
Pun hell, envy hell for you. It's been fantastic. I mean,
No, it's been such a pleasure.
yeah, beautiful place here in Albania, and yeah, some fantastic chess we've been witnessing.
Absolutely. Once again, a big thank you to the Albanian Federation, also the support. We had the president here of the Olympic Committee, the ECU. We had the president, Zurab Asmai Parashvili. Such a big team working behind the scenes. It's really been a pleasure to be here. And of course, congratulations to the winners, Super Chess in the women's section and Offerspiel in the open. Yeah. And David, I'll let you close it out.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. It's been a pleasure being reunited with you. It's been too long since we've commentated, and I hope it won't be as long next time. A big shout out to our producer, Turkish, for the magic, making us look good, and for tolerating all my puns.
And a big thank you to you guys.
Yes, a big thank you to everyone at home for sticking with us throughout these really long sessions this long week. I hope you enjoyed.
Special mention as well for our person here. I still don't know your name. Ilya. Special shout out. We had one person here who was with us every day. It's been great seeing some people in the audience, and I'm sure there are great things to come for chess in Albania. Thank you so much for watching us, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care and see you next time.
See you next time.